6 starts. Weyburn will try to change those plans. The former Gotham winner on the 2021 Kentucky Derby Trail debuts for new trainer, Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. Derby contender Fort Bragg ultimately didn't make the first Saturday in May this year, but back with original trainer Bob Baffert, he's favored to lock down his first graded stakes score. And Saudi Crown, he is a threat, putting his perfect record on the line. After 2 impressive sprint wins, Connections hope he could be equally strong, stretching out to a mile distance in today's Dwyer. All that and more coming up on this Saturday edition of America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Great to have you with us on our FS1 coverage. Of course, air quality alerts throughout much of the state of New York through midnight Friday from those Canadian wildfires. Of course, the cancellation of the card on Friday, back to much better levels today, so that means we are a go for this Saturday card. I'm Greg Wolf. Great to have you with us on our FS1 coverage today. The John Nerud honoring a legendary Hall of Fame trainer, of course, is associated with the incomparable Dr. Fager. That race features one of the emerging star sprinters in the country in Candyman Rocket, and then Bob Baffert and Brad Cox, 2 of the top trainers in our sport. They're going to go head-to-head in that Dwyer for 3-year-olds at a mile distance. Those 2 races going to be seen later today on our FS2 coverage. Today, coming up, we have the opener on FS1. Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. We're fast and firm for our Saturday action, and we'll have that opener on today's card coming up shortly here. A sprint on the main track to kick off this Saturday card. With me, 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca. Good to see you as we get set to kick off our Saturday here.
Yeah, good to see you as well, Greg. And a very, very good card here on a Saturday here at Belmont Card. We got 2 stakes races. We got some talented horses. Horse named Saudi Crown, 2 for 2 lifetime. And like you were mentioning, Candyman Rocket, going to be your favorite in race number 9, the Nerud, which is a very, very, I thought, competitive race. Victor Martinez, ex-baseball all-star, will be here as well. And I'm going to catch up with him as well. He has Little Vic, who I think has a big shot in the Nerud.
He has not been in this game a very long time.
Yeah.
He has had some very nice horses. Already been on the Derby Trail with a horse. He's been in some very big races. Got a big shot later today, so we look forward to that. That'll be in our FS2 coverage. You can play all of today's action, of course, by getting signed up and started with Naira Bets. Join today. Use that promo code BONUS200. You'll get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus and much more. All those perks you can opt in for each and every week. Try and pad that bankroll. Go to NairaBets.com and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. So our Saturday coverage will kick off with a New York bred race, $30,000 maiden claiming race. That means they're all for sale for that price. 6 furlong sprint to kick things off, and right now it's Modern Midas for Rudy Rodriguez. Blinkers on, Paulie the favorite.
Yeah, it's a tough sequence. It really is. I thought this whole card was very difficult today. I have a pick 5 ticket that I'm going to roll out early here. There's 370-some-odd thousand. I would think it would get up to 500 by the time they spring the latch. Okay, I'm going 4 deep in here, 2, 3, 5, and 7. I'm leaving out the 1 for my brother. I thought the 2 Modern Midas. I also think the 3-2 Chuckles might be tough. In race number 2, I prefer the 1. I think the 1A and the 1, they got a perfect combination in there. I mean, the 1, Pound Walker. That's not the one where the entry. But I use Diamond Hands, too, as well. Gal in a rush. 2, 3, 6, 7. In race number 3. Yeah, I left out the 4 Reserve Currency for Chad Brown. I'm taking a shot there. I prefer the 1A in race number 4, although I think the 4 Space Launch could be tough in there. And my best play of the day was race number 5. I like the 4 Northern Invader, getting on the turf first time for Cherie DeVoe after 2 races, going 7 furlongs with 2 very good second-place finishes, collected out of an Arch mare. So I'm thinking the horse should love the turf as well. So $72 ticket in a sequence, I think that can pay.
Good luck to Paulie. Good luck to everybody playing this Pick 5. Pool up and over $400,000 already as we check in with Richard Migliori downstairs for more on this first leg of the sequence. Mig.
Yeah, guys, and a really interesting way to start the card. I think there's a lot of directions you can go in the opener. Your favorite, the 2 Modern Midas, made a real nice impression in the paddock. I always try to look at the horses first before I start looking at the odds. And, I think there's something to be said for one that really catches your eye, and then you go back to the form and you go, wow, this horse makes sense on paper, and from a physical perspective looks awesome in the paddock. Well, that was what I saw with the 2 Modern Midas. The 3-2 Chuckles didn't stand out as much in the paddock as as he did when he got on the racetrack. Like the way he looked in the warm-up. Think he's a major player here. And my top selection, the horse that checked both boxes for me in the paddock and on the racetrack, is the 5 Woodside Warrior. Drops in class for Mitch Friedman, stretched out to a mile last time, adding blinkers, and just did too much early. Now he turns back with the drop. Could be that Goldilocks effect where everything is just right. And from a physical perspective, could not be better turned out. And anybody who's ridden the train, especially in the Madison Square Garden, next stop, Woodside Station. First 2 cars don't platform. You got to be a Woodside Warrior.
Nice inside knowledge, Mig. Spent a lot of nights at MSG catching his Rangers. Pick 5 pool, $555,000 and growing. You can download free Equibase past performances. Follow along with all the action on the horses, trainers, jockeys. Get their stats going to NYRA.com/TV schedule and download those free Equibase PPs to follow along today. So here we go, 8-5 favorite, Modern Midas. The 7, though, Tunnel Vision, Mike Maker, Manny Franco, major player. And as Mig was talking about with Woodside Warrior, a lot of reasons to like the 5, and there's the 5 again. First time in for a tag, showed that speed with blinkers on last start, cutting back in distance. Yeah,
and sometimes horses that drop down to this kind of class, it enhances their speed even more. So I would think the 5 is going to be winging here on the front end and is going to try to take them as far as he can. I do think the 7 Tunnel Vision sits in a very good spot and is starting to get bet here late into the 2.
Saturday card begins here. Pick 5 begins here as we send it upstairs to kick things off here in Mott, New York. Let's go upstairs to John Embrial.
Waiting now for Majestic Heart and Forward Cast. Majestic Heart moving in, and Forward Cast number 8 will complete the field for the Saturday opener, a 6-furlong sprint, maiden claiming event. Forward Cast and Jackie Davis moving into line. Set to go. And they're off from the inside. It's a 1 for my brother, and here comes Woodside Warrior now ranging up. Woodside Warrior now takes the lead. 1 for my brother is down at the rail. Modern Midas in between horses. Then Milagroso. Far outside is Tunnel Vision, who is advancing from 5th. Then it's a break of 4 lengths. Back to first-time starter Majestic Heart. On the inside is 2 Chuckles, and farther back in the field is Forward Cast. The opening quarter mile went in 22 and 2/5 seconds. Woodside Warrior leads here by a length and a half. Tunnel Vision is in second. 1 for my brother down at the rail running in third. Then comes Modern Midas in fourth. The favorite is still 5 lengths from the front as they come for the head of the stretch with Woodside Warrior the one to catch. Woodside Warrior has a 3-length lead. Tunnel Vision is all out in second. And then on the outside, it is a Modern Midas, followed at the rail by 1 for my brother. Woodside Warrior is the leader. Modern Midas gaining on the outside. And 2 Chuckles is putting in a late run. Here's Modern Midas now to take over. Modern Midas in front. 2 Chuckles a clear second. Modern Midas with the maiden victory. 2 Chuckles finished second. Woodside Warrior faded to third.
Woodside Warrior quick to the front, but weakens in the stretch, and Modern Midas, the 8-5 favorite, kicks off this Saturday card here at Belmont.
Yeah, this horse ran a little bit better than it looked last time on the drop, and was on a long break, over a year layoff, and was in the 11 hole last time and did not break well, and ran a gallant 4th, and today just got wheeled to the outside here by Jose Ortiz. And you can see that the 2 Chuckles, Javier Castellano, was trying to follow that move, but Modern Midas had way too much more in the tank than the 3 did. You know, the 5, we thought the 5 would get to the front end. Woodside Warrior, he just didn't have the stamina, but no doubt about your winner. And the public got this dead right, 8-5, right on the money.
Rudy Rodriguez, Jose Ortiz aboard for the victory for owner Jeff Drown. Son of Lauban breaks his maiden. Career start number 5 without equipment change. Blinkers on, start number 2 of his 4-year-old campaign. And a chalky beginning to kick off this Saturday card. We got a long way to go.
Yeah, we do have a long way to go. And like I said, you know, these are the races where you weren't really looking to single the 2 here. So I still think this is okay at 8-5. You can see very easy win here. And The Rudy Rod barn has been heating up here of late, and you're heating up at the right time with what? 12 days to opening day. You and I, right before we got on air, we said, it's July 1st? Crazy.
Yeah. Saratoga, that trek upstate New York, right around the corner. So we're looking forward to it. We saw some very big races here before we get to the spa, including today a couple of stakes races with that Dwyer and the John Nerud. It's our ABR race of the week. 7 furlongs for some very good sort of between distance horses.
Yeah.
And, if not for a more famous stablemate for Candyman Rocket, he's got the reigning Breeders' Cup Sprint winner Elite Power that he looks down at in that barn. This might be the horse we're talking about for Bill in this sprint division. This horse is on a roll right now. He has won 4 of his last 5, and he was dominant in the Grade 3 Run Happy.
He came out of a race at Oaklawn, actually, when I was there, and he ran into Skelly. And Skelly right now could be one of the more fastest sprinters in the country, as in at least for the first quarter of the mile. And he got in so much trouble, he just kind of backed out of it. And then he came back in the Run Happy at about 2.5 to 1, and he was able to turn the tables, basically turn his form around. You just wonder. Sometimes horses come into Oaklawn and they just don't like it. But you look at the rest of his races, that's his only bad race around 1 turn. His other bad races are around 2 turns. He loves this distance. He's 6 for 10 over a fast track, and he's the one to beat today.
He's won at multiple different tracks as well, but he's also done it here, as we just showed you in that Run Happy, and that was the biggest figure last time out that he's ever earned. Yeah. Does that put you off a little bit on him, or does that make you think maybe he's just coming into his own now?
Well, it could be he's coming into his own, because he had a couple numbers that are close right before he had the race at Gulfstream when he won. He took a step backwards. Then he went to Oaklawn, and he just threw in a clunker. Well, he hit the reset button pretty quickly, so, I think he might be able to bounce back.
Always could be a little tricky, that inside post, as we saw with that pilot, Junior Alvarado, on Cody's Wish. That horse is just so talented, it didn't matter. We'll see how he negotiates that inside post with Candyman Rocket. Meanwhile, Weyburn moving to Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher's barn, and this is a horse we've been talking about for a few years now, a horse who was on the Derby Trail back in 2021.
A really tricky horse to read. Now enters, like you said, a Hall of Fame barn, but it's been in the Jimmy Jerkins barn, been in the Brendan Walsh barn, who's a very good trainer. And you look down and you see a couple races that are just giant that can win this race, and then you see some races where he kind of throws in some clunkers. But his last 3, he's been behind Repo Rocks and Zandon. He's been behind some really good horses. He's a tricky horse to read, but now in the Todd Pletcher care, he's had 2 races here at Belmont. He has not hit the board, but I expect him to run big. It's a tricky race. It
Best
really
race he's ever run, too, was at this 7 furlong distance he'll get today.
Yeah, it is true. And he comes off, like I said, 3 really good races. I mean, if you look back at his races since, he started off with that little break, I mean, what's wrong with the race in the Westchester behind Zandon and Repo Rocks? That puts you right there at the wire.
We're just talking about those 2. There's several others that are contenders in that race as well in the Nerud, which we'll get to later on our FS2 coverage. Back in the opener, Modern Midas, the favorite, kicks things off 8-5 to start off this Saturday card. Jose Ortiz, and as you said, it's been quite a long struggle for Rudy Rodriguez, but he is coming out of it.
Yeah, listen, Rudy had an interview last week, and he talked about it. We go through our ebbs and our flows, and he went through a really long, little kind of a slump for Rudy. I mean, he usually gets really hot right before he goes to Saratoga. Maybe that's the case, but his horses are really running well, and you can see that, the Mike Maker horse, the 7 on the outside, trying to track, but Modern Midas is just moving best of all the whole way around the racetrack, along with the 3-2 Chuckles, who was trying to follow, and just the 2 had way too much left. And the other thing about this too is Jose Ortiz is riding just top notch right now too, Greg.
Ever since he's come back to New York, he's just been sensational. Feels really like he's in his comfort zone here.
Yeah, it really does. He's riding freely. You can tell he's got a smile on his face. He's happy. That's part of the job. Listen, sometimes, I hate to say this because you have times in your life. Hey, there were some times I did not want to go to the ballpark. And I know a lot of people will go, what? I'd give my left arm to play in the major league. But just like any other job, there's sometimes, hey, listen, I'm a little sore. I don't know if I want to come. And you can tell that Jose's healthy right now. He's riding very, very good. He's making very good decisions, too, as well. And this one by Laubaun, I have a trap shot there. Blinkers went on, and it resulted in a W.
2-3-5 in the opener, race number 2. Going to be in the lawn, 7-furlong turf event in this first allowance condition coming up in Galena Rush. Taking a ton of money right now for the powerful Christophe Clement barn. Jose Ortiz will look to go back-to-back. 305 on Galena Rush right now. We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, we'll talk 3-year-olds in the Grade 3 Dwyer. Fort Bragg just missed in that Pat Day Mile. Now back with Bob Baffert. We'll have Hall of Famer Johnny V aboard. We're going to do battle with Saudi Crown. Undefeated in 2 sprints for Brad Cox. Now we'll try a mile for the first time.
Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. He added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. Now his first weanlings are commanding attention in the sales ring.
Right here, 280,000.
191,000.
165,000.
160,000. Thank you.
A dual-surface classic winning son of Warfront, War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Warfront's 21 now. He's still doing great though as a stallion. He's still knocking out top class runners, and I think one of our best 2-year-olds is Warfront. He's Danzig made over. That's the reason why Dad wanted him here at the farm. He thought he looked just like his sire, which he does, and he's producing runners and offspring just like his sire. So hopefully we'll find the next son. We have a couple chances here at the War of Will in Silver State to carry on his legacy.
Back with you on our FS1 coverage, America's Day at the Races. It's presented in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. We talked about the Nerud for older horses sprinting. Grade 3 Dwyer. This is for 3-year-olds, and we've seen horses win this race, go on to win the Travers. Later in the summer, we'll see if any of these horses are maybe up to that quality in here. 6 horses will line up. Fort Bragg back now with Bob Baffert. And a horse who just missed under the care of Tim Yakteen in that Grade 2 Pat Day Mile on Derby Day.
Yeah, I got beat by General Jim, and it was a ding-dong battle towards the end. And I think a lot of people forget that Fort Bragg, he was the one that was cutting out the fractions in the Florida Derby. That ended up being pretty live with Mage and Forte obviously running 1 and 2. And listen, they went down to the wire. I mean, they were ding-dong in here. I mean, it was just one of those things where, like, he's not relenting. They're going away from the field. So I thought this was a pretty good effort for Fort Bragg. Now he's putting the blinkers on, and Bob Baffert is the master of making that kind of change. Now, he's used the blinkers before on this horse earlier in his career, and it resulted in a W when he broke his maiden. So I don't know if Bob sees something, and, you know, Johnny V hasn't been on this horse. Johnny V's usually a guy that will recommend that, so I don't know what's going on. Maybe he's worked the horse in the morning, but blinkers will go on, so dangerous whenever Bob makes a change.
Meanwhile, riders won 2/3 of this year's Triple Crown. Javier Castellano, he's going to be aboard son of a Kentucky Derby winner, always dreaming. That's Saudi Crown, who's a perfect 2 for 2, sprinting, and now is going to try a mile for the first time.
This horse is special. I was there at Churchill Downs, and it looked like he was going to get swallowed here, and you can see Florent Nerud goes through the crop, and he takes off. Now, he won his first race, and he won kind of in this fashion, a little bit more impressive. But I thought this was more impressive because he look at his ears too as well. Now, Always Dreaming stands for $10,000. They pay $240,000. He's all gray on the bottom side. He gets a lot of it from Mama, which is a tap it on the bottom side. But he's been touted for a long time in the Brad Cox barn, and today we'll find out how good he is. This is one of the best Always Dreaming, if not the best Always Dreaming, at least progeny of him so far.
Potentially longer, he's going to get even better.
I would think so. They wanted, last time I talked to Brad, the next step was to go 7 furlongs and 1 turn mile, and boom, he landed here in the Dwyer.
And then you have Harrodsburg, who we were hoping to see on Belmont Stakes Day. Unfortunately got loose in the paddock that day, was scratched, but this horse has run 2 huge efforts, including last time out. Just out of this world. 99 buyer, just missing by a nose for Rob Atras. Another one, 2 sprints, will get a mile for the first time.
Yeah, and you can see right there that, Jose Vargas had looked under his arm, looked under both arms. I felt like he whenever I watch this, I felt like, okay, did he think he had just a ton of horse? And then I start looking at Harrodsburg, and I'm wondering if he's kind of a grinder. He floats down to the inside. Now when he starts to see the other horse, he gets really competitive here. And now he's just going to get beat by a nose. I mean, it could have went any way. To be honest with you, when you looked at that race, it was a bad beat. I mean, because he galloped out in front of the horse. I think he's going to appreciate the distance. We're just going to find out how good he is. I actually saw Rob walking in. I said, is there any chance we can change that Yankee hat? And he just started laughing. I said, good luck today. He said, yeah, hopefully he acts better today in the paddock. He's got a ton of talent. That's exactly what he said to me.
I don't think I've ever seen Rob Atras without the Yankee hat
true,
on. It's become a fixture for him. That's Grade 3 Dwyer, race 6 from Belmont. We'll have live coverage of that race later today on our FS2 coverage. And the Dwyer and the Nerud, both part of a cross-country Pick 5 that starts off from Delaware. 3 racetracks involved in this cross-country Pick 5 that begins at 3:30 Eastern Time. Yeah, what a sequence we got, too. And it ends at Woodbine in the Nassau. Safi Joseph has a horse in there. Scottish Star for Todd Pletcher as well. Roger Atfield. Can't leave that man out. He's only won like 17 Queen's Plates. And then Eminent Victor. Chad Brown ships one in. So very good Nassau. Very good cross-country today. Race 2, meanwhile, this kicks off the early Pick 4 on this Belmont card at 7 furlongs on the turf. First level allowance race coming up, and it was 3-5 when we went to break on this one right here, the 5. Gal in a Rush for Christophe Clement. Now still odds on at 4-5 for more. Let's head downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, guys, small field here, 5 horses with the 2 scratches, one of them being a main track only. And out of the 5, only 1 has ever run at this kind of hybrid distance of 7 furlongs on the turf. We'll start with the 1, Pond Walker, coming off a long layoff. Broker maiden on debut last year, July at Monmouth. Tipped her hand. She had ability. Moves from the Chad Brown barn into the Steve Asmussen barn. And so it goes from a future Hall of Famers barn into a current Hall of Famers barn. And she looks great. She looks very, very fit. Was talking with Steve's assistant, Toby Sheets, and very happy with the way she's doing. I think 7/8 will suit her. She showed good speed going 2 turns at Monmouth, but she's a lighter frame filly. Looks like 7/8 will be well within her wheelhouse. The 2 Diamond Hands. I kind of think 7/8 might be the fit for this filly. Last time 6 furlongs, maybe a bit too sharp for her. I thought she finished with some interest. She was about a length behind Gal in a Rush, who's your big favorite, and she looks terrific. I like what I'm seeing from Diamond Hands. And again, it goes back to, I think it could be that Goldilocks effect. 6 furlongs too short, maybe 2 turns. I mean, she did run 7.5 and was second to Regal Realm, who we saw win the stake at Canterbury Downs last week when we covered that night card. I think she makes a lot of sense and looks terrific. And then Gal in a Rush for Christophe Clement. I mean, she's your favorite. She makes a lot of sense. 7 furlongs should suit her well. Finished well last time. I think really out of a 5-horse field, those are the 3 you're looking at. I'm leaning towards right now, until I watch her move on the track, the 2-horse Diamond Hands, because I think she's going to really relish the 7 furlongs.
Mig, thanks. 10 minutes away from the second race, which again is going to be seen on our FS2 coverage in just a little bit. That's still your favorite, Gallon of Rush. The only time she ever won, she actually got put up via DQ.
Yeah.
Having said that, she's faced some really good horses too, and she is great at stakes place.
Yeah, she is, but she's never won a race where she's crossed the line first. You know, she's had a couple of races. Now, they've stuck blinkers on her in her last 3 starts. She has run some dynamite races. She's been behind Bubble Rock. I mean, she's been behind some stakes winners, and she's going to get a bad beat here as well. She's got 11 starts and actually 5 seconds, but 1 put-up. So do you want to take 4 to 5? I'm kind of with Mig here with the 2 Diamond Hands. A horse that had shown speed before. I think Todd put blinkers on her last time to go, okay, we're going a little bit shorter. We need to be closer up. She got left in the gate. So if she breaks a little bit better, it's going to be very interesting to see where she lies.
Meanwhile, there's the man with a favorite. Christophe Clement has the 5 Gallon of Rush, who's handled Diamond Hands on a couple of occasions already. And that man to his left looking to take the early double here. Jose Ortiz will be the pilot back on board. He was aboard that race we showed you last time out. Naira Bets free-to-play contests are here. Free way to play the Sport of Kings from anywhere. No deposits required, but real prizes are awarded. So take advantage. Get in on the action at freetoplay.naira.com. Pick 4 pool just shy of 80,000. And Gallon of Rush, it doesn't seem, I mean, there's just not a lot of pace in this race.
No.
May not matter today.
Yeah, it may not matter. I think a lot of people may be underselling the 1 as well. Pound Walker now entering the Steve Asmussen barn because the horse is leaving the Chad Brown barn. But almost a year to the date, July 2nd, 2022, 364 days ago. We're not in a leap year, are we?
I don't believe so.
So 364 days ago, the 1 won nicely. Now starts at 7 furlongs. Been working okay in the morning. Could be a player here.
Yeah, there she is. Got a good figure for that debut, too. Did come in Monmouth.
Yeah.
So this is a little bit more of the bigger leagues here and facing some nice runners. And is she going to be as effective as well at this sort of between sprint distance?
Yeah, I mean, you got a horse that's 1 for 1 lifetime with the 1 here. And then you have the 5 in here, Gallon of Rush, that's 1 for 11, but it's been facing a lot better, but it's never crossed the line first. So we'll see what happens here.
You'll see this race live on our coverage that continues after a break over on FS2. Coming up next on FS1, it's MLB on FS1 pregame. For Paula Duca, I'm Greg Wolf. We'll see you over on FS2 right after this.
Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Here's Mage coming strongly down the outside. Angel of Empire is putting in his run, and there's 1 furlong to run. 2 Bills on the inside, trying to hold on Mage. Mage is taking the lead here as they come into the final 16, and it is going to be Mage to win the Kentucky Derby.
The classic sire.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Macoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
Is Macoma the one to catch? Macoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 corner. Inside, Macoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Macoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
Reach for the unreachable. Race to new horizons. The artisan's quest for beauty burns in the heart of Japan, forging strength like no other, with love and honed to perfection. Noble, authentic, and only here. The legacy of strength.
and welcome to America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. It's a penultimate Saturday here at Belmont Park, and we have a duo of graded stakes for you as Candyman Rocket looks to keep things rolling for the white-hot Bill Mott barn. He's the morning line favorite in the Grade 2 Nerud, but standing in his way could be Wayburn. He's never finished worse than second at today's 7-furlong distance, and he'll make his first start for the Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. Then, in today's Dwyer, we see Fort Bragg coming off of a narrow defeat in the Pat Day Mile, and he's looking for his first victory since his maiden score. But Saudi Crown, he looks to remain undefeated. So far, 2 for 2 in his young career, but he'll stretch out from the 6 furlongs to the mile in the Dwyer. As always, we're brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. And welcome to beautiful Belmont Park. We are back in action on this Saturday. I'm Maggie Wolfendale, and we did see a cancellation of racing due to poor air quality, but the numbers back where they should be. So we are cleared to run today and looking forward to a great card. As you heard in the open, a duo of graded stakes to kind of almost finish out this Belmont spring-summer meet, but there's still a lot of racing action to come as I welcome in Paul LaDuca. Paulie, looking at the John A. Nerud, it's a Grade 2, but a really salty and competitive race.
It really is. I mean, Candyman Rocket's going to be the one to beat. You look at Wayburn. I think Wayburn is obviously a very, very good foe here. 4 for 16 lifetime. 3 Technique is a horse that has kind of changed his career around. I've talked to Jason Cook about him. He's the kind of horse that needs to be towards the outside. And Victor Martinez's horse, the old catcher there, Little Vic, I think has a giant shot as well. So I thought it was a very wide open Nerud, and I think a very competitive race. We have 2 very good stakes races today.
We really do. Yeah. I'm looking forward to seeing what Wayburn does. Unfortunately, he lost Jimmy Jerkins, who's now training in Saudi Arabia, but he picks up Todd Pletcher. I said it's a pretty good trade. Yeah. But as always, our races, the rate lineup is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. We will bring you races 2 through 10 here on Fox Sports 2. The Pick 6 does begin in race number 5, and the 2 stakes coming in races 6 and 9. If you want to play today's races, make sure you do so with a Naira Bets account. If you're not a member, become one today. You use promo code BONUS200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Check out NairaBets.com. You won't have to wait any longer for some action as horses are on the track. For today's second race, it is a optional allowance, first level allowance for the fillies and mares going to 7 furlongs on the turf. And you're taking a look at your favorite. That is Gal in a Rush, who has never actually crossed the wire first, but she's run respectably. And for more on this field, we'll welcome in the third member of our team, champion jockey Richard Migliore. Mig, what are you seeing from these gals trackside?
Well, Maggie, just, quickly about Gal in a Rush. I mean, she makes a lot of sense. She looks good from a physical perspective. I think she might be at a tactical disadvantage. I don't see a lot of speed sign on here. The speed I see is towards the inside, starting with the 1 Pond Walker, daughter of Frankel, a filly that they broke the post braid, came right on the racetrack, went right to the right towards the starting gate. A filly that, is definitely on her nerves a little bit. She looks ultra fit. Good turf work's coming into this. I don't mind the 7/8 for her because she's going to be forward. She showed good speed going a mile and a 16th on debut at Monmouth and tipped her hand that day that she had ability. And the layoff's not bothering me because she's a lighter frame filly who, to me, looks like she is race fit and ready. Toby Sheets does such a good job for Steve Asmussen here in New York. And the other horse that I think is going to be forward is the 2 Diamond Hands. And these are the 2 that I liked in the paddock. I continue to like them warming up. And I think the way the pace projects to play out in this race, these are the 2. One of them, I believe, will be in front, and the other will be stalking. And they could set a fairly moderate pace. I was going back and forth between the 1 Pond Walker and the 2 Diamond Hands. And ultimately, what led me towards Pond Walker, she's 1 for 1, where Diamond Hands, 10 starts, 1 win, 4 seconds. So I just start wondering when they start accumulating that many more seconds than wins, if they, don't really fight for it at crunch time. But I do think tactically and the way they look physically, the 1 and the 2 are the horses I want here.
Mig, thank you, as they're making their way on to the turf course. And, Paulie, you got to wonder, she's actually a day away from having double lines in her PPs, as the only time we saw Pond Walker was back at Monmouth on July 2nd. And I think they're doing the right thing here, turning her back in distance, because she showed great speed going around a 16th around 2 turns, but she also was a little headstrong early, so I like that, a little less distance for those types.
Yeah, as you can see, it says 7/2/2022, and Maggie's dead right. There's no leap year, so 364 days to the dot. She's going to make her 4-year-old debut. It was impressive. If Mig says that she's fit, then she's the one to beat. Because when you look at Diamond Hands, sometimes she gets in her own way. I do think she is a decent horse here at 3-1, because if she can get out of the gate, they put blinkers on last time, I think, to sharpen the speed, Maggie, and the horse got left. So I'm wondering, okay, now with a regular break with the blinkers on, how's this horse going to react? And then you look at Gal in the Rush, and you wonder, okay, this horse has not crossed the finish line first. I get it. Has finished second against some nice horses, but does she just finish second against other horses too as well? Because if you look, she's lost to Bubble Rock. Bubble Rock would be 1-9 in this field. But you look at her rest of her PPs, they're just they're tough to get to at 6-5. So I do like the 1, but I don't know if I like 2-1. Also on a horse that's been off for almost a full year. And
not to, the Steve Asmussen barn here in New York's having a great meet, thanks to his assistant Toby Sheets here. But historically speaking, first after a trainer change on the turf, they're only 8 for 64. So that's around 13% with a negative 93-cent ROI. So it's not something that the barn is really accustomed to doing. Plus, she's going to have to do it off of a layoff, I should say. But I like Mig's confidence in her being fit, so that's always good to see. Diamond Hands, she was turning back to a 1-turn 6 furlongs for the first time ever in her career, and I think she just got outpaced early. But Paulie, right after the line, a couple jumps past, she was in front.
She was rolling, yeah.
So I think the 7 furlongs might mitigate that, and 2, having the 6 furlong with the blinkers on might make her a bit sharper today.
Yeah, and Manny right now will be aboard, and hopefully she breaks a little bit cleaner. But you make some good points on the 1. The other part is, look, Steve is a very good turf sprint trainer, but, dirt sprinters is his specialty.
We hit up to John Embryo for the call of race 2 from beautiful Belmont Park.
And they're off. That was a hesitant beginning for number 1, Pond Walker, and she trails the field. Gal in a Rush away well, along with Vienna Code and Diamond Hands. So 3 of them vying for the lead. Pond Walker has now moved up and is right behind the front runners in a 4th, and a little tough to handle is Pond Walker. She is headstrong there and had to steady. The trailer is Candle in 5th. Diamond Hands has come away with the lead here by a 1.5 lengths. And Vienna Code is second by a neck. Pond Walker down at the hedge, and alongside is Gal in a Rush. Candle is at the back. The quarter went in 23 and 2/5 seconds. So Diamond Hands leads the field around the far turn. Diamond Hands by a 1.5 lengths. Gal in a Rush is now rushing up on the outside to challenge. There goes Gal in a Rush up to challenge. Diamond Hands for the lead. Vienna Code dropping back. Then it is a Candle and Pond Walker at the hedge. Diamond Hands is holding on to the lead here through a 1/2 mile and 46-1. Diamond Hands in front as they head for home. Gal in a Rush is on the outside. Diamond Hands, Gal in a Rush. Gal in a Rush on the outside has taken the lead. Diamond Hands is in second. Then Candle, Vienna Code, and Pond Walker. They're coming for the finish with Gal in a Rush, the leader. Diamond Hands in second. Jose Ortiz takes the double. He wins here on Gal in a Rush. Diamond Hands was second, and Candle finished third.
Nice way to start the day for Jose Ortiz as he guides Gal in a Rush to a perfect trip victory. Not so much for number 1, Pond Walker, who got away tardily and then was just very ranked throughout the running. We saw number 2, Paulie, Diamond Hands, be a lot sharper and handier, but Gal in a Rush finally gets a legitimate win.
Yeah, right? I mean, Manny Franco did the right thing. As soon as he saw the 1 got left, he went to the front end, cut off decent fractions, 123.46. They came home pretty fast here, 109 and change to 121. So no disgrace for the two, but you're right. Gal in a Rush, she got the job done. She was much the best today. And you know what? Sometimes you could look at horse and say, okay, the horse hasn't crossed the finish line first ever in her career. Well, today she did. She's got 2 wins. And just that back class against other horses, she just outclassed these ones. And Pound Walker, maybe next time, she just got to get out of the gate. She was a handful for Javier Castellano.
Yeah, when they miss the break and then are ranked, they just never, ever seem to run well. But maybe we'll see her back in relatively short time. But all about Gal in a Rush, as she was third off the layoff, taking kindly to the try at the 7 furlongs today for Christophe Clement, West Point Thoroughbreds, and Jose Ortiz, who's looking to keep things rolling here, taking the early double. As Gal in a Rush, she will get her picture taken. She was a popular winner at 6-5 in the second at Belmont Park. Stay tuned to America's Day at the Races. Thanks for tuning into the program. It's America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. We are proudly brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with your Naira Bets account. And a lot of people, I would think, had Gal in a Rush. Third off the layoff for Christophe Clement. Jose Ortiz, he might be making it tight as we come down to the last week and a half of racing at Belmont Park between him and his brother Nerud Ortiz, who I believe still has to serve one more day of suspension. But we get it down to Richard Migliore, who's standing by with one of the most jovial people in racing, Tom Bellhouse.
Yeah, thank you, Maggie. Executive Vice President for West Point Thoroughbreds. Tom, you've been with West Point a long time. We'll get to that. Let's talk about Gal in a Rush. You're up there watching from the box seats. She looked like she was a winner every step.
Yeah, it doesn't happen that often, Richie, but it really was a race where on paper it looked like there wasn't a ton of speed, and when one of the horses we thought would be on the lead didn't break well, Jose just perfect trip, sat off Diamond Hands, and when he asked her, she responded. She's a really nice horse. Had some tough luck. I know people love to hate on her sometimes, but she really is a horse that tries. And Christophe uses the Ragozin sheets as a guide, and she paired up 11s on both of those second places. And not many places in the country can you pair up 11s and not break through that non-winners of one condition. So we're super excited for the partners and get this filly across the finish line for the first time in her career, and put some of that other stuff to bed, and hopefully you know, she's been real good to us. Hopefully give us a thrill up in Saratoga in a few weeks.
Well, we know Saratoga is West Point's favorite time of the year.
Absolutely.
You've got 4 more horses in here today, 1 at Delaware. Tom, you started out as a partner with West Point 20 some odd years ago, and for 15 years now have been the executive vice president, or worked your way up to executive vice president. Tell us about that journey. How did it all begin?
Well, it started right here at Belmont Park. I was a fan, and you know, we've talked over the years when you grew up in the late 70s as a teenager, and in the time of Aladar Affirmed and Seattle Slew and Forgo, it was just a magical time for racing, and I just always had a passion for it, and did a lot of other things in my career and in my life, but never lost that passion. Always came back to the Belmont every year, and my grandparents lived right in Franklin Square, so this has always been my home track, even though I live in Saratoga now. But that passion never waned, and Terry took a shot on me, and I took a big shot on West Point about 15 years ago. I left a division of Chrysler that I had worked at, and figured I'd have a chance to try to do something I wake up every morning and just love doing, and never look back.
Tom, congratulations. And, you know, the game is better for having people like Tom Bellhouse and that passion shining through. Certainly someone you should need to look up in Saratoga.
Could not agree more, Meg. Love seeing Tom, whether it's at the track, in the paddock, especially in the winner's circle. Paul.
Yeah, and he was mentioning there Terry Finley, and Terry literally one of the best human beings you can meet on the racetrack. And West Point Thoroughbreds, listen, there's been a lot of conglomerates out there that buy horses. West Point Thoroughbreds is solid as can be. They got solid people, and they're just great people. Terry, Bill, and you can go on and on.
They just have the longevity.
Yeah, they do.
They really do. And, of course, they'll be represented in 2 races from now, as they'll send out QF75 as well as Dripping Gold in that allowance on the turf. Coming up next, though, is race number 3, a salty-looking allowance race. Paulie going a mile on the main track. And right now, we see 3 horses at virtually the same price. Film Star, who ran very well for Linda Rice, first time out, Reserve Currency, and Victory Way.
This is a tough race in here. I thought Whittingham Park had a little bit in a look in here. Victory Way is taking money for Lascano and Mott, a horse that ran 3rd in the Bayshore behind Joey Freshwater. This is a very wide open field of horses. I thought this is one of the most difficult races on the card.
That race coming up in 21 minutes. Well, the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation has a philosophy: adopt 1 horse and save 2. Well, Heather and Joe Rio took that approach and ran with it when they adopted Dawn to Dusk back in 2018. Little did they know, Dusky would bring them so much more.
We are so happy to be here in Chestertown, New York, at the beautiful home of Heather and Joe Rio, their daughter Hazel, and one of the luckiest horses I've ever met, Dusk to Dawn.
Dusk to Dawn turns for home with a 5-length lead.
2018 was the first summer that we brought horses up to Saratoga. We called it our TRF Saratoga Summer Farm, and we brought 4 or 5 horses up from the Wallkill Correctional Facility. Dusky was one of them.
I asked Joe, can we please go see the horses? I'd love to go see horses for my birthday.
We had a lot of people visiting. It was all about introducing our herd ambassadors, but then this sort of magical connection established.
It was love at first sight when I saw him running through that paddock. So my husband Joe turned to me and just said, I see it in your face. You're in love with Dusky. For your birthday, I want to get you a horse. I started crying in the barn. I'm like, I'm around all these people. So I found a barn in Fort Anne, about 20 minutes from us. But I had my daughter, and COVID happened. And they locked down barns, and you couldn't go to the barns freely to go visit. And that's when I really started thinking, I want him home. I need him home with me so I can be there.
Was this arena here? Was that barn here?
No, so we found the house and we ended up having an excavator come in and clear the land, bring in sand, and Joe built all the fencing around, found a place to build the barn.
I would call this the house that Dusky built.
Yes, definitely.
Did you have any idea that it was just down the road from where Dusky had been born?
I knew that Dusky was a Chestertown Farms racehorse. Had no idea we were moving to the same street that he was actually born on.
Oh my gosh.
Just, you know, a couple miles down the road.
It, to me and to all of us at the TRF, is an example of a fairy tale ending.
The most fun part to me is being able to show my daughter the lifestyle of having a horse, teaching her how to clean the barn. She loves throwing the shavings down and sweeping up and giving Dusky lots of treats. You know, being able to give her back what my dad gave to me.
When a family adopts a horse from the TRF herd, they not only adopt one, they save two by making a space in our herd where we can take another horse into our care. You know your mommy is a hero for the horses? She is. And you're her little horsey helper. You're the hero helper. Is that right?
The Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation doing so much good for horses and aftercare when it's become such an important topic. The Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation superseded all of that as they are celebrating their 40th year active. For more information, you can visit trfinc.org and find all sorts of ways to help out the TRF. And Meg, I know you especially have helped the TRF in many ways. You, in fact, auctioned your cooking services away for their benefit last year. But talk a little bit about what they do from the overall standpoint and helping these horses.
Yeah, just an incredible organization that is so dedicated to horses after their racing careers are over. And a lot of them, you know, just are suitable to be pasture pets, pasture ornaments, if you will, that the ones that won't have a second career, but they go into some great programs. And Maggie, I know you did a tremendous piece at Wallkill talking to some of the men and women that work with these horses and what a difference and profound impact it makes on their life. And listen, it's incumbent upon everybody within the industry that works with these horses, derives their living, to make sure that they have a safe, dignified retirement. And I think it's definitely my responsibility. As much as horses have given me, I can never repay that debt. So we are trying out my culinary prowess in Saratoga, 2 different dinners where I'll be cooking for people. Hopefully it goes well. Maybe I can recruit you as a sous chef, Maggie, so I can blame you if things go wrong. But also, I do backstretch history tours in Saratoga now. I don't know if there's any dates left. I thought we had a few Thursdays still open, but you can go to the TRF website, contact Kim Weir, and the bigger the donation, the more likely that I'll figure out a day we can fit it in.
Meg, I can help you with dishes. I cannot help you cooking. Polly, maybe, are you a good cook?
I'm okay. I'm not even close to Meg's level.
Not close to Meg. None of us are. Well, Meg, thank you so much for doing that and those backstretch tours. I mean, Meg's just a wealth of knowledge and history.
He's an encyclopedia. And listen, the TRF just does an unbelievable job. And it's something that really, me as an owner, I owned horses for almost 20-some-odd years when I was playing Major League Baseball, and it was my job, I always felt as an owner, when my horse was going down the claiming level. I had one horse called Luigi that I named after my father that could not run a step, and as he went down the claiming level, he broke his maiden at Turf Bears 5,000. Somebody had claimed him. I bought him back for the 5,000 and then sold him actually for $1, and it was the best thing I ever did, and he's actually still alive with the girl that I sold him to. So, just that piece is just all you need to know. I mean, if you see Dusty just rolling around, he's having a ball. To have that little girl feeding a horse like that and have the same experience that her mother had, I'm just wondering if Dusty ever sneaks out late at night and checks out his old home. He goes over there and checks out his old bedroom. You know what I mean?
Hey, Chester and Mary. And the Promans. I mean, they speak for themselves of what they've done for the New York bred industry. But the TRF, as we get ready to gear up for Saratoga, you could check out and maybe their TRF summer barn, and they will be present at that place right there, as we are less than 2 weeks away from opening day, which is July 13th up at the spa. Can't wait, Polly. Lots of work for us, but a lot more fun coming up next on America's Day at the Races.
Independence Hall is hands down one of the most impressive horses I've ever seen physically.
Independence Hall is pouring it on here in the Nashua Stakes, won by maybe a dozen lengths.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Fayette.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
That's right. You can watch us on Big Fox on Saturdays up at the spa and every single day in between on FS1 and FS2. Holly, I know we get so excited. It's just the champions that you see. It never is lost on me. The equine and human talent that's on display every single day at the spa.
You're right. I mean, like you said, there's a stakes race, the quality that comes there. Everybody wants to take their picture in the Saratoga Winner's Circle. Mary Lou Whitney built the house. She built the whole darn place, let's be honest. And there's the stakes schedule on Fox, and just a dynamite schedule. Looking forward to all those, especially looking forward to the Whitney. I've said it multiple times, to see Cody's Wish. And then the Travers is going to decide a lot, I would think, for the 3-year-old division. Now with 2 fills, unfortunately, out, and hopefully he'll be okay. But it's going to be very interesting. Saratoga is going to decide a lot of, I think, Eclipse Awards by the end of the day.
It usually does.
Yep.
As Travers, my birthday this year. What a present.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. Kind of. If you feel like working a lot on your birthday.
Yeah, I guess.
I always do. It's fine. Race number 3 coming up here at Belmont, though. A salty little allowance race going a mile. We see some New York breds such as Whittington Park facing off against some horses who are coming in off fast races, including Film Star. But for more on this race, we get a paddock report with Mig.
Yeah, Maggie, and I'm going to talk first about a horse that I really don't think has much of a chance here. But I like the horse, and I've always been a fan of him. He's just a handsome dude. Is the one Bezos. I just love a horse with that long foretop. He's got a nice look to him. I like the way he carries himself. Honestly, he's a horse I'd like to take home. I could see myself making him into a nice hunter jumper. He should have a say in how this race is run from a pace standpoint, but he is a good-looking horse, and I just like him. The 2, Whittington Park, got saddled, was acting a little bit agitated, I thought. And he seems to settle down now in the walking ring. I'm going to keep an eye on him. I mean, solid-looking son of Midnight Loot. Kind of looks a lot like Midnight Loot. Kind of got that, maybe not as much height, but certainly that kind of thick look to him. The 4-horse, I believe, Reserve Currency, making a nice impression. He's getting a little bit on his toes now. People, actually somebody smooched at him over there on the side. I wish people wouldn't do that. Horses react to those kind of sounds, but he looks terrific. From the Chad Brown barn, you would expect as much. Horse that absolutely gets the paddock check mark, and I think is going to love stretching out here to the mile, is the 6 Victory Way. This is just a really imposing son of City of Light. Went right from a maiden win into the Bayshore, was under pressure from more seasoned and horses with more foundation. I thought he comported himself well in the Bayshore, and he is outstanding from a physical perspective, Maggie.
He is. He's a tall glass of water. We see Hall of Famer Bill Mott there in the foreground. Andy, get out of the shot. He always finds a way to be on TV somehow, Paulie, doesn't he?
Oh, my goodness.
Anyway, Bill Mott thought highly of Victory Way, or high enough, I should say, to put him in the grade 3 Bayshore, Paulie, and he was game.
Yeah.
He was in an uncomfortable spot throughout there. Down on the rail is Linda Rice. She's going to send out a major player in here, Film Star, and she's looking to pad that lead. She's 4 ahead of Chad Brown.
Yeah, so you got Linda Rice 4 ahead of Chad Brown. You got Irad Ortiz 4 ahead of his brother, Jose Ortiz. So still a lot to be said here with some racing dates. But, yeah, listen, Victory Way, that's kind of not Bill Mott's MO to stick a horse right into, a grade 3 unless he was doing very well. And you're right, he ran on well. I thought he was game. He kind of broke a tiny bit flat-footed, but he got on his feet real quick and went to the front end. He's pretty fast. So I would think maybe he goes towards the front end here, Mags. I mean, obviously he's a little bit inexperienced, and here it is. Listen, I thought he was tough most of the way. He got left. He had a rush up into the inside and just kind of lost the duel, but Joey Freshwater was able to run down, win the race actually, and he just gets run down here for third late, or for second, excuse me.
Look, Gilmore didn't run that badly going back to the Woody Stevens either. So who is the horse who comes and nips him here at the end. And the only thing I was a little bit curious about, it looked like he just wanted to lean out. And that's, I think it was just because he was getting tired.
Yeah.
Now, is he that horse that fools you? I always wonder about this because I've been around some really tall, lanky horses that you think want all the ground in the world, and they actually just turn out to be stone-cold sprinters.
Kind of true. And one thing that is key is the 2 and the 6 here come out of stakes races, so they do get Lasix back on.
All right, kicking off the post parade, the one that Mig wants to take home. He is a good-looking boy. Bezos, he was once the fastest horse in the world, Paulie. Did you know that?
Yeah, for Bob Baffert. I can't believe you brought that up, and I remember that. This horse used to be an old Bob Baffert horse and was well touted, but the career has not turned out well. Maybe he'll end up in Mig's backyard.
There's a respectable New York bred, Whittington Park, looking for win number 5.
I'm with you. This horse is a New York bred that has gone into open company, has done okay. Pretty honest horse. Gets Lasix back and is 3 for 10 in the last 2 years.
Film Star has run well despite 2 seconds for Linda Rice after he was claimed.
Yeah, this horse has been a favorite 2 of the last 3 starts, and last time out really ran too well to lose. I would think one of the ones in here for sure.
Coming in off a little bit of a break is Reserve Currency.
Chad's good with these kind of moves when he takes a horse off the break. Did win by 9 at Aqueduct. Never been over the Belmont Strip.
Ship Stational is looking for his 4th win and first since coming back off the long layoff.
He's not in great form, but he loves Belmont, so that could be a key.
Here's number 6, Victory Way. We'll see how he handles the extra furlong.
Yeah, he's got to handle the extra furlong. He's got to handle a tiny bit of a layoff, but Mig thinking that this horse is looking well in the paddock, so I'll take his word, obviously.
Here is one for Linda Rice, too. Always dangerous horse off the claim, Costa Terra.
This is my dangerous horse right here, Costa Terra. This horse comes from way, way out of it. So a horse that is going to need some speed up front. If speed happens, look for Katie Davis down the middle of the racetrack.
Victor Martinez on track today. He'll send out Mr. Swagger as well as Little Vic a little later on.
Yeah, Victor had a ton of swagger when he played. So this one by McLean's Music. And this horse won first time out at Aqueduct and put blinkers on after the win, but did run pretty well last time at Monmouth, not without a shot.
I think it's a little interesting. Yeah. 7 furlongs might be the perfect distance for him, but we are offering a new promotion over at Naira Bets. Bet $75 on each Belmont Park, Ellis, and Woodbine today and earn that $25 bonus, win or lose. Make sure you opt in, though, over at NairaBets.com. Taking a look at number 2, Whittington Park. Nice warm-up there, of course, beneath the warm-up master, Kendrick Carmouche, for Jeremiah Engelhard and 10 Strike Racing. We'll take a look back at his effort 2 back, which did result in a victory he over at Aqueduct, going the 2-turn mile and an 1/8. He is a horse, though, Paulie, that likes a little pace to run at.
Yeah.
He might get it here.
He might. I think he might be more effective at a mile, although he's never had a win. And he's never run well here at Belmont. I originally liked this horse, and I'm kind of going to stick with him, even though he's never run well here. at Belmont, but he's won races. He's run some other races. The races where he's ran higher speed figures, he's kind of lost. He's lost those races. So we'll see what happens today. He's maybe a little bit cut below Film Star. You know, the 2 Linda Rice horses, the 3 and the 6, I thought were players in there. Where the 4 Reserve Currency, I thought this horse had to improve a little bit off the layoff. Obviously, Chad can make this horse improve, but I thought this was a salty field. A horse that's won 1 race against like a 2 that's won 4 races, and
I could not agree with you more.
The 5's won 3 races.
I am, and 2, I'm a little suspect of the company that he kept last time, and he was beaten by his stablemate Systemic Change, who did not run particularly well in a subsequent start. As we'll check back in with Richie trackside. What are you seeing from the New York bred Whittington Park, Meg?
You know, Maggie, I was a little bit concerned when I watched him in the paddock, but he really settled in nicely. He galloped off beautifully, and I like that. You know, we talk about why do I like a big warm-up? Well, one, if a horse is a little bit nervous or on edge, it lets him disperse some of that nervous energy, and they settle in. He made a nice impression on the racetrack. Like I said, I thought he was getting a little agitated in the paddock, but I think it's a non-factor. He just looks really good and warmed up well on the racetrack. The 3 Film Star, I tell you what, he was, to me, a little bit nondescript in the paddock. I was watching him walk off the wrong way in the post parade, and I just loved his walk. Now, people at home go, well, what does walking have to do with running? I just love a horse with a purposeful walk, puts his hind legs down with conviction, overtracks just a little bit, meaning he just oversteps his front hoof print just a little bit. I don't like it too much because I think that leads to, you know, like, to you to believe there's maybe some mechanical issue with their stride, but just enough, just a little bit. I loved his walk. I think he looked absolutely fantastic on the racetrack. I'm going to go with the 6 Victory Way, lightly raced, still facing more seasoned rivals, but I think this horse is going to relish a mile, and I just was so taken away with him, the way he looked physically in the paddock, and continued to like him in the warm-up. So I'm going to go with my gut with number 6 from the Bill Mott barn, Victory Way.
Victory Way, 3-year-old taking on some older company for the first time and only his 3rd career start. Paulie, Meg, thank you for that. But Victory Way, obviously, he's got a lot of talent. Are they throwing a lot at him a little too soon?
They could be. Him being a 3-year-old, he does get 7 pounds for those people that are weight players. And sometimes I know people that play sheets, and when Mig did the interview, Christophe Clement mentioning that he uses the Ragussons. Sometimes Ragussons or Thoroughgraph will count 7 pounds as a point. So it depends how you want to call it. You get Jose Lezcano. But, yeah, I mean, this horse had 2 lifetime starts, running against a field that's pretty good. You know, the 3 Film Star is usually right there. Whittington Park usually right there. I don't know. I mean, I thought the 4 was a play against in here, to be honest, and he'll probably win the race. Reserve Currency, I just think.
So did I.
You know
he's a shoo-in then.
Well,
now.
the thing is, he won at 45 cents on the dollar. He beat Systemic Change. Okay, so then he came back and he faced the same rival. So, and Systemic Change did not come back and run well. And again, I get it. It's Chad, and it's hard to leave any of his horses off the ticket, especially with Klarovich as well. And I'm sure this horse will improve. But I just thought there was other horses in here that were just faster.
Well, let's, look at his race 2 back, for instance, with regards to Reserve Currency. Celestial Moon majority partner, what would they be in this field? I mean, they'd probably be about 3-1, right?
Yeah, somewhere in that area, yeah. I mean,
he's 5-2. Like, what? I get it. It's a Chad Brown horse. It could improve, but he's kind of shown. I feel like he is what he is, and maybe getting back to a fast track will help his chances. He's had 2 subsequent sloppy track efforts after coming back off the layoff when breaking his maiden, but I question him, especially at a short price. I think Film Star is the horse to beat.
Mm-hmm. I don't disagree with you there at all.
Though, are you concerned that he's coming in off of an off-the-turf race? Though, I mean, I feel like there were legitimate dirt horses in there.
Yeah, I'm not really that concerned because you go back and you see that race for Brad Cox. I get it. It's Brad Cox, but Linda Rice is pretty darn good. And this horse has some back races. The 1-turn mile at Churchill 12-horse field, lost to Uber Kirk, who's actually a decent little runner for Dale Romans. So when I look at FilmStar and I see, okay, 11-horse fields in that, and I know he only ran in a 5-horse field. Last time, you look at Reserve Currency, squashed a 6-horse field, I get it, but lost in a 6-horse field, lost in a 7-horse field. I just, I prefer the 2 because look at the 2 field sizes. Field sizes matter. To me, they do. So I landed on the 2, and I think the 6 is going to run a big race. I'm kind of with Mig, but I'm with you. The 3 is the horse to beat off that last race. You just got to wonder if he can repeat it.
They are beginning to move into line. Let's talk a little bit about the long shot. I think you were a little interested, too, in number 8, Mr. Swagger for Juan Avila, sorry. As he's looking for his first win since breaking his maiden in what was a fast race, first time out back at Aqueduct. For me, I thought that maybe they just threw too much at him too soon with the Grade 3 Gotham and the Grade 2 Wood Memorial, and he is just more of a sprinter.
Yeah, he is. His best races are around 1 turn. They tried 2 turns in the Wood. It didn't work out. I have a feeling this horse is going to run big, especially at 11-1. In Juan Avila, when he ships in here and Victor Martinez is in attendance, they usually run.
Let's see if it could be a good way to start the day for Juan Avila and Victor Martinez as they will send out Little Vic and the John Nerud as we head up to track announcer John Embriel for the call of race 3 from Belmont.
And they're off. Shipsational, Bezos from the rail. Bezos now takes the lead. Victory Way and Filmstar are heads apart 2nd and 3rd with Reserve Currency. Next in 4th, Shipsational is in between horses with Mr. Swagger and the yellow blinkers on the extreme outside. Then it's Whittington Park who runs in 7th. Costa Terra trails the field in 8th. Big long shot. Bezos leads by 2 lengths with Filmstar running in 2nd through a quarter in 23 seconds. Bezos is the leader. Filmstar runs in 2nd. Victory Way and Mr. Swagger are heads apart 3rd and 4th. Then it's 2.5 lengths. Reserve Currency is down at the rail. And alongside is Shipsational. Whittington Park next to last. Costa Terra is at the back. 1/2 mile in 46 seconds. Bezos, Filmstar getting closer now. Bezos by a neck. Filmstar on the outside in 2nd. With Victory Way in 3rd. It's almost 5 lengths now. Back to Mr. Swagger as Whittington Park now gets in gear as they come for the quarter pole. Here is Filmstar now to take the lead. Victory Way on the outside moving up. Bezos is back running in 3rd. Whittington Park is in 4th. 3/4 in 1:11. The field is in the stretch. Filmstar on the inside and Victory Way on the outside. Victory Way to the front. Filmstar down towards the rail. And Whittington Park is in 3rd. It is Victory Way with the lead as they come on for the finish. Victory Way and Jose Lascano. Filmstar held 2nd. Whittington Park was 3rd. Farther back, Costa Terra finished 4th.
Nice horse for Bill Mott, Jose Lascano, and Victory Way. We were noting, Paulie, Jose Lascano looked uber confident throughout the running of that mile.
He did. And Jose is not a guy that's a confident type of rider. He's not the guy that looks under his arm, tries to be that kind of guy. You can tell he's just got a load of horse. I looked over at you. I'm like, wow, this 6 is loaded. The ears are up. The money was right. And, Bill Mott, you were talking about it. His, in the open, white-hot barn. He's got Candyman Rocket in the Nerud a little bit later. And, Filmstar ran his race. 6 just ran him down. I thought Whittingham Park ran his race, too. Kendrick kept him back. He made his move. 6 just turned out the best here.
Yeah, and beating Older Company, Victory Way, a son of City of Light out of a Giants Causeway. I always love seeing Giants Causeway in any pedigree. But I'm sure Jose Lascano happy to be reunited with this guy as he missed riding him in the Grade 3 Bayshore due to that injury that he sustained that week of the Wood Memorial. So I'm sure for a rider, it's always such a thrill to get back on a horse you really like.
Well, the crazy part is that we focus so much on Irad and Jose. They're doing great things. They're only 4 wins apart from each other. Jose Lezcano's winning 21% of his mounts this year.
That's amazing.
It's crazy.
And for a guy, too, that has missed some time.
Yeah.
You know, he's tough, and he's taken some tumbles. So really happy to see Jose Lezcano really having quite a year so far and gets the win here with Victory Way for Pam and Martin Wygod. This 3-year-old relishing the Belmont surface on America's Day at the Races. Stay tuned. So much more to come.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
Poppy Flowers putting in a late burst here. They come for the finish. Here is Nagarok, who takes off. Nagarok will roll. Nagarok.
Out of a Galileo mare, this dual surface star has sired juvenile stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
America's Day at the Races rolls on as we are brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. As we see Victory Way, well, it's kind of perfect because he's marching down Victory Way into the winner's circle. He returns 8:20 for the win over the favorite Film Star, as we will check in with the MIG, who's standing by with a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, thanks, Maggie. Hall of Famer Bill Mott, the youngest trainer ever inducted into racing's Hall of Fame, supplanting Alan Jerkins, who was the youngest before you. But Bill, Victory Way, I mean, off a maiden race, you put him right in the base yard, and you're a trainer that kind of does things, you know, gradually. He must have been showing you a lot.
Well, he was quite impressive in his training. His maiden race was very good, and then I guess there was probably just the timing of it. There weren't any allowance races that came up at that point in time. I think you're kind of locked in the wintertime maybe a race like the Bayshore. But anyway, he came out of that, had to give him a little time. He had gotten a little sick, and, now he's back today, but he looked good.
Well, Bill, he took on older horses today, and some seasoned, tough, veteran older horses, and he did it easily.
Right. Well, you know what I mean? It's nice to see that. I mean, he's got some talent, and he's got a good disposition and a good mind, and it all came together this afternoon.
Physically, he looks like a horse that'll want more ground, too. I mean, he did the mile very well.
Hard to tell. I mean, I'm sure at some point in time we're going to get that opportunity to give him a try, and usually Saratoga is a place you can do it because they run, quite a few two-turn races up there with the mile and an eighth, so we may have that opportunity up there.
Bill, obviously the longevity of your career and just a high level of excellence for so long, but would you say that possibly you might have the deepest pool of talent in your barn right now? It feels like you've got a lot of bench strength.
Very deep. I mean, we were pretty deep back in 95, 96 when we had the Paulson horses with Cigar and some of those, we had quite a lineup then, and it goes through phases. I mean, it's such an interesting game because we wound up, I was very lucky this year to wind up with some of the older horses that I have, because you could have gone down the list and seen where a number of those horses could have been retired because they had done enough. A couple of them had done enough. They could have gone to the stud barn, or a couple of the fillies had done enough. They could have gone to the broodmare barn. But just lucky enough, I got to keep them for another year. So when you're able to gather those old class horses up and keep them in the barn, it kind of keeps things ticking over. Now we're looking at the 2-year-olds and hoping that we can fill those spots when some of these horses are retired.
Well, Bill, things are going great. Congratulations. And guys, I think those horses can continue to be successful at older ages because of the horsemanship from Bill Mott. And if you were a kid out there and want to be a horse trainer and you want to be the youngest guy ever inducted in the Hall of Fame, you better start when you're about 15.
I think he did. Bill originally from North Dakota, South Dakota? Yes.
Yes, one of the Dakotas, yeah.
And
wow.
It's just, look at that lineup. Obviously, Cody's Wish is the barn star at the moment, but boy, does he have a backup band with him. Elite Power looks to keep that win streak alive. He's searching for his 8th win in a row. He'll be targeting those Saratoga sprints. And, I mean, we'll see Candyman Rocket today. He's in our John Nerud, and he has a good, eclectic mix of horses. It's not like he has all just these good 3-year-olds or all just good sprinters. He has some turf horses. He has some distance horses. So it's all about riding the wave when you're a trainer.
He's loaded. and honestly, I might go on a limb and say he might have the best 3-year-old filly in Cecilia, who's closed hatches baby, who.
A full sister to.
Oh my God, she's a freak, and she won at 6 furlongs. She won at 7 furlongs, and you look at Elite Power and you look at Cody's Wish. I wish they'd run a match race against each other. I don't know which one's better. But Cody's Wish is right now a machine. I can't wait for him to run in the Whitney. But you look at that roster, and Bill's horses are just firing everywhere. He's a Hall of Fame trainer for a reason.
He was the one with Cigar that really cemented my future when it comes to this industry. Obviously growing up in it, but really opened my eyes.
You make a good thing about Cigar.
Yeah.
The hardest thing as a trainer is to keep a horse winning. And for him to have, obviously Cigar with that win streak, when Bill's horses get in good form, they tend to stay in good form. That's what makes him so great.
I could not agree more. As you just saw the slate for today's 4th race coming up, and it's just the tip of the iceberg here on this Saturday afternoon with those graded stakes events. We'll have the perfect sting tomorrow as Chad Brown will send out technical analysis. He's looking for his 3rd win in that stake, and then a duo of New York bred races on the turf. We're looking forward to them. And kind of, we needed the turf division to bridge the gap to the Saratoga ones that we always have the Friday before the Travers, as we will take a look now at the Dwyer Stakes coming up. Probably it's race number 6 today, and Saudi Crown, a horse that you had the opportunity to see down at Churchill this spring. He's looking to remain undefeated, yet stretch things out.
Yeah, in this first start, he was able to rate on the outside. On this day, he got put under pressure, and it looked like he was going to get kind of put away. But I like how he kind of reaches a little bit. He's a little high-headed. I don't love he's a little high-headed, but I want to ask you, is he reaching for the wire here, Maggie, or is he just high-headed? Because he seems like he pins his ears back up like he wants to do more at the end. He's an always dreaming. He's at best always dreaming so far, and he obviously is a gray because he gets that from the bottom side tap it.
Yes, of course, visually you'd love to see a horse drop their head and level off, but you never see his stride deteriorate, Polly. He definitely extends himself well despite the mechanics of his head carriage. Yeah. You think about Channel Maker, for instance.
Right? Yeah.
He looks like the running giraffe. Yeah. But this is an exciting proposition, as you mentioned. We'll see if he can stretch things out to the mile today, as he'll take on a little bit more of an experienced foe in the 8-5 on the morning line is Fort Bragg. He'll return to the barn of Bob Baffert and put blinkers on. He was running, Paulie, in this Pat Day mile with cheek pieces.
Yeah, he was running with cheek pieces, which you see a lot more in Europe. So it's a little bit like a cutter blinker, a little bit more than that. Listen, General Jim just out-finished him to the wire. He's on the inside, General Jim on the outside. But I thought both horses went away from the group, so no disgrace here at all. Blinkers go on. Now, he's worn blinkers one time before. The horse did win that race because it made special weight. Johnny V aboard. I would think this horse is going to fire another big shot in here back in the Bob Baffert barn. And when Bob makes a change, it's usually a pretty good change.
Yeah, I wonder why they put him on, got the win, and immediately took them off thereafter. Maybe it was a little bit more aggressive, but I think it's a gradual progression from those cheek pieces back to the blinkers. And we'll see if the bad boy, the so-called new bad boy of Belmont Park, Harrodsburg, can behave himself in the preliminaries. He was a late scratch for the Woody Stevens back on Belmont Stakes Day, Paulie, after getting loose in the paddock. I know that Rob Atras and his team had schooled him relentlessly leading up to that race. It still didn't work because this day, when he was just narrowly defeated against older company, he was acting up very badly in the paddock that day too.
This horse is so talented too, because, you know, Jose Vargas at the top of the lane kept looking around like left, right, like he had a load of horse instead of just going. I can't believe the horse lost the race, to be honest. We got the worst Bob as can be, but I will say this horse wants to go the distance of a mile. He needs to behave in the paddock. He's facing a very good field today, but he has the talent to win this race, and Manny Franco will take over the irons today. We'll see what happens. I saw Rob coming in today, and he's excited. He just is like, I might have to pony him, which sometimes they might have to pony him in the paddock to keep him quiet, right?
Right, exactly. You won't see the groom on their head. They'll just already be attached to the pony, kind of like a babysitter, a little bit of a security blanket for those that do tend to get nervous. So we'll be anxiously awaiting the Grade 3 Dwyer. But first up, it is today's fourth race, mile and a quarter on the inner turf course, as we do see number 4, Space Launch. He's second off a layoff, and Christophe Clement looking for his second win on this card.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off.
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
The rumblings started early and only intensified, with performances that sent shockwaves across the nation. At the center of it all,
Epicenter is at the top of the 3-year-old class in the Run Happy Travers.
Epicenter, 3-year-old champion by Not This Time. Coolmore America, home of champions.
Buy in July, the Fasig-Tipton July Selected Yearling Sale, the first major yearling sale of the year. Ranked number 1 by percentage of stakes winners, stakes horses, and 2-year-old winners. The July sale is also among the nation's top sources of graded stakes winners. Recent star graduates include Grade 1 winners Feza and Chocolate Gelato, plus this growing list of graded stakes winners. The Fasig-Tipton July sale of selected yearlings, Tuesday, July 11th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Grand Central Station. Not quite here at beautiful Belmont Park. It's a lot more bucolic than that, but you are watching America's Day at the Races. We are proudly brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Check out NairaBets.com today. We have horses in the paddock for today's fourth race, and we will head down there and get a paddock report from our very own Eclipse Award-winning jockey, Richard Migliori.
Wow, that was some introduction. That clip score was many, many years ago. I'm going to talk about the entry first. The one QF75 from the Christophe Clement barn and the 1A Dripping Gold, trained by Shug McGahee, both owned by West Point Thoroughbreds, MBS stable. Looking at QF75, he's a horse I take a shine to. I like the way he's turned out. He's a horse that's got a little bit of a white eye, kind of got a look to him. He's a horse that is better when he's able to kind of control things on the front end like he did two back. I think there's a little too much speed going on here for him to project to get that kind of trip. The 1A Dripping Gold. Listen, he's trained by a Hall of Famer in Shug McGahee. He ran well last time against Daunt, who will be my top selection unless something changes watching him warm up. But Dripping Gold looks fantastic. I like the way he's turned out. I think he's got the right style because he's versatile. He's a horse that can lay up a little bit close if they go too slow. If they go a little quicker, he can drop out. And with good skating here, I would imagine you're going to see some pace on. And then the 6 Daunt, making his third start off the layoff. Mark Keller, the owner, Bobby Robato, he just makes a lot of sense. He wants, every bit of a mile and a quarter and probably beyond. Looks great. I mean, here he is now as a 4-year-old, and I think he's finally showing all the maturity. He always showed a lot of promise, but it feels like he's just putting it all together at the right time, and I think he's going to get the last run, or the best run, if you will, under Javier Castellano.
As we see Manny Franco in the paddock, he will be riding the New York bred Tulane here for Graham Motion. And Paulie, Tulane's going to be second off a layoff. Last time he was wired by Dr. Davis. We'll go back to his victory 2 starts ago over at the Big A, mile and 3/8 on the turf. I actually was a little dubious of him getting a mile and 3/8, but he proved me wrong and ran one of his best races to date.
It was him and Dripping Gold all the way down to the wire here, and wow, this turned out to be just a bob of the heads. And Tulane's kind of horse that Manny Franco's ridden probably the last 6 or 7 times, and he gets along with this son of Cantheros. He's won 3 times. He's won by a nose, a half a length. So he doesn't win by much, but he usually comes running.
But, I mean, you and I talked about it. When you're dealing with the New York bred, sometimes they have a little bit of an edge in these open allowance races because they've won more races.
More races, yes. They've won, Tulane's won 5 races. Horse is 3 for 6 over the Belmont Strip, so there's an advantage there. You do have a couple horses in here that have run well over the Belmont Strip. So, the entry in here, the 1A, the one's probably going to cut the fractions like Mig was saying. The 1A Dripping Gold, we saw that win last time. He's another horse that kind of lost by a nose, lost by a neck. So a lot of these horses in here don't love to win their races by a touch. And this was against Space Launch, and Space Launch in this effort ended up finishing 4th. So
and Daunt is in here too.
Yeah, and all these horses. So now you got to discern. Okay, is this race a kind of race you'd go to, Maggie, or do you kind of throw out? You know what I mean, or play against?
That's the thing. I think it is a strong. I say that, and the winner that day, who was the favorite for Chad Brown in Portfolio Company, was such a handful for Joel Rosario. He kind of broke a little slow, and then he started running off and was battling with a 40-1 shot on the front end. And Joel finally got him to settle, and he's throwing his head up in the air, and he still won with that much separation between him and the rest of the field, a half a length in the end over Daunt. But I remember really, really liking Daunt, and I thought he had a good trip. Space Launch maybe a little bit wide, but I think they both ran respectable races in the end.
Yeah, let me ask you a question. Has Daunt gotten better as a 4-year-old? His numbers keep on getting better.
Physically, Paulie, this is the best I've ever seen him
If you look at his pattern,
yep,
he's basically, for a sheep player, he's actually a very good play, I think, because his numbers are going forward, even with the distance to a mile and 1/8. Is he ready to step it to a mile and a quarter? He's won at a mile and 3/8. So I think it's 5-2. I mean, the board right now is, they're focusing on 5 horses, even though there's an entry. But I do think Daunt is a dangerous player in here.
Yeah, and now he's third off of a layoff. I think he improved from his first to second start off the bench. He looks a picture there on the screen. We heard Mig talk about him. I think he should be favored. I think he should be the horse to beat, though they're all about number 4 Space Launch in here, maybe thinking that he needed his last, though I thought he looked incredibly fit. He's okay, and he's run fast races, but he's not the winningest type, you know?
No, he's not. I mean, I ended up picking him, and the only reason why, I thought he might be the most tactical horse in the race. He seems like he can go to the front. He seems like he can come from behind. But there's also a worry, have they found out his running style? And he does have 2 wins. He's never been fancied at the betting window. He's been favored 1 time in his 12 career starts. So it's interesting that he's favored right now. Or right, he's co-favored, but he is favored currently.
West Point also looking for another win with Christophe Clement. They'll kick off the post parade with QF75.
Yeah, I would think this one's going to be the speed here, and I would think Kendrick's going to send, especially for Dripping Gold, the 1A.
Yeah, here he is, Dripping Gold for Shug McGahee. Jose Lascano looking for another win.
This horse ran big, 2-back, didn't run that bad last time out, so, good form, and I can understand why people like the 1A.
Here's the snuggliest horse I've ever known in number 2, Brazilian Air. He could be the speed from the inside.
That's actually true, and he's never missed a board here at Belmont. So if you're looking for a long shot, not the worst 21-to-1 shot.
Number 3, Tulane. He's a New York bred, second off the bench.
Yeah, 5 for 13 lifetime, 3 for 6 over this track. Graham Motion, Manny Franco, deserving at about 5-2. Probably is going to float up a tiny bit.
Your 2-to-1 favorite is Space Launch. Probably the other thing with him is, as of late, he seems to run by appointment only.
Kind of true, and you're wondering, like, now if this horse is finally string back-to-back races that he's going pretty good right now.
First-time turf, though, for Mike Maker with number 5, Good Skate.
Always dangerous, right? When Mike puts a horse on the turf, you just pay attention, and you get Johnny V aboard.
Now he's gone to favorite. That's number 6, Dawn. Lovely warm-up.
Yeah, looks tremendous on the racetrack. Kind of with you. I think it's the horse to beat, even though I picked the 4. I do think the 6, Daunt for Mark Keller and Robert Watto, who've been a team for a long time and have sent out a lot of great turf runners.
They really have. You're absolutely right. If you want to play this race, as well as any others on our program or any track around the world, you can do so with a Naira Bets account. Make sure, if you are a new member, you use promo code BONUS200 to earn up to $200 with a deposit match bonus. Check out NairaBets.com for all the details. Taking a look at number 4 in here, Space Launch. It's so funny with this horse. I found this horse so fascinating, Paulie, because he has a total dirt pedigree. I mean, half to many nice dirt horses is by Bernardini, who is not a very good turf sire, yet every time this horse has been in an off-the-turf race, Christophe Clement has scratched him.
Yeah.
I find it, and maybe that's why he doesn't run that often, because he doesn't play nicely with Mother Nature. But I found that so interesting.
He's a tricky horse. I picked him because I liked his numbers, and I like that he's coming back. Now, he was gelded before he ran May 29th, 2022 at Monmouth, and he's gotten better. He ran the 1.25 miles. He just got beat by Dyna Drive. Then he lost to DreamWorks. His last race, he kind of got put behind the 8 ball. I thought Irad ran him, kind of like handled him really with care, thinking sort of like he was the favorite, and he was wide most of the way, and he kept on trucking. So I think the 1.25 miles will be okay. He's making a good appearance on the racetrack. I love that Jose gets aboard. He's already won 2 races on the card. So I'll stick with the 4, but I think the smart money might be on the 6 here, Don.
Meg, it looks like your check mark is at least on the 6.
Yeah, I mean, the favorite, so I'm not really giving any earth-shattering kind of news. I just love the way the horse looks. He makes a lot of sense on paper. He makes a lot of sense from a physical perspective, and that's the double check mark. You know, Maggie, we talk about it all the time. We could love the way a horse looks, but if they're not talented enough to win, it doesn't matter how good they look. It's when you can kind of combine the two things that, you know, they've got the form to kind of back up what you're seeing from a physical perspective. And sometimes you'll see one that the form is great, but physically you just don't like them, so you'll lean in a different direction. I'm not seeing any of that with Daunt. I think he's primed for his best start off the layoff. And honestly, a combination of owner-trainer that's really easy to root for, Mark Keller and Bobby Robato. They've been together forever. And in a game that at times loyalty is not a strong suit in this industry, it's nice to see that kind of loyalty and camaraderie between an owner and a trainer. Been together since the early 80s to current day, and the horse looks fabulous. Bobby's a very capable horseman. We've talked about that a lot since Jenna Antonucci's benchmark win, or landmark win, I should say, in the Belmont Stakes, that there are a lot of capable horse people out there. They just need the opportunity and the horses to train, and I really respect and admire Mark Keller and Bobby Robato for their longevity of their relationship.
I love that, Meg. You're so right. We see a lot of owners bounce around from trainer to trainer, and it's their horse, it's their money, they're allowed to do that. But there's something to be said about loyalty, and it makes watching those people win races that much more rewarding.
It's in every sport now,
and
it's gotten worse and worse. So it's refreshing. It really is.
It is.
Yeah.
As they are heading into line for a good-looking allowance on the turf, mile and a quarter, we send it up to John Imbrial for the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Brazilian Air from the inside is right out for the early lead. And now the entry mates move up. There goes QF75 now to grab the lead. Dripping Gold is on the outside of Brazilian Air. Then comes Good Skate, who is racing in fourth. To his inside is a Space Launch, who's in a bit tight there. At the back of the pack are Daunt and Tulane as they go around the clubhouse turn. So it is QF75, the leader here by a length and a half. Dripping Gold, Brazilian Air, they are heads apart with Good Skate on the outside in fourth and the quarter over the firm turf in 24 seconds. Break of three, back to Space Launch, who sits in fifth, followed by Daunt and Tulane is the trailer. QF75 is the leader here as the field now races up the backstretch. QF75 by a length and a half. Dripping Gold, Brazilian Air, they remain right together, second and third. It's 2.5 lengths. Back to Good Skate, who runs in fourth. Space Launch down at the rail. Alongside is Daunt, and Tulane continues to trail. Half mile, 48 seconds. The pace setter is QF75, leading here by a length and a quarter. Brazilian Air second by a head. Dripping Gold in the white cap on the outside in third. QF75 maintaining the lead here. Brazilian Air is second now by 2. Then Dripping Gold in third. Space Launch has advanced up in the inside to fourth. Then comes Good Skate, who is tailed off, about to be passed by Daunt and then Tulane. They are all still chasing QF75, who leads by 3 lengths at the top of the stretch. Ran 3/4 in 1:11.3. QF75 looking to take them wire to wire here. Dripping Gold on the outside. Here is a Daunt, and here is Tulane, and they're closing in now. Here comes Dripping Gold. Here comes Daunt. Here comes Tulane on the outside. Tulane now to the front. Daunt is right there. Space Launch, late run. They come on for the finish, and it's going to be the New York bred Tulane, a last to first winner under Manny Franco.
Manny Franco with a well-timed victory with Tulane, the New York bred for Graham Motion, just over Daunt. A little bit of trouble, though, for Space Launch as they turn for home.
Yeah, just had nowhere to go. Jose Ortiz was trying to find a spot there on the rail. When the two backed up into his face, he really had nowhere to go. He had to actually go outside of the threes trying to split horses. But a good job by Manny Franco to shut that off right there. You can see he was going to go in between, decided to go outside. And Daunt, who hit the front end, tried to battle back. And you can see now Space Launch gets into gear, but really doesn't make up a ton of ground or has that foot because it's really hard to catch up, especially at 1.25 miles. You kind of emptied out already. But congratulations to Manny Franco, another guy that's been riding very, very well. And this horse is going to play okay in the picks. End up being your 4th choice, I think, in a 6-horse field. That's crazy.
Yeah, 3-1 on Tulane, 3-6-4-1A. Mig, Daunt tried very hard, but Tulane just too much New York bred. I know you can speak of that.
Hey, listen, New York breds are good. I'm a big fan of New York breds, being one myself. Now, that being said, keep an eye on the Turning for Home. Javier Castellano on Daunt, kind of building into his run. And here comes Manny Franco Tulane with a full head of steam. He's got all the momentum. Now Javier finally fully sets Daunt down, and he joins in, but the other horse's momentum had carried him past. Now, he doesn't leave Daunt. If anything, Daunt's trying to come back on him, and it just feels like that maybe if Javier had gotten him running a little bit sooner and had a little bit momentum build up when that horse got to him with momentum, it would have been maybe a different outcome. Listen, Javier's been riding fantastic, fabulous. I just wonder if this one, he might have been better off building him up and getting him running just a touch sooner.
Mig, do you think, if I can keep Mig in here, do you think, though, that Daunt was wanting to kind of find a horse to lay on a little bit? Because he wanted to lay on QF75 a bit, and then when Tulane ran by, he kind of wanted to lay on with him as well.
I think it's a good point, and he is a horse that likes to run with company, so I think it's a very, very valid point. You know, for me, and listen, I haven't ridden in almost 14 years, he'd have been the kind of horse that I would have already had the crop in my left hand, got him set up, got him panned out running, with the idea that I wouldn't want to marry someone I'm going by and be prepared to let somebody kind of take me with them if they come on the outside. I'm splitting hairs. He ran a good race, no visible excuses. I just thought that maybe if he had a little bit more momentum. One thing about Manny Franco, when he commits to something, he commits 100%.
And he is about one of the strongest finishers we have in the game. Grand Motion continues a fruitful Belmont meet, picking up his 4th win, sending out only 15 starters as Tulane adds to the tally for New Cal Stable. Stay tuned. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. I'm Richard Migliore here in the winner's circle at beautiful Belmont Park with Manny Franco, who just contributed a strong ride on Tulane. And Manny, a key to the race to me looked like when you got him in the clear turning for home, you set him down. You went all in.
Exactly. That's what I did. If you can see by I'm following Jose and Javier on the back, you know. And I say when we hit to the triple, I'm going to look for the clear because I know my horse, he takes a little bit to get going. And when he gets going, he keep going because he go the distance well. So that's what I did, and he did the rest, you know.
It looked like you might have caught Javier and Daunt, as they were starting to build into the momentum. You had full kind of stride already.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, when I hit the triple pole, in my mind was like, I know they're going fast in front. That helped me too because they come back, but at the same time, I want to get my horse rolling, early because he takes a little bit. So Javier was, waiting for make his move, and I think I move a little early, and that's I think that's where I win the race.
I agree. I think it was a tactical move there. Now, Manny, you ride every single race today. It's warm. How is it for you to get through a day like this, up and down those steps from the jockey's room? It's a lot of walking, too.
It is. I mean, I'm trying to take it easy, but, this is what I love to do. And when you win a race, like you say, it helps a little bit to, to get more, momentum, going.
Well, anytime I was tired riding a lot of races, as soon as I won one, guys, you kind of pick up my energy level. One of the strongest finishers we have here, actually in North America, I'll just say Belmont Park. Manny Franco contributed greatly to that ride.
And to know Manny Franco is to love Manny Franco. He's just truly one of the great guys, a father too, has a beautiful daughter, and just works so hard. So always rooting for Manny as he guides Tulane to an 870 victory.
Yeah, New York bred by Canthero set of the Lemon Drop Kid mare, Samuli. New Cal Stable, Graham Motion gets the job done. That pick 3, $53. And if you're live in the pick 5, they smashed this pick 5 to the 4 here for Cherie DeVoe, which is a horse I liked. I didn't think this horse would be even money, though. Wow.
Northern Invader taking all the early dough here as he will try the turf. He will try the turf for the first time, as it's not the first time I've left the set. Bye-bye. I'm leaving. Greg Wolf is up next. I'll be down reporting a little bit later, but stay tuned. The guys will bring you all the action, including that maiden special weight coming up next. Also, you'll see Paulie interview Victor Martinez. He came and knocked on the door. He said, I'm ready for my close-up with you, Paulie. He was ready for his close-up this morning as Little Vic. He will take on a good group in today's Grade 2, John Nerud. You can watch it here on America's Day at the Races.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie in a dominant performance.
300 won't do it. 300,000. 275, medium 275,000. 75, but to get 75, 275,000. 250, I'm Ralph now, 250,000. Here, but to get $200,000.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Precocity.
Strategic speed. Some speed at 2, but can carry it on through their later careers.
Improbable, full of run. Improbable, now a Grade 1 winner.
It is a complete runaway, an authoritative run.
It's Improbable to win the Whitney.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
The industry has a few things that we have to take care of better, and one was the aftercare of the horses.
If we did nothing, these horses would end up in very bad places.
Go back to where we were years and years and decades ago when it was just considered de rigueur that you could just send these horses to slaughter.
It's different than any other program that was put into place.
I remember that meeting at Belmont Park. It was a dream.
It is a first line of defense for those who are concerned about what happens to the equine athlete after he's done racing.
Without the TAA to provide that oversight, there would be a big void in terms of making sure that we have this ongoing safe environment for our off-the-track racehorses.
We started with some 21 organizations across the country, and now we're up to over 82 facilities throughout the country and giving away almost just under $25 million.
It's the one shining accomplishment that we have that we can point to say we really do love our horses.
Just the word aftercare has become part of the discussion, has been part of the vernacular in a way that it was not when I started this position around the start of 2013.
It's a daunting task that the TAA and its accredited organizations have taken on. And that's why the industry itself has got to fund it.
Every time I turn around across the country, you know, the TAA staff is there, and they're shaking hands and they're kissing babies, and they're doing the blocking and tackling right that needs to be done.
We have a social responsibility to make sure that thoroughbred aftercare is also #1 on the list.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage on a gorgeous Saturday afternoon here in Elmont, New York. Greg Wolf alongside Paul Aduca, and the best still yet to come on our program. I got two graded stakes coming up. We'll get into the late pick 5 ahead. Pick 6 is next. That Dwyer. What is your take in there? Bob Baffert, Brad Cox, Rob Atras, all with big chances.
I think it's a very difficult race. I think that Fort Bragg ran a tremendous race last time. Joey Freshwater on the outside is the kind of horse that can run a bang-up race. I do think Saudi Crown is a special horse, but we'll see how special he is today. And Harrodsburg has got a ton of talent. He just needs to behave.
Meanwhile, the ABR race of the week, that is the John Nerud, named after that legendary Hall of Fame trainer. Did so much more for the sport. Probably a bigger impact off the racetrack than he had as a trainer, and he was an exceptional trainer. Good field coming into this one. Candyman Rocket on an incredible roll, and he just ran the biggest race of his career last time out.
Yeah, when you look at this race, I thought the first 5 horses in here all have legit shots, and Candyman Rocket is going to be probably your favorite at that run-happy win. Little Vic for Victor Martinez. The practical son of Practical Joke has been very fast, 5 for 14 lifetime. His best effort, though, was on the mud. Blinkers went on 3 starts ago. This horse has run some fast races and off a little bit of a freshening and been working great guns in the morning. 46-1. This horse outworked 178 horses coming into this race. So I would think this horse is going to show some speed, and Victor Martinez is in the house. It'll be very fun. I think this horse got a big shot today.
It's 1 at 7 furlongs as well. Comes in fresh. One of several contenders in a wide open Dwyer. So we look forward to it. Excuse me, Nerud. And, you know, Synthesis, one of them. He's run a couple of bang-up races as well. As for Jason Cook, he's going to bring 3 Technique in here. And he said, I got to continue to run this horse when he's doing as good as he is right now.
Well, I talked to Jason last time, and he told me dead out. He goes, listen, I'm becoming 5 wide. I said, what do you mean? He goes, he hates being inside horses when he makes his move. If he can get out in the center of the racetrack, if he's by himself, he'll run you down. And that's exactly what happened last time. And he's gotten this horse into great condition. Your problem with this horse is last time he ran this type of effort, he kind of backed up a little bit, but that was behind Senor Buscador. He's running against some good horses. So Javier Castellano is going to have to try to wheel him towards the outside. He's going to have to make one big run. But you're right. He's in tremendous form right now.
He might, with that kind of running style, if he likes to stay outside, this is the perfect track for it, right?
Yeah. I would think with these sweeping turns, I think Jason's thinking that. Listen, Lake Churchill Downs in here, very, very similar as in the longer stretch and more sweeping turns here. And this is a horse that's had experience here at Belmont, never missed a board when this horse was in the Englehart barn.
That's to come, race 9, our ABR race of the week. John Nerud, grade 2. Right now it's pick 6 time. Mile on the turf, maiden special weight to begin the sequence. Will be on the Widener turf here to begin it. And even money Northern Invader has never been on this surface before for Cherie DeVaux. Very short price, taking all the money. Let's head downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, guys, we're going to start with the one, Venge, also trying the turf for the first time. The son of Gunrunner, owned and bred by Mark Keller, trained by Bobby Robato. They tried to get this horse on the turf last time. It rained off. He was a distant second. Looking at him from a physical perspective, though, he is going to appreciate getting to the turf. He has that wide, broad, flat foot, slack pastern. I mean, he looks turf meant to me. We've seen some of the gun runners, and Gun Runner's just been an incredible sire for, you know, just a couple of crops of horses. What he's been able to accomplish in a short period of time is phenomenal. But we've seen Gun Runners take to the turf as well. I think Venge is a major player here. The 4, Northern Invader, taking all that money. This horse ran so well on dirt and has absolutely a turf hoof, turf pasterns, very long, angular, slacker pasterns, and that big, wide, mostly I like to call it a platypus foot. I mean, it's just a big, broad foot. I think this horse will take to the turf and, you know, has already shown that he has ability on the dirt. The 5 Torigo, just making a nice impression physically. A horse that ran well on debut, was well beaten in the Pilgrim on yielding ground last fall, but he looks fit, and I love those Saratoga turf works. Not a very tall individual, but he looks very fit for Danny Gargan. The 7, Memphis, first-time starter from Todd Pletcher, he's been very vocal. He's kind of screaming at everybody, announcing his presence. And actually, he's acting like he could be a bit studdish. Going to keep an eye on him when he goes to hook up with the pony, number 7, Memphis. Sometimes horses will holler more because they're nervous. It's just a way for them to dispel a little bit of nervous energy. He's doing it a little bit of a more of aggressive way. We'll keep an eye on him as he heads out to the track. And the 11, Paxational. He just comes out of a race where he just got an absolutely no-chance trip, chasing, shoved wide at Monmouth, going 5 furlongs, and I think he's going to be a pace player here.
Mig, thanks. Welcome to those just joining us on Bally Sports SoCal in San Diego. Those already with us on FS2. Thanks for sticking around. You're watching America's Day at the Races as we get set for this Saturday Pick 6, first leg of the sequence. Coming up, Greg Wolf alongside 4-time Major League All-Star here, Paul LaDuca. Grade 3 Dwyer. We have the Nerud coming up as well in that older sprint division as we wind down the final few days of this meet with a few big races still to come before we go to Saratoga.
No, we got a load of stakes coming up. We got obviously a couple today, and I think a couple nice prospects. I'm really anxious to see Saudi Crown, who's in the next race, in the Dwyer. And then I think this year's edition of the Nerud, wow, I think it's a salty group, and I think majority, at least five horses out of that race, I thought can win that race.
Meanwhile, this pick 6 beginning here and a lot of money on a horse who's never been on the surface. Word obviously out on Northern Invader at even money right now for Cherie DeVaux.
You know, I talked to Cherie about this horse, which this horse was at Churchill. First time out of the 9, Luis Saez made an early move, and the horse got sort of run down. He was wide most of the way. Then the second time this horse ran, I thought the horse was wide again and still kept on moving and kept on running. And I remember I put notes as when is this horse going to get on the turf? Arch on the bottom side. Arch obviously won the Super Derby, so you know, obviously that comes from a pedigree. Collected, I want to say, was up there in the Breeders' Cup Classic if I'm not mistaken. So, you know, this horse has pedigree to go longer, and I would think the turf should be no problem. And this horse is buried in the pick 5. 345 is the lowest by far. The next lowest is the 8, right to win for Chad Brown.
Pick 6 coming up. We'll have the late pick 5 in the next race. You can play all of it by getting signed up started. But now we're bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get that offer, that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus with the promo code BONUS200. Again, at NYRABets.com. Beautiful day for racing.
We've had a lot of...
Can't make it out to the track. Glad we have you with us.
Yeah, we've had a lot of barbecuers, picnickers, rolling out their picnic baskets. By the way, I was in the back yesterday. People were playing a little cornhole. The back's cool, man. If you ever want to go to the back of the racetrack, it's pretty
Beautiful back here, what they've done.
Yeah.
Obviously, we're going to get a major renovation coming up. July 4th plans? You going to barbecue?
Yeah, barbecue. I'm a firework guy. I like some fireworks.
I love fireworks.
Yeah.
Trying to decide if I should keep William up. 9:30 start time. Is that too late for him?
No, Willie's a gamer.
Keep him up. You're right.
That's right.
Venge at 50-1 kicks off the post parade.
Mig likes this one a little bit at 50-1. Can never argue when someone has opinion on a 50-1 shot. Throw him in.
Junior Alvarado, he's got a big mount coming up in the Nerud. He's on an 18-1 shot here.
You know, Kenny McPeak's only sent out 2 runners so far this meet. Does have a W. This horse hasn't shown much in 2 starts, though.
Blinkers going on. Fast boat. This guy is 14-1. Was 9-2 morning line.
This horse should not be 14-1. I would think cutting out the fractions, too, with the blinkers going on.
Sorry, even money favorite. 2 sprints on dirt for Northern Invader. Now tries turf.
Cherie DeVoe is dangerous on this move. She's very, very good. And I would think this horse is going to run a big race today.
Torrigo, Danny Gargan. This horse was in the Pilgrim in the 2nd start of his career.
You know, this horse ran really well first time out at Saratoga. It didn't go well. They've hit the reset button. This horse has been working at Saratoga in some fast works, too.
Shug McGahee and a son of quality road here with Jose Ortiz on Way Hill Road.
Hit the front last time at Pimlico in a maiden special weight. Just got passed, so 6-1 today.
First-time starter for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher, son of Gunrunner.
You heard Mig say this horse is a little studdish. Maybe he's acting a little bit better on track. We'll go back to Mig to see how he's doing.
Chad Brown runner, who didn't, for this barn, didn't take much money at all in the first 2 starts of his career. Right to win.
Yeah, right. 7-1 and 8-1. You're right for this barn, but did not disgrace himself. So I think the horse has got a legit shot. Mendego is a nice little horse.
First-time starter for Linda Rice by outwork with Jose Lezcano, Cubano.
And gets Lasix and Linda Rice and Jose Lezcano, like you're saying, hot combo.
And as Mig said, we definitely, if nothing else, should see speed from Pack Stational outside.
Yeah, and Eddie Barker, a very underrated trainer, too. And he's got pretty good stats when stretching out a little bit. Not that bad. And 2 off over, he's okay. So look for this horse at 50-1. The bookends, the 2 longest shots on the board.
Well, I'm going to show you the even money favorite, and there he is in those West Point Thoroughbred Silks. Gold with a black star, and obviously this is on dirt. We're going to be on turf for this next start for him coming up. Got big talent on dirt.
Yeah, and the issue that I have is, like, you know, the center of the racetrack at Churchill Downs, she just didn't want to be there. Everybody re-rallied up the rail, and this horse was behind. You can see he's getting to the winner. He's lowering his head, and they just ran away from this group. The horse got sort of trapped on the backside, or I think would have won the race. Ultra talented, and when Cherie goes to the turf, she's usually really live. I'm surprised that this horse is 4-5 now from 6-1, because I thought the 6 at 7-1 is ridiculous. The 3 is a little ridiculous. You see the 8 warming up pretty aggressive there, right to win. And this horse did show a little bit of speed last time out.
So Chad Brown, he usually wins pretty early on with his runners. But this one, the board told you, those are big numbers for this barn. 7-1, 8-1 first 2 times out, and now still looking to get it done that first win.
Yeah, and usually, here's my issue. Usually Chad Brown horses finish. This horse is kind of bobbling. His head's a tiny bit high, and he's actually going to lose second place here. I mean, I understand the horse on the front end got away with some fractions, but don't really love that he lose second. And Flavian rode him all the way out to the wire. So no disgrace there on Flavian. I'm just worried a little bit when the horse got to maybe now cutting back from 1 mile and 1/8. That will help his run. And you get Manny Franco aboard today.
Let's go to Mig for more.
Yeah, guys, and the 8-horse Right to Win really elevated in my eyes on the racetrack. I loved his warm-up, and you guys know I'm a big fan of the big warm-up, an aggressive warm-up. Boy, he checked the boxes for me. Love what I saw from him there. Now, I agree with you. Horse that didn't take a lot of money for Chad Brown in his first 2 starts, but did improve from one start to the next. And maybe he finds the right spot here going the mile. The 7-horse Memphis, he settled in nicely. He really did. He was gawking at the pony a little bit. Javier took him away from him. He warmed up. He definitely gives the impression of a horse that will be better for a race under his belt, though. He just kind of looks like he's checking everything out a little bit, not 100% clued in yet. The 4-horse Northern Invader, listen, this horse already showed he has ability. And from a confirmation standpoint, you'd have to think he'd even be better on the turf. So I totally understand why he's taking all the money. He's probably your most likely winner. I'm going with the one horse, though. Another one trying the turf first time. I am going to pick a 57-1 shot on top with the caveat that I just believe he'll outrun his odds. I'm looking at a turf horse, a horse that showed, little hints of ability on the dirt. I think he gets the surface he really wants. He has enough racing under his belt now. Third start off the layoff. Bobby Robato, a conditioner that will kind of race his horses into best condition, and he's way too big a price. I think this horse will absolutely outrun his odds.
Oh, if this one wins, I think we automatically have a carryover the pick 6 for Sunday.
If this horse wins, I'm going to hoist Mig up. You give out a $120 winner?
That'd be quite a call.
That'd be really quite a call.
And there he is.
And like I said, listen, you have opinions of your friends, and you respect some, and some, hey, let's be honest, you chuck out some of your friends' opinions. But when a man like Mig, who's ridden horses for so long, has an opinion on a 54-1 shot, what do you have to lose not to throw this horse in your picks? That's why I always tell, whenever a friend of mine or somebody calls me up and goes, hey, I like a horse, don't give me 3-5. Give me a 30-1 shot I can throw in. I can find the 3-5, right?
Yeah. But by the same token, if you listen to every tip you out of the
That's
racetrack,
true.
there's not enough money.
True. But I like that Mig seeing the horse a little bit different than getting it.
No question.
Maybe in the valet. You know what I mean? Walking in and you've already lost $100. Walking in with the tip from a valet.
Got to come in with the earphones on.
Right. or the fake call.
Although, yeah, look, you got a lot of great information from us at Churchill Downs, at the Oaklawn meet as well. Because you being there, talking to the barns, seeing the horses, you just get that inside track that no one else can get.
The best part was Oaklawn when you were right there at the winner's circle, so you could hear the conversations between the jockeys and the trainers. Hey, I stumbled a little bit. I got hung wide, so I was able to take that information. It's giant information because, or a jockey would, or a trainer would come back, man, I didn't have him fit enough. I needed one more work. Okay, now next time I can play this horse coming back. So, yeah, it's very key. Same with Churchill, too. When you're right on the racetrack and you can see the horses and see how they're acting, and you get to know them a little bit better.
Power of Mig's selection now. 60-1 becomes 33-1 with that big long shot Venge. Favorite, though, and this,
I get it.
That is a lot of money for a
Yeah.
horse trying to surface for the first time with, it's not like this pedigree's thrown monster horses on the grass
I agree.
to this point.
I mean, I like this horse, but at 4-5, wow, that's short.
But the board's certainly telling you this one's going to be able to handle the grass. Northern Invader, Hall of Famer John Velasquez for Cherie DeVoe on the 4. Been taking this money throughout since wagering opened on this race. Start of the pick 6 coming up. Let's go to John Imbrial for the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Awkward beginning for number 7, Memphis, and he is well behind the field. Fast Boat to Sky is out first with Paxational on the outside, running in second. Gold Franc down at the hedge is next in third. Northern Invader, the favorite, is racing in fourth right now, 4 lengths from the lead. Then Wayhill Road in fifth, followed by Right to Win in sixth. On the inside is Torrigo in seventh. And then it's a hard-to-handle Cubano, followed by Venge, and farther back is Memphis. The quarter, 22 and 4/5 seconds, so they're moving right along here with Fast Boat to Sky, setting that quick fraction and leading here by almost 4 lengths. Paxational, big long shot, is in second. To his inside is Gold Franc in third. Northern Invader remains in fourth, still about 5 lengths from the lead. Now begins to pick it up just a bit. And then it is Right to Win and Wayhill Road, followed by Torrigo, the half, 45 and 4. Fast Boat to Sky leads by a little more than a length. Paxational, Northern Invader, Gold Franc, those 3 are all together. Right to Win is in fifth. Then Wayhill Road, they are at the top of the stretch. It is Fast Boat to Sky. Here's Northern Invader now on the outside, up to take the lead. Northern Invader is in front. And then it is Fast Boat to Sky. Down on the inside is Gold Franc, followed by Right to Win. And on the far outside, it is Torrigo. But in the meantime, Northern Invader has blown this one wide open. Northern Invader Much the best here to break his maiden. And Tarigo was second, followed by Right to Win in third.
Northern Invader dominates his field and does it with a blazing fast time. I realize it's faster, of course. Sun's out, 133.76.
Never looked like a loser. And he got a tiny bit steadied in the backside, and Johnny V just like took a hole. Gotta love those horses with the big white face, kind of resembling Tiz the Law there a little bit with that big white face, but he just decimated this group. The board had it right. You know, Cherie's just so potent. This horse should have won last time out on the dirt and just probably ran a faster number on turf. Mig called it, had a turf hoof. The public was all over it. 121 to 133. Fast time. And they buried this horse. Who ran second here? The 5? Yeah, you got a nice little number behind here, Greg, at 9 to 1.
4, 5, 8, 6.
19 to 1. I'm sorry.
And it's all about your winner, though, Northern Invader. Wow.
Yeah, very good. I mean, Son of Collected out of that arch mare, and you would think wants to go longer. Now Cherie's got, I mean, these horses run well on slop, fast dirt, and fast turf. Like, wow. And long and short.
Might have seen a star here with this performance. Northern Invader. Remember that name. Impressed. That is flying when you're sub 134.
Yeah, they're flying. And in, you know, the last race, I got to give Chilena a little credit. You know, I understand the turf course is playing fast. You run under sub 2 minutes for a mile and a quarter. I don't care what course it's on. It's fast. You know, he ran 1:59 and 3. So I know the turf course is playing fast, but we've seen some fast horses today.
Enjoyed being with you.
Oh, you too.
Kick things off over on FS1. Got a little bit of time with you now. We're going to see you later on talking to V-Mark.
Yeah, I get to talk to somebody that, you know, you got to understand, catchers, we stick together. So, like, you know, and it's the other thing about it is we always, like, kind of, like, paid attention to the other catchers. One thing about me and Victor was that we kind of never really played against each other. We played a little bit in interleague, but I got to watch him play. And a lot of people don't realize what kind of hitter he is. He's a borderline Hall of Famer. He's 11th all time. He's 300 RBIs for being the #1 catcher. The #1 is Yogi Berra. That's a lot of RBIs. Think about how many catchers there's been in all of Major League Baseball. He's 11th all time. Victor Martinez was some kind of player. And he's somebody that I looked up to, too, as well.
Yeah, some incredible early success in this game as well. He's going to have little Vic coming up later in that John Nerud. He's got a big chance in that race, too. Northern Invader, impressive as could be. Here in the 5th at Belmont to start this pick 6. Horse with a bright future wins it 4 to 5.
They're off, and the breeders come to them. And Forte sneaks right on the inside of Forte has come under a ride now, and he's going 3 wide, and he's coming up on the outside of National Treasure, and he's coming up after Cape Rock. The two of them coming down to the wire. Forte on the outside, Cape Rock along the rail. To win the Breeders' Cup Domino. What are you waiting for?
We're back on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Valley Sports SoCal San Diego with us as well. This was something to behold here, this performance. Getting on the lawn for the first time, Northern Invader just dominant to start off the pick 6 and does it in sub 134 for the mile. John Velasquez for Cherie DeVoe. West Point Thoroughbreds said downstairs to Mig.
Thanks, Greg. And yeah, Johnny, that looked like a rocking chair ride. He was just carrying you throughout the race, and he really took to the turf.
Oh my God, it's like, but Cherie, they told me that, I only run him in the dirt because he was breathing really good on the dirt. But I always thought he's a grass horse, but I had to try him to run in the dirt, and he ran well. So she gave him the second time, and actually he still ran good. And she said, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and try him in the grass because I think he's a grass horse. And sure enough, he showed up really good today.
Yeah, and ran a really fast time. I mean, 133 and change for a maiden.
Man, I was behind those 3 horses in front, and I'm trying to cover him up, and he's just jumping leads and switching leads. And I was like, I'm just going to leave him alone wherever he's comfortable. And by the 3 pole, he got to the horse next to him and kind of drifted a little bit, and I showed him the whip, and he got into the bridle. I was like, okay, now we're going too soon now. But he was going so easy at the same time that when I asked him down the lane, he switched. He went away from the horses pretty easy.
Now, Johnny, you were in Ireland. I saw you rode out a couple mornings at the Curragh, and we're at Ballydoyle, and you got back yesterday. Talk to us about that trip a little bit.
And we had a great time, though. Actually, we went to Alaska first, and we were there for 5 days. I got to win a race. Very nice. And then we went to Ireland, with Leona's family. I got to go to the Curragh and work a couple horses there. And to tell you the truth, I was not supposed to be here. I was supposed to be riding over there this weekend. But my agent says, no, I think we got a good mount here. So he kind of booked me here and sucked me back in to here. But anyway, I really want to do something over there. I want it right over there. I want to at least win a race in Ireland. Obviously my wife and the whole family from there, so it'll be great, to get it out of the way, if you will, before I retired. So I'm definitely going to go back and ride.
Well, Johnny, you've had an incredible, just a most amazing career, and I've been blessed, privileged to witness it and how you've evolved as a rider and as a person. Is that one of the luxuries now of that Hall of Fame career, to be able to do those kind of cool things? Absolutely. Now I get to enjoy it. I'm not so focused to do the everyday business, but if I can jump here and there and ride good horses, the good horses will keep you coming back, though. But that's one place that obviously having the whole history behind my wife's family being there, so that's my next goal. That's a great goal, and I think, though, at the end of the day, you're going to be happy that you came back to ride Northern Invader today, because you might have a future with him. Very nice. I like that, yes. Well done, guys. Thank you, guys.
I would think Gal smiles to be back on this one. Joining me on set, Andy Sterling, New York Racing Association handicapper. What did you think about that performance we just saw?
It's really interesting to see the evolution of the 3-year-old male turf horses since we got back to New York, because there were Farbridge, there were some other horses that looked okay, but suddenly with this kind of performance, a couple of Chad Brown runners that were so impressive, the 3-year-old turf division has gotten extremely tough, and I question why Cherie DeVoe, not that I don't respect Cherie, which I do a great deal, why you would run the turf considering how well the horse ran the dirt. Well, I think we just found out why. And, John Velasquez, I was saying to you off camera, riding over in Ireland, his father-in-law, Leo O'Brien, he won the Irish Guineas with 4 Stars All-Star, 4-Star Dave's half-brother a number of years ago. Doesn't seem that long ago, but it was quite a while ago.
Time flies in this game. We have the late pick 5 coming up next. 1-turn mile, grade 3. Dwyer and Fort Bragg back with Bob Baffert now, getting way over bet here at 1-2. Horse that ran huge though in that Pat Day mile, just missed by a neck.
I think this is, look, I picked Fort Bragg, but I saw the morning line and felt that he and Saudi Crown would be a little bit closer in odds, and Fort Bragg ran a sensational race last time, but I know the horse Saudi Crown beat didn't come back and run that well, but that was at Ellis. Going to give him a little bit of a pass for that. I think it's far more competitive between those two, and I think you seem to agree.
He was my third choice for it. I thought Harrodsburg was very interesting as well. He's run some big races for Rob Atras. We'll find out. Back with Baffert, though, that means a lot.
Yeah, I have no knock on Fort Bragg. He ran a huge race the Pat Day Mile, intending a fast pace, trouble at the start. No knock on him, but Saudi Crown could be a very good one, too. It's a good race.
This is coming up in just moments here. Start of this cross-country pick 5. Dwyer's part of it. John Nerud's part of it. And Woodbine's part of it, but it starts at Delaware with the Robert G. Dick Memorial. So final few minutes to get down in that cross-country pick 5. Included, obviously, in that sequence, as mentioned, our ABR Race of the Week. Grade 2, John Nerud with a competitive group that will line up here, including a horse we just talked about with Paulie for Victor Martinez, Little Vic, who's a winner at 7/8 of a mile and comes in fresh, having tried the Carter last time out.
Yeah, I disregard the morning line. Somebody's filling in as a morning line maker this week, and the line is off. The favorite's going to be Wayburn, and Little Vic will probably be the third choice in here. I guess the question you have to ask yourself about Little Vic is, what do you do with this effort? Because this effort, I think, puts him in the winner's circle. The pace was quick. He attended it. He made the move. He put away the speeds. They got buried. All the closers ran a 102 buyer. But was it a wet track sort of freak? Because his other races are good, but they're nowhere near as good as that effort. So, okay, he bled last time. He attended a quick pace. I'll give him a pass in the Carter. But he's got to run this race if he's going to win here and expect to beat Wayburn in all likelihood. But I do think he'll be the third choice in the 4-1 range. That might make him playable.
It's a very interesting question to see. Can he run that kind of race on the kind of track we're going to have today without any moisture in it? We shall see. Victor Martinez would love to see it, and we're going to, again, hear from him a little bit later on in the program. Meanwhile, Wayburn, now with Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. Of course, it was on that Derby trail back in 2021.
Yeah, and in some ways, by doing that, and to be fair, he lost to the eventual Derby winner Mandaloun by just a neck. It kind of got him away, and a lot of times when you go into those bigger races, and understandably the purses and the prestige, you get away from what the horse really wants to do. And he won the Gotham early in his career. He's a 1-turn 7 furlong to a mile type horse, and I thought his Westchester was a solid effort. And that's the effort he should be favored off of. To be honest with you, the switch to Todd Pletcher, and it's never a bad thing, but this horse ran great for Jimmy Jerkins. And I'm sure Todd feels like I got a horse in great form for Jimmy Jerkins, and it just seems like his recent form makes him the horse to beat.
And you think he'll be the favorite?
Oh, I would bet a lot of money on it.
Jose Ortiz will be aboard, one of the first couple of races on today's card. Candyman Rocket, real quick, what's your take on him?
You know, I think he'll have to run a lot better than he did last time. Last time out, he got an absolutely perfect trip, a stalking trip. I think Twisted Ride, who's back today, might be a cut below the best horses here. And now from the rail, he's got to make his own trip. And while there's not a lot of pace, he's got to put himself in the game, and it's a lot different than stalking outside.
Yeah, tough position to be in. Junior Alvarado cannot allow to happen what happened with Cody Switch. This horse does not have the kind of talent to drop back and circle the field.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about it is, he's the third or fourth string sprinter in Bill Mott's barn. I mean, right now, that's a pretty incredible embarrassment of riches because he's a solid grade 3 type. But I guess when you have last year's sprint champion and maybe the horse who's favored before horse of the year right now in your barn, that's what happens.
It's a pretty good year for Bill Mott. Grade 3 Dwyer coming up next. We'll have the post parade for you when we come back. 2-5 favorite Fort Bragg for Bob Baffert.
He possessed such natural athleticism.
It is Golden Pal winning the Juvenile Turf Sprint.
He's very, very agile and quick.
Golden Pal has repelled the challenges.
Each and every race, he just got better and better.
Golden Pal broke like a rocket. Golden Pal, wire to wire.
He's a very confident horse.
Golden Pal, the lead is out to 5 lengths in deep stretch.
He's just got a brilliant mind.
They're all behind Golden Pal.
I'm going to be breeding everything I have to him.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
Last September broke records.
It brought the energy, the magic, the momentum.
And this year, it all returns.
Only
at the World's Yearling Sale. Keeneland, September.
Code of Honor still last, but here he comes now, and he just needs some running room. He's going to come outside of Final Jeopardy, and here comes Code of Honor with a burst of speed, and he charges up to take the lead at the 8th pole. He has left Final Jeopardy and the others reeling behind. Oh, he's back. Code of Honor has won the Dwyer in style.
That was the first race back for Code of Honor since he got moved up to second via DQ in the Kentucky Derby when Maximum Security was taken down. He would launch off this performance to a Travers win later in the summer.
And is he passing horse in the same silks as Maximum Security in that race? This kind of effort by Code of Honor, it looked like a turf race, right? Where he sort of angled between and made that big run, and as I recall, a slow pace, and obviously a huge win in the Travers after that. And then he was put up in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Terrific horse for a terrific trainer. I thought Paul O'Neill was going back to take my spot.
Back to hear what you have to say. He wants to hear your analysis for this race.
Not.
And then, you come back at the Travers and do this. 105 Beyer in a victory, beating Tacitus and Mucho Gusto in this year's in the 2019 Travers.
Mucho Gusto, the eventual winner of the race formerly known as the Don. And, of course, poor Tacitus. But he was good. He was a really nice horse. He's just a horse that, unfortunately, he never really just went the wrong way as a 4-year-old. And I think that people who, and I understand the complaints, and you and I make the same complaints, and horses getting retired early and stuff, but people get offered a lot of money, and they put money in the game, and they retire their horses. Well, if they had retired Code of Honor after his 3-year-old year, he would have been more valuable. It is a risk in running horses back, and he definitely did not go on with it as a 4-year-old.
3-year-old stakes schedule still to come. It's going to get busy and heated in what is a wide open division this year, of course, with 3 different winners of all 3 legs of the Triple Crown, although Forte was tremendous coming back off the layoff in the Belmont. Haskell, Jim Dandy, Travers, and then the Pennsylvania Derby late September.
Yeah, and obviously a very unfortunate injury and retirement to Two Phil's, a horse who many of us feel was best in the Derby. But I think it'll be interesting because you'll probably see the horses get split a little bit between the Haskell and the Jim Dandy. And then hopefully they all sort of funnel their way into the Travers for the big one, because the potential for that to be a really, really particularly exciting race this year, pretty high.
We've had a couple editions of the Dwyer in recent years where it was just an absolute coming out party. Last year, that was the case as well with this performance from Charge It.
And sometimes, like Code of Honor, you win big grade ones in your subsequent races. Practical Joke won this race for years, won the Woody Stevens, or the Alan Jerkins. Charge It, who at this point, he became like the Winterbook favorite for the Met Mile. He unfortunately has had so many issues. He just doesn't seem to be able to put it together, and I think he's going to try to get a big win in the Suburban here on next Saturday and put it together, but he looked like $1 zillion in that race, didn't he?
I didn't see him again until, that was July 2nd, until February of next year. Came back and won. He's tried some big targets, including the Met Mile, most recently against Cody's Wish. Just has not put together this kind of performance ever since.
He's obviously got a lot of talent, and a horse like this has to be enormously frustrating for Todd Pletcher and the connections as well. Because, people can say, well, he beat nothing there. It's not true. The second place finisher was Runner Son of a Gun, beating 20-plus lengths, and he's a grade 2, grade 3 type quality horse. So he didn't beat a bunch of nothings. He beat them like they were nothing.
And when you win by that kind of margin, it doesn't matter really who's behind you, does it?
I don't know. Somebody asked me on Twitter this week when I was saying that Two Phil's might not have been as good as Secretariat. Well, who did Secretariat beat?
Oh, boy. I'm guessing you hit a button called mute.
The mute button is an active button in Twitter. They think I block a lot of people. You ought to see my mute list.
Grade 3 Dwyer coming up next. And there is Fort Bragg. Back now with Bob Baffert. Blinkers going on today, and John Velasquez will ride. Said downstairs to me.
Yeah, guys, I think an interesting edition of the Dwyer here. We'll start with the 2 Saudi Crown, a horse that has good speed. Looking at him from a physical perspective, you would think that the mile should not be an issue. I mean, he really looks like a horse that will appreciate a mile, if anything. Certainly by far and away the best offspring to date of Always Dreaming. He does have one problem, and that problem is just outside him in the 3 Harrodsburg. Now, Harrodsburg was a late scratch last time. He got loose and ran around the paddock. Today, they have a lip cord on him, which is just a rope that goes underneath his lip, more to kind of keep his attention, keep his mind off of some other things. It doesn't hurt them, just something to keep their attention. He was saddled on the walk. They keep moving forward. He's definitely a high-energy individual. He's fast, and he's the kind of horse that seems to me to kind of run through the bridle. I don't think he's one that's going to be amenable to rating, and there's a possibility that he and the 2 Saudi Crown hook up here, especially 2 speeds drawn side by side, and then that leads you to the favorite, Fort Bragg, who looks obviously the horse to beat on paper, and from a physical perspective, a standout here in the paddock. In a group of good-looking horses, he's another level of good. So I think he gets the right setup, too. I think he's sitting just off of what potentially could be a rapid pace by the 2 and the 3, but we'll see how it plays out, and we'll keep an eye on him on the track, because I'm watching Harrodsburg now, and he's been a little bit tough again. Even when the rider got aboard, they just took the lip cord off. Going to keep an eye on him when we get out to the racetrack, guys.
All right, Mig, we'll keep our eyes on that with the 3-horse in here. He is doing the same type of move here as Saudi Crown. 2 sprints, stretching out now to a mile for the first time.
Yeah, and always dreaming, obviously, a Derby winner. I'm sure the connections are hoping he can take a step forward and perhaps run in the longer distance races. But when you have races like the Allen Jerkins up at a grade 1, there's so many options. And this 3-year-old crop, I'm not saying there are any killers out there per se, but it's a highly competitive bunch of good horses.
Well, meanwhile, Bob Baffert was trying to get Fort Bragg to the Kentucky Derby and unable to compete in that race this year. Of course, was moved to Tim Yakteen. Ultimately did not make it. They might have found exactly what he wants to do, shortening up in that Pat Day mile.
And this was a remarkably good performance, and he probably should be 1-2 if you're confident he'll run this one back. First of all, he got bounced around coming out at the start, and it really compromised him. But then he got engaged in a very quick pace that took a massive toll on everybody else in the pace. And he fought to the wire to General Jim, who did come back and run poorly in his next start in the Woody Stevens. But third-place finisher Gilmore, he came back and improved 11 points. Now, maybe that figs a little on the high side, but he still ran 11 points better. So that's a strong race, and Fort Bragg really did run the best race that day.
When he put blinkers on the one time he had them before, too, that's when he broke his maiden at Santa Anita when he was under the care of Bob Baffert. Now back with him again, of course. Here's Harrodsburg, 12-1 for Rob Atras.
I don't love him in here. I picked him 4th, but I agree with you. He's too big a price to 12-1.
Manny Franco will hop aboard for the first time. Here's Prove Right for Jimmy Chapman.
Yeah, he potentially could be at some speed. I don't know if he's fast enough for these. He's in a tough spot.
45-1, huge price.
But he's $15,000. He's won a 200,000+.
Saudi Crown, son of the Kentucky Derby winner, always dreaming for Brad Cox.
Seems like a bargain at $240,000, the 2-year-old sale last year. Listen, Fort Bragg is good. This guy could be very good as well.
2-1 second choice. Here's the 4 alternate reality trained by Chris Engelhardt.
Yeah, he's been running well, but against lesser. Chris, I'm sure, is hoping for somehow to get 3rd or 4th.
Here's the big favorite, Fort Bragg. Again, Johnny V for Baffert.
I picked him, but I think it's a much stronger battle than the odds suggest between he and the favorite, and maybe some others.
And Joey Freshwater outside getting back to dirt. He'll move turf to dirt for Linda Rice. Figures-wise, is he that far out of it?
I think he has to improve. He certainly does from a buyer figure standpoint. The thing about him is, first of all, they claimed for $50,000, so Linda's already way out. He's won a grade stake. The other thing is he's not going to be forward. And what happens if Harrodsburg goes and Saudi Crown and Fort Bragg and they heat it up and they go pretty quickly and things start to fall apart? Maybe he gets 2nd or 3rd if things fall apart.
Grade 3 Dwyer coming up. Let's go back to Mig.
Yeah, thanks, Ray. I'm here with Rob Atras, trainer of the number 3 Harrodsburg. Harrodsburg was difficult last time he got loose in the paddock. It was a late scratch. He seemed more manageable today. He's still a high-energy individual, though.
He is. He's a little bit quirky, and, the accident last time, it happened, and, no one's fault, but, we took some extra precautions today, made a few adjustments, and I think it worked out so far.
Now, one thing that impressed me about him in his first 2 starts was how much natural speed he has. Now stretching out to the mile, where do you expect him to be early?
Honestly, I'd like to see him sitting just off the pace. I'd like to see him get a good clean break and sit just off. I feel like he'll be a better horse when he's got a target to run at.
Okay, so you think he gets a little bit lost when he's by himself?
I think so. He's still a little green. He's still learning, and I think both starts he kind of got lost out there, kind of flicking his ears around a little bit, and I think there was definitely more in the tank. Obviously a big step up in class today, but, I do think he has the ability, and we're looking for a big race from him.
What about the mile, Rob?
I don't think a mile will be a problem. It's obviously a question because you're stretching out from 6.5, but, just watching him in the morning and how big he is in his stride, I think a mile will be well within.
Best of luck. Appreciate you taking the time. Guys, maybe we'll see Harrodsburg sitting just off the pace today.
Yeah, that would be interesting since he's been so forward and aggressive early on those first couple of starts.
Saudi Crown is faster. It was a slow pace last time, so it's a little bit tough to judge just how quick he can be, but it's hard to imagine he won't be forward, and it's hard to imagine that Fort Bragg won't be forward either, especially with the blinkers on. I think the concern is that he got a buyer figure of 99. Timeform US disagreed with the number very strongly, and Listen to Your Heart came back and ran 19 buyer points worse. But in fairness, Listen to Your Heart had run the same 100 buyer he got in this race the time before. How legit is it? We'll find out today. And Greg, I didn't love his chances, but 12-1 seems like a massive overlay.
Yeah, I would agree with that. We'll find out. He's up to the task here, obviously. I mean, Saudi Crown's been talked about as having a world of talent. To this point, he's lived up to it as well. Would you think, is this potentially a horse with that kind of pedigree, especially bottom side too, that longer's going to be better for him?
The pedigree says that longer should be fine, but you never know until they run. There are horses that are bred to go long that they're better shorter. There are horses that are bred to go shorter that can stretch it out. I'm not exactly anything close to a pedigree expert, but
maybe a horse though with Travers' aspirations.
Oh, if he's your horse, you are there's every reason to believe that he could, be go farther. You have to take. Is it further implies distance? I think further, farther. I struggle with that. My mom corrects me on that all the time. I think it's.
Don't ask me about any pronunciations.
No, there's a difference. One implies more distance, and one your knowledge extends further or farther.
We'll get our staff on it.
I got to get that. Nobody's speaking my ear, so I know Mitch Levitas doesn't know it.
Well, we'll see. Every indication that he's going to appreciate this extra ground. And, they're going progressively, step at a time, further with this horse, not asking him to, bite off more than he can chew early.
And that's the nice thing of the progression with a race like the Dwyer that we cut back to a mile. It does serve as a reasonable springboard. If he wants, I think we changed the timing of the Curlin. It's either a week before now or a week after the Jim Dandy. I'm not sure. I don't know. It'll probably be a week before to help horses make it the Travers in theory. I don't know. Maybe if he runs really big here, are you going to a race like a Jim Dandy or the Haskell? And if it goes well there, do you go to the Travers? Obviously, you want to, right? You're not running him hoping that he runs in lesser races. You always want to keep your eye on the biggest races.
Pulling it up. Right on Friday, July 21st, the Curlin.
Right, so it's earlier. So he'd have to go. So 29th. It is 4 weeks to the Jim Dandy. So and I think the Haskell's that weekend as well.
Till the Travers, yeah.
But I'm saying 4 weeks till the Jim Dandy. It's not going to go from here to the Travers.
Oh, here, yeah, I see.
You'd want to run it either the Haskell or the Jim Dandy if you want to get there. It's really up to the connections what they want to do. But
first things first.
Yeah. A big effort here. The other thing is, let's say he runs second, but he runs second to Fort Bragg or runs this giant race. That doesn't mean that he didn't. You could run a winning race and still lose,
yeah,
right?
No question.
It's not. I think sometimes we overemphasize the winners and we don't give the credit to the losers that they deserve. Yes, you want to finish first, but
going in before we even got to the Derby, and now we've seen the whole Triple Crown too. Did you feel obviously Forte probably still at the head of that division, but there's no foremost standout leader that scares anyone away? It's still wide open.
Well, that would be the reason that Forte would be on top, because he's not that defendable as the leader of the division, considering he didn't win a Triple Crown race, didn't run him. With two Phils in the sidelines, a lot of people think he is. I don't. I think he is oddly kind of the leader. I think you're right. I'm going to be very interested to see how it goes out this summer. But listen, there are a lot of people that will argue with me and tell me he's absolutely the horse to beat, and they love him going forward. And they may be right.
And in a lot of ways, it almost makes it more fun this summer, being that wide open.
I agree. I love it. To be fair to Forte, I don't think he ran as well in the Belmont as you do, but he still ran fine. Coming off 10 weeks, and he probably would like a little less distance than 1.5 miles, so I don't want to condemn him off that race. I just don't like the fact that he seems to be a horse that you really have to ride the whole race to keep him going. It didn't seem like that was the case with him last year when he was as good, and I don't have any concrete evidence he's improved from his terrific 2-year-old form. It's just good enough to still be competitive.
See if there's some new shooters to test him later this summer. First step here, grade 3 Dwyer. There's Fort Bragg, the 5. John Velasquez for Baffert. Just missed in that Pat Day mile. He was 3 opportunities to try and earn points to the Kentucky Derby this year. We'll see if he's going to target some of those longer races after what happens here today. Odds-on favorite here. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with a grade 3 Dwyer from Belmont.
There in the gate. And they're off in the 105th running of the Dwyer Stakes. Fort Bragg broke well, but now being passed by Saudi Crown, who's down at the rail in front. Harrodsburg is running in second, and Fort Bragg is on the outside in third. 2.5 lengths to Prove Right, who runs in fourth. Joey Freshwater, and at the back is Alternate Reality. Saudi Crown leads the field up the Belmont backstretch in front here, 3/4 of a length. Harrodsburg is in between horses, and the odds-on favorite, Fort Bragg, in the clear on the outside in third. The quarter went in 22 and 2/5 seconds. Then it's a break of 4 lengths. Back to Prove Right, another 2 to Joey Freshwater, and Alternate Reality is the trailer. Saudi Crown setting the pace, leading here by 3/4 of a length, and the half was running 44 and 3. Fort Bragg has moved into second. Harrodsburg is now back in third. Prove Right gains some ground down towards the rail, and then Joey Freshwater up front. Saudi Crown on the inside and Fort Bragg on the outside, and the two of them hook up with 1/4 mile to the finish. Saudi Crown by a neck. Fort Bragg on the outside in second. Then Harrodsburg, Prove Right, and Joey Freshwater. They come into the stretch now. 3/4 went in 108 and 4. Saudi Crown challenged here by Fort Bragg on the outside. And now there's a furlong to the finish. Fort Bragg on the outside. Saudi Crown digs down at the rail. A 16th to the finish. It's Fort Bragg and Saudi Crown. And they're putting on quite a show here in the stretch in the Dwyer. They come on to the finish. And it's a photo finish. Very tight between Fort Bragg and Saudi Crown, a race which does not deserve a loser.
What a battle between Fort Bragg and Saudi Crown, and Fort Bragg just barely prevails, but there really was not a loser between these two.
That was exciting. That was really, really thrilling. I mean, these two horses, it's really a funny race, right, Greg? Because Fort Bragg looked like he was just sort of sitting with a ton. But then top of the stretch, he had a little trouble getting to Saudi Crown. He got there, looked like he was going by, but Saudi Crown, much like last time when it felt like Sweet Cherry Pie, I remember us thinking he might have him collared. This was a race, as Johnny I correctly said, did not deserve a loser. They went slow, 13.77 the last 1/8 of a mile, but come on, they were flying up front.
108 and 4 for 6 furlongs as well. They had every right to slow down at that point.
I tell you what, Greg, if this is a preview of what we have in store for us for the 3-year-old races up in Saratoga, it's going to be even better than we are anticipating. This was one heck of a horse race. They should give a winner's circle photo to both of them.
Really should.
Great
Just
race.
both these two put on a show here. And yeah, I think we're going to be hearing a lot more from both of these two for the rest of the year. Fort Bragg prevails just barely here over Saudi Crown. Let's go to Big.
Yeah, guys, I got to tell you, I started out getting involved in racing as a fan, just loving the game. And then you watch a race like this, and it just reminds you of why you fell in love with the game all over again. 2 horses hooking up, putting it all down. 2 top riders giving it their all. And just a really wonderful stretch drive. It makes me happy that I am still a fan of this game.
Couldn't agree
First
more.
graded stakes win for Fort Bragg, and he really had to earn this one.
No, I agree so much with Richie, right? I mean, listen, you can see these kind of exciting races in lower level races, which is part of the fun of the game. But when you see 2 good horses like this lay it all down, man, that was exciting.
For Saudi Crown to be anywhere after those kind of fractions early, 44 and 3 for the half, 108 and 4 for 6 furlongs. It's a testament to how much talent that runner-up has as well.
Yeah, he's a very good horse. I'm going to guess after that effort that they'll probably point towards the Allen Jerkins.
Saudi Crown.
Yes. I'm not sure what they'll do with Fort Bragg. They may do the same thing. Fort Bragg has a funny pedigree because he's a tappet, but the dam, I believe March Express was a turf sprinter for Todd Pletcher, a Shanghai Bobby. So, I don't know. They don't strike me as horses going to get better with more distance, but man, are they exciting.
5-2, 3-6. Long way back to third and here. It was all about Fort Bragg and Saudi Crown. They put on quite a show here in the Dwyer. John Velasquez, Bob Baffert, SF Racing, Starlight Racing, Matacat Stables. You're winning connections with this talented 3-year-old son of Tappet to take the Dwyer. We'll be back with the prices right after this.
It will be good night to win it by a length and a half.
It is all shotgun Hottie as she pleases.
Disarm draws even. Disarm takes the Met win. But Echo Zulu opens up by 2, now by 3. Echo Zulu looking good. Geared down to win it by 4.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Valley Sports SoCal San Diego as well. Fort Bragg in a battle with Saudi Crown and prevails in the Dwyer, our winter circle lead-in. Brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton July sales of selected yearlings and horses of racing age, July 10th and 11th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be? 3-5 favorite Fort Bragg. First graded stakes win of his career, returning to Bob Baffert's barn and immediately into the winner's circle. Let's go to Big.
Thanks, Greg. And Johnny, down the backstretch on Fort Bragg, you had such a nice, long, rating hold. It looked like he was just traveling so comfortably, even though it was a strong pace.
They were running, though, you know, and in the backstretch, I was trying to ease him up for a little bit from the other horse. I was laying third. And Franco kind of took a little hold of his horse, and my horse got ahead and hit with that one, and he got aggressive, kind of jumped to the left lead a little bit sooner than I wanted him to, and so, you know what, I'm not going to take too much hold of him, put my hands down, and get his own rhythm. And when I got to the other horse, man, I thought I had him pretty easy, though, you know. And although we were rolling, I thought, you know, quarter pole, I should have gone away from him. I think my horse just kind of put half a length in front of the other horse, kind of waited, and obviously the other horse was running, though. Like, he didn't stop running either. And mine just slowing down a little bit, kind of hanging a little bit, and I was hoping that, hey, pay attention, though, you know. But he kept the neck in front of the horse and keep fighting, though. I like about, that's one thing I did like about him, that when the other horse came, he kind of responded again.
Well, it looked to me like you kind of let him go down to him a little bit closer to feel his presence.
Absolutely. You know how we ride, Richie. As soon as I opened up half a length and I saw that he's slowing down, I got really close to him so he knows the other horse is right there, and then he kind of continued running slowly, but he kept his neck in front.
Johnny, obviously, it'd be Bob Baffert's call, but he could go one of two directions, back 7/8 Stallion Jerkins, or try to go on maybe a 1/8 of like the Jim Dandy. What do you think would be appropriate for him?
I don't know. I think the 7/8 probably be a little better for him. I don't see him going to turns in Saratoga, but then again, I'm not the trainer. The way he ran today, it seems like he's more or a sprinter type of thing, one turn type of thing. That's the feeling I got of him. Even that he galloped out pretty good. He didn't give me the confidence when I was fighting to the other horse. So, he's kind of hanging a little bit. So I think maybe 7/8, they go fast enough and he can come and running.
Okay, and now the most important question. 2000, you finished second on More Than Ready in the Dwyer to Albert the Great, and you claim foul. You got to admit, it was a frivolous claim of foul.
You were talking about that earlier. I don't even remember. I'm going to go and watch this race again to see what happened. You were there at the time, and I just don't remember.
I'm just teasing you anyway. But, guys, Johnny Velasquez, all of his infinite skills still very firmly in place.
Thank you, guys.
One of the greatest to ever do it. Don't try and match memories, though, with Mig. He remembers every single ride he ever had.
He can hold a grudge with the best of them.
SF Racing, Starlight, Madacat Stables, and Ford Pratt. It's going to be interesting to see what they do with this horse, because they have options, but he looks like he's pretty good at 7/8 to a mile.
Yeah, I got to think that both of them will be pointing towards the Alan Jerkins, and boy, we'd love to see the two of them and the others that come in there. I guess some will depend on what Bob Baffert does with the Woody Stevens winner, Arabian Lion. Does he stretch out effectively? How does it go? Does Arabian Night ever come back? So many different options with so many good horses. And the question I'd like to ask Richie is, and by the way, I remember the inquiry, and Richie's right, it was a frivolous claim. It must be incredibly exciting for a rider in any race, really, but especially in a race at that magnitude, to be in a stretch duel like that. I mean, it's so fun to watch, but it's got to be thrilling to be involved with it as well.
With all that on the line, back and forth, I mean, nothing separated those two. I don't know if we have Mig still with us and we can get his perspective, but we'll try and get him on later and get his thoughts on it. He's been involved in several of those throughout his incredible career. As thrilling as that is for us, yeah, I can't imagine what it's like being on the back of a horse.
And it must be hard to lose it when you're involved in it, but the adrenaline must just be flowing. It was an exciting race, and it's one of the reasons we love the game, and I agree with Richie's sentiments after the race.
Pick 4 coming up next. We'll get into that in a moment. We have just a few racing days left here at Belmont before we wrap things up and head upstate to Saratoga for opening day, Thursday, July 13th.
You gonna be there, Greg? Think of going?
I'm thinking about it.
Considering it. Heading up next Saturday.
Next Saturday you're heading up.
I am. I spent a little time with my mom, you know.
Well, some changes, of course. That schedule's been tweaked a little bit with where some of those stakes races land.
I like moving some stakes to Fridays because, and I think you'll agree, people tend to leave earlier on Sundays, but they come earlier on Fridays as well. So I like the idea of people having extended weekends and maybe leave a little early to go home, but being able to see some big races on Fridays.
Still have that Schuylerville to kick off the meet for 2-year-old fillies on July 13th. And here's Fox Saturdays at Saratoga. Quite a few of them, including first off the bat Coaching Club American Oaks on July 22nd.
Yeah, that's our first grade 1. It should be an exciting race as well. See how that pans out. We'll see where the Pretty Mischievous, who's a solid favorite for the 3-year-old championship. The connections are talking about running her in the test. I was reading something about that. A race that's been very strong. Well, I guess some may depend what Godolphin's going to do with Wet Paint, who got blown out in her last race by our friend Tom Amos. We'll see if she shows up in the longer distance races. It's a nice problem to have, the embarrassment of riches.
So many prestigious races, too, to target at that meet, and that's where the best show up. We can't wait for it. Of course, Bill Mott still to come. Candyman Rocket later in the card in that sprint division, but the star of the sprint division is the stablemate Elite Power, 7 in a row, who just kept on rolling in the True North on Belmont weekend.
No, he's obviously been extremely impressive. I thought his win over in Dubai was extremely strong. I'm going to be really interested. He blew Knight off the racetrack over in Dubai. I think he's going to read a different Knight up there, and I'm looking to bet against this guy going forward. He has not run big figures, and I kind of think he could be vulnerable, but I keep thinking that, and I keep losing.
7 times in a row. He's proved everybody
I
wrong.
only bet against him about 4 times there, just to be
Okay.
fair, Greg. So
you did like him on a couple of occasions.
no, I
Good
just
to
didn't
know.
play. We'll probably never pick them.
At any level, it's not easy to put that kind of streak together. At the level he's running at, wow, look at the strength of this Hall of Famer stable right now. Arguably, it has never been better in his incredible career.
I think that's a very fair point. And you look at that picture and I think of that old line, why is this man laughing? I know why he's laughing. He's in a pretty strong position looking at that list. And Casa Creed will try to win his second straight 4-star day.
Well, still to come for that smiling Hall of Famer, Candyman Rocket, and by some figures, he just ran the best race of his career last time out. I know you didn't love it, but it came here at Belmont, grade 3 run happy.
Well, I feel like he beat a horse in Twisted Ride who's going to be one of the longer shots on the board. Now, maybe Twisted Ride will be an overlay. But I thought he had, I don't like taking a horse that just ran his best race, but he did it while getting an absolutely perfect trip. And now, he may not get a bad trip, but I think they have to be really more aggressive from the rail to make his own trip. I'm not going to be shocked if he wins. I picked him 4th. But before that last race, I didn't see anything that compelling about his form.
Does like to win. 6 for 11 lifetime. That certainly was the biggest figure, though, he's ever run, but now he's got to do it. Probably this is going to be the toughest field he's ever had to deal with. And you go up and down this list, and you make a case for just about everybody in here.
It's a competitive race. I ended up saddling on Wayburn, who I believe will be a pretty heavy favorite here, probably in the 8-5 range. So I obviously didn't feel as strongly, but I do think there's talent in this group. I would have picked Little Vic, who I think will be closer to 4-1 or 9-2 than 3-1. But I don't know because it's one big fig. It's an aberrant number on a muddy seal track.
3 Technique, a horse who's doing incredibly good right now. Jason Cook, his trainer, says, I gotta keep running him when he's doing this good.
I don't think he's impossible at all. In Belmont Park, he was born for Belmont Park the way he runs.
Well, there's the man who's going to send out Candyman Rocket later to come in the John Nerud. He's got Bad to the Bones, 2-1 current favorite in the 7th here at Belmont. Next, we'll have the post parade for you when we come back.
Catholic Boy, a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, including this romp in the Run Happy Travers Stakes.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer.
This 6-time graded stakes winner was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. At the sales, his first crop yearling sold up to $300,000. Dual Surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Every sire hopes to have a son to follow in his footsteps.
An impressive debut.
For Munnings, that son is Jack Christopher.
Jack Christopher to win the Champagne.
Unbeaten Grade 1 winner at 2. Dual Grade 1 winner at 3.
And he is pouring it on here. It is Jack Christopher winning the Grade 1 H. Allen Jerkins Memorial.
Jack Christopher, new to Coolmore, America, home of champions.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage, Valley Sports SoCal in San Diego. And we have the 7th up next. Kicks off the Pick 4. First allowance condition race, 1 turn mile ahead. And Linda Rice having a tremendous meet here at Belmont. She's going to send out a horse she just claimed off of maybe the hottest trainer on the planet, Bill Mott. So she'll campaign South Street here in this race, and this is our chase of the day, presented by Day Chaser, canned cocktails, real spirits, real fruit juice. Linda Rice with South Street, 7-1 on the board right now.
If this horse had been claimed by probably anybody but Linda Rice, I would completely dismiss him. His form had fallen apart. He was second in a very, very weak field last time, but Linda is so shrewd and her horse are running so well that I do think you have to consider a horse that at one time in his career looked like he had some real potential.
Does she have the numbers to hang on for the final few days of this meet?
That's a great question. I guess it's, yeah, I mean, there's what, 6 days left. So if Chad Brown wins 6 races, if she wins 2 races, Chad Brown has to win 7 to beat her. That's not easy. And Chad Brown is loaded, but he's Linda's got a lot of arrows in her quiver. She's a big favorite to win this.
Yeah, good for her having this big meet. Again, South Street for her barn, first off to claim for the man who won the first 2 on the card today, Jose Ortiz. But Bill Mott, bad to the bones, the favorite from the inside. Back with us, Maggie Wolfendale. Let's head downstairs.
And we'll start with Linda Rice's new acquisition in number 6, South Street, a horse that I was a bit dubious of going into his last race when dropped to the 40,000. He just really didn't or wasn't carrying his weight well and was just very, very quiet and lackluster. Then, as they approached the gate, he actually broke through the gate and then broke his bridle. So there was this long waiting period for them to fix the bridle, put it back on him. And I'm wondering if in hindsight, because he is such a quiet, laid-back individual, that it may have been a good thing. I know that sounds odd to say, but sometimes you need a lot of excitement for these horses to kind of really perk up. And he ran a lot better than I thought he would, and beaten by Son of an X, who was a logical player that day too. But Linda, as she typically does, will always put condition and weight on a horse. So that's what I'm observing here from South Street. And it's always, too, a positive when Linda is aggressive and cites these horses, moving them up in class. So I respect South Street with the work that Linda does and with what I'm seeing here with him today. Moving on to a current Bill Mott horse in number 1, Bad to the Bones. He's a horse that I saw in his second start of his career for previous connections as a 2-year-old. And I just really wasn't thrilled with him that day, and nearly 2 years later, still not thrilled with him. He's a horse that just really has not gone on, and he looks weak behind, and I'm wondering that, now, it could be Bill Mott turning his career around and him going really well. It also could have been Churchill, because Churchill's a lot different of a dirt surface than what we have here in New York. It's a lot a firmer surface. It mimics more of a turf course. It's a lot harder. So horses that are weak behind will find it easier to push off of than these deeper tracks that we have in here in New York. So I'm going to talk him into the winner's circle, but I just can't endorse him as a heavy favorite. And then we'll check in with number 3, Brew Pub, who isn't the winningest type. I know he's 3 for 38, but maybe we just judge him on the Rudy Rodriguez form of late. He's going to stretch back out in distance. And when he mostly ran a mile, it was early on in his career as a 2 and early 4-year-old, or excuse me, 3 and early 4-year-old. Now he's 5. Certainly has a pedigree to say longer is better, being a street sense out of a Giants Causeway mare. He also has a physical frame to say that longer is better. He's very long and very evenly framed. He isn't built like a sprinter at all, to be quite frank. And furthermore, now that it's his 3rd start with Rudy, he's just put on some weight, and he looks better than what I have seen from him throughout last year and into the early part of this year. So I think he could be a legitimate player in this mile today, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. Post parade here coming up. We're going to get to it in a moment. Pick 4 pool, as you see, over $142,000, and there's Bad to the Bones. That's the nickname, I guess, for Bill Mott's stable right now.
Here's the problem with this horse. And obviously a contender. I picked him second. I'm not against him. He's 1 for 9 with 4 seconds and thirds. He has been 8 to 5, 4 to 5, 3 to 5, 2 to 1, 2 to 1. In 5 of his 9 starts, he's been a super short price with just 1 win. And I don't really feel like running down at Delaware and Laurel and Churchill. Has he been facing better horses than these? No. So I think at a short price, he's very vulnerable.
But also the possibility that he's starting to get better now as a 4-year-old, figuring it out. Floki's Flight, who we just missed to, that horse has won 3 in a row for Dale Romans, who's got very good.
He improved his Buyer 7 points off of that race, but he's also running his horse that came back and ran worse. Listen, he's in the Mott barn. The barn is firing all cylinders. He could continue to get better. As I said, I picked him second, and I can understand why I don't like him, but I still don't like horses that are 1 for 9. I mean, yeah, he's in a very good barn. Graham Motion's no dope, the guy who had him before. So he's just kind of a horse that's disappointed, but it's a weird field, right? I mean, what do you do with Verratti, who's going to go up from his 5-1, but has he ever been good enough? Brewpub. Is it just a new horse for Rudy? I think that Fig last time's a little hard to believe when you consider how much trouble Awesome Native, the favorite, had and still won. But I don't know. I picked the 5, 12th man.
Meanwhile, this horse here, Unexpected, trained by who won the Belmont Stakes, Jenna Antonucci and Arcangelo. Who can forget this incredible moment? Making history. Not only first female trainer to win a Belmont, first to win any Triple Crown event, made it just a tremendous ending to the Triple Crown season.
No question about it. So many good stories involved. Obviously with Jenna winning and, you know, a smaller stable and a lesser known name, but also a woman, the first woman to win a Triple Crown race in an industry that's really dominated with women in all facets of the game. Just not really as much on the front lines of it. So great to see her get that attention she so richly deserves. But also Javier Castellano winning his first Derby. Horse sort of doesn't run as well, Mage the Preakness, and gets back on another horse and wins 2 of the 3 Triple Crown races. The 2 legs Triple Crown he had never won before. So many good stories, so much to like.
And a horse that, you know, off that performance, even the Peter Pan before that, looks like a horse that could be a major player in this division.
Absolutely. What is there not to like about this horse? And he also was the only horse on the dirt that ran well down the inside, and it's kind of interesting because the horse I like in this race, the 5-12th man, one of the reasons I like him is I feel like maybe he was better off being outside when he was inside last time out. We'll see whether or not that's a reason.
Oh, such a great story. Here we go with our post-parade, and here is Bill Mott's Bad to the Bones. Junior Alvarado, his main man, will ride for Stone Farm.
Listen, he's obviously been in good form, but I don't see anything about his form that makes him 2-1 in here.
And is short.
Just he's one of the horses who can win.
Third off the layoff. We'll see if that's the best for him in the form cycle. Verratti won first time out. He beat Mo Donegal, who'd win the Belmont.
That's right. Okay, now I got it. That was also sprinting. I don't see how you can like this horse, but maybe you'll just suddenly turn it around.
Brewpub, as you mentioned, just a monster number last start. That was sprinting, and he's never run anything close to it before.
Right. We'll talk about it a little bit after the post parade, but he has completely turned his career around for Rudy Rodriguez.
12th man, 9-1 for Michelle Nevin.
This horse has run twice in a mile, and his first effort was a very good one. The second one was bad, but it preceded a long layoff, and I don't think he had the right trip in a paceless race last time. I think he's okay at a big price.
Jose Ortiz won the first 2 on the card. He'll team up with Linda Rice here off the claim.
Other than Linda Rice being sharp off the claim, he's a little tough to like.
8-1 right now. Barise had some figures late last year. Probably would have made him the favorite in here. What's happened to him?
He's just fallen apart. But he has been in a very tough spot last time out. And I think with Ruben Silvera, the idea is to be winging up front early. We'll see if he can outrun the 2 and 3 early in the race.
Winner's Lion coming out of an allowance optional claiming race. That was against 3-year-olds. Needs to improve, but just missed.
He lost to a horse that ran back in the Dwyer and not very effectively. He'd have to get faster.
And here's the Jenna Antonucci runner. Belmont Stakes winner with Arcangelo. Unexpected. 29-1, a horse who just won at 1-5 last time out at the much softer circuit of Belterra.
Yeah, he would be a surprise and an underlay at 29-1 based on his form.
So post time coming up for the 7th at Belmont. I want to remind everyone you can earn a $25 bonus today by playing with Nerud bets. Bet $75 each at Belmont Park, Ellis, and Woodbine today. And you'll get that $25 bonus in your account, win or lose. You do have to opt in, though, so do that first. Go to NerudBets.com to play and opt in.
Do you think Kendrick Carmouche, when he was talking to Jenna Antonucci, said, listen, Jenna, Javier Castellano chooses Mage over Arcangelo. You got my phone number.
Doesn't hurt riding ones like this to get into the barn, does it?
Absolutely.
Well, this horse here, Brew Pub, 2-1 right now. Slight second choice. A race that 38th start of his career came seemingly from nowhere.
He's completely turned his career around for Rui Rodriguez, so even though he's 0 for 8 at a mile, I'm not going to hold that against him because it's just a different horse for Rudy, but I do think you have to consider the extra distance. My problem here is the winner, Awesome Native, who you and I thought couldn't lose, and he was a heavy favorite. He did not have a good trip. He got left, he was shuffled back to last, he had a fight through traffic, and yet he still ran about a 94 or 95 buyer figure, far and away a career best with a troubled trip. Now, other people have that figure relatively close, and I'm not saying it's inaccurate for the final time. I just have trouble believing it's going to be predictive going forward. But couldn't he still run an 87 buyer and win this race?
And is he going to be as effective, though, too, distance-wise? That's the other question. Let's go back to Maggie.
We see two 2-1 shots here on the board. I've got to say, one I don't necessarily like, and one that I was tempted in taking in Brew Pub, but I'm going to go with a bigger price with the New York bred, the other New York bred, I should say, in here in Barise. I know he has really not done much running in his 2 starts so far this year, but you know, he was steadied back early in that commentator, then he just never really picked up. You know, what Andy said was interesting because, yeah, with Ruben Silvera aboard, it's go time. And as you see him, he's doing figure 8s in the chute, just keeping him moving. And one thing that I saw from him, I wasn't in the paddock for the commentator, but one thing I saw from him coming back is that he was really, really quiet on the racetrack. And he needs to be light, you know, put a light under his behind, just to get some energy into him. And I like that Ruben's doing that with him. And really, if I was blindly picking horses purely on physical appearance, Barise would top that list. So I'm going to go with him here at 6-1 and think that Andy's plan of having him forward today is going to be the key to him running well. Number 2, Verratti, what do you do with him? I mean, he's a horse that ran well in his first 2 starts, and then he's had trouble staying on the racetrack, and I don't know. When I last saw him, which was on June 3rd, he just looked horrible in his coat. He just did not look very good overall, though I did think that he was one that should be capable at least at a 1-turn mile. He has a little bit more sprinter built, but the 1 turn might be okay for him. He does look a lot better in his coat, and he looks incredibly fit second off the bench. But, boy, I wish he did a bit more running than what he did on that May 19th effort. I mean, he was hustled early, and then he just completely backed out of it on the turn. So maybe it's a vote of confidence that they stick with this allowance condition, but he's a little tough to take, Greg.
Yeah, we're all taking a stand against Verratti in here, and it's tough. I mean, we mentioned beat the eventual Belmont Stakes winner in his debut. Faced distant second, but against a horse who looked like he was going to become a superstar sprinter, Conager, but then just done nothing since then.
You mean, you got to remember, he also beat the eventual Belmont Stakes winner at 6 furlongs, half the distance to the Belmont, and it's not like Triple Elvis has turned out to be that good a horse. So I don't see it. You know, to me, he's a wing and a prayer horse that ran really well to start his career, but has just fallen apart. If you want to bet him and he's a price, go ahead. I don't want to talk people off horses at big prices. I just know that you and I and Maggie, none of us would bet him.
12-1 here, though, on 12th man, and there are some intriguing reasons that you thought he could be a factor in this race.
Well, it's not like his figures are that far off at his good numbers, and he was compromised by a slow pace last time. He's the only horse to make a significant run. All the running was done on the outside. He was down on the inside. He's caught his share of muddy, sloppy tracks. He's got 2-mile races. One was an 86 buyer, and then his next one was preceding a 9-month layoff, so something obviously went wrong. So he has run races fast enough, and how can you explain to me how he is a bigger price than Winter's Lion, who has, on paper, close to 0 chance to win?
He's also got only beat 3 3/4 lengths to a horse named Sibelius.
He's run against good horses in here.
We saw win in Dubai.
Yeah, I mean, I don't love him. but Michelle Nevins-Barnes been going well lately, and there's enough things I could like on him, and I don't want to take 9-5 on Brew Pub. I don't want to take 2-1 on Bad the Bone. I knew they'd be short prices. I think they're both very logical. I picked them second and third. I can see the Barisi argument at a fair price. Maggie mentioned him, but besides, Sarah likes a Barisi as well. But 5-1?
It's a little short, but there's definitely reasons to think Parise can get back to the horse that we saw late last year. And if he can do that,
he can absolutely
wins
win
this race.
No question. And maybe the 5-1 means he's live, and maybe that's a good sign.
Yeah. I
I just feel like if you like Barisi, they didn't think you were getting 5-1.
Meanwhile, favoritism to Brew Pub right now. Can he handle this mile distance? He steps in line, the 3, under Manny Franco. Start of the pick 4. Let's go to John Imbriel to kick things off.
They're all in. And they're off. And from the outside, it is Unexpected. Brew Pub is right there. Barisi now moves on through. Verratti gains, so it's 4 of them stacked across the track. And Winter's Lion not far behind in 5th. Bad to the Bones is down at the rail. And right alongside is a 12th man. South Street is the trailer in 8th. It's Verratti who has now come away with the lead. Barisi runs in second. Bad to the Bones is down at the rail. And in between horses is a 12th man. And then comes Winter's Lion, who's running in 5th. Unexpected far outside in 6th. Brew Pub is now back in 7th. And South Street is the trailer in the quarter 1 and 23 and 2. Verratti by a half length. Barisi on the outside right there in second. Just in behind, Bad to the Bones, who is down at the rail. 12th man is there, along with Winter's Lion. Half mile and 46 and 3. At the back of the pack are South Street, Brew Pub, and Unexpected. The battle up front, Verratti on the inside, Barisi on the outside. The 2 of them are heads apart, coming for the top of the stretch, with Winter's Lion and Bad to the Bones giving chase 3rd and 4th. 3/4 went in 1, 11 and 1. On the outside, it is Barisi who now takes the lead from Verratti. Winter's Lion is in 3rd. Bad to the Bones next in 4th. Brew Pub is on the far outside. Barisi has drawn clear here in deep stretch. It is Barisi in front, and the New York bred put in a top effort today. Barisi the winner, and Brew Pub gets up to complete a state bred exacta.
Barisi getting back to that strong 3-year-old form. Paradise Farms, Mike Maker, and Ruben Silvera.
They knew. He took a lot of money for a horse that did not look like a 5-1 shot on paper. And one of the things you got to like about Ruben Silvera is he's an aggressive rider who puts his horses into position. And he put this horse into position, and you could see it the whole way. Unless the 2 Verratti kept going, he was going to keep running along. And he absolutely buried the field. I mean, yeah, Brew Pub made a little run for second. This horse was a no doubt about it winner. But to put in perspective, by the way, the last race, this is about a 2.5 seconds slower than the Dwyer. And the Dwyer, they were setting wicked fractions as well. So I think it just shows you how impressive that Dwyer was.
43 and change, 108 and change for 6 furlongs.
And I don't think it's a question there was a super slow pace that led to a slower final time. I think considering that pace, it would have taken more of a toll. And I think that just shows you the kind of race, you get them back to back at a mile that we just saw in the Dwyer. And this horse crushed the field and went a 2.5 seconds slower.
Shows you how good that was, that battle between those 2 and the Dwyer. Maggie said this one looked the part, best of anyone, and runs to his looks here in this 7th, returning to that sharp 3-year-old form for Mike Maker. 5th win of this New York bred's career.
Yeah, no, Maggie was on it. I said Sarah liked the horse. We did it in Talking Horses, and they were right. And there was obviously a lot of people in the public that thought this horse. And I joked about the 8 taking money. He went very well finishing 3rd in here. So the money was smart.
7-3, 8-2. Barisi, Ruben Silvera with the victory here at 5-1. Well, the prices when we come back set up the 8th for you as well. And we'll talk Todd Pletcher's 3-year-old contingent. The 2nd, 3rd place finishers from the Belmont getting back to work. Forte, Tapit, Trice. What's next for them as they prep for Saratoga? Stay with us.
Catholic Boy, A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, including this romp in the run-happy Travers Stakes.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer.
This 6-time graded stakes winner was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. At the sales, his first crop yearling sold up to $300,000. Dual Surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence, whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Every sire hopes to have a son to follow in his footsteps.
An impressive debut.
For Munnings, that son is Jack Christopher.
Jack Christopher to win the Champagne.
Unbeaten Grade 1 winner at 2. Dual Grade 1 winner at 3.
And he is pouring it on here. It is Jack Christopher winning the Grade 1 H. Allen Jerkins Memorial.
Jack Christopher, new to Coolmore, America, home of champions.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. Valley Sports SoCal and San Diego with us as well. Parise back to his better form, no question, with this performance here in the 7th at 5-1 for the victory for this New York bred for Mike Maker and Paradise Farms.
Yeah, and I think one of the things we talked about this on Talking Horse earlier was the fact that they were confident enough to take a shot in a race as tough as the commentator, as poorly as he ran, turned out to be a good sign for him when he got in a more realistic spot.
5th career victory. And pace 12.20 for the win. Brew Pub second. Winners Lion third at 10-1. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with winning owner Peter Brosha with Parise. Did I say it okay?
Yes, excellent. Thank you very much.
Talk a little bit about getting him back on track today. 3rd start off of a layoff and takes down a decent allowance group.
Well, I was very pleased. I mean, you know, anytime you're coming off a layoff, that first race back, I think he needed the race. Next time out, he fought some heavy-duty horses in that stake race, albeit New York breds, but he tried. We gave him a little time here, and Mike had him ready, and Nelson had him ready here, and we did a great job. And Ruben, Jock put him in the right spot, and we were able to hold off for the oncoming horses. Very pleased. I think we have a horse for Saratoga now that will be ready for sometime in the next 5 or 6 weeks.
And two, we were talking about trying to find what's best for him and for any horse, to be fair, but it feels like he's more of that one-turn type. And two, I think Ruben did a great job of getting him involved. He needs to be forwardly placed.
He does, absolutely. We talked in the paddock, and he asked me, and I usually don't say anything, but since he asked, I gave him my opinion, which was, you know, play the break and see if you could put him in the race. He likes to be 3 or 4 lengths out. The 2-turn races you mentioned were not his best, although he tried against major open company as a 3-year-old. So we think this is his spot. Hopefully we could find a race. You know, Saratoga doesn't have that straightaway mile, but I'm sure Mike and the team will figure it out.
You got a dog leg. It's like 1.5, but looking forward to seeing him up at the spa. He looks spectacular today. Congrats.
Thanks very much, Meg.
Peter Brosha of Paradise Farms campaigning Parise from the start, and as we have seen throughout the card today, New York breds dominating some open company again, Greg.
Yep, time and time again, we see it. New York breds can hang with anyone, and Parise proven that here. Fort Bragg at odds on. Now 5-1 upset here in leg 2 of this pick 5 with 3 legs remaining.
Speaking of New York breds, our good friend Naja Thompson of the New York Thoroughbred Breeders. Hate to tell us, the women out there, he's off the market. He's now engaged. He got engaged.
Congratulations, Naj.
Engaged. There's some photos from him crying when he had to pay for the ring, but very happy for our friend.
That's phenomenal.
Yep.
I don't know if you know this. I'm off the market.
I
as
heard
well.
that. I heard you got married. Congratulations.
Had a
Belated
good weekend
congrats
last
on that.
weekend. Thank you.
Very exciting.
But very happy for now.
You're a lucky guy, Laura. It's over at this point.
She feels the same way. Mile and 16th on the turf. 8th at Belmont, 50,000 starter allowance coming up. Timbuktu. Rick Dutrow barn, Jose Ortiz taking a lot of money right now.
Yeah. What? There's a 3-2 shot in this race?
It's early. Could change.
How do you look at this race and think I'm going to bet a horse is paying $6 or less?
Broken Spur, big chance to wire this field?
I didn't like him. I thought there was
No?
other speed
Okay.
in there. I think it's an open race. I prefer the horse, the 6 Shinson, who finished behind Timbuktu. I do think the 12 Kingfish Stevens is dangerous. I worry about that post. People should know the rails are back down to 0 on the Widener, and I think that's going to make it more important to save a little ground on the Widener.
All right. Well, coming up tonight, we have more encore coverage on our Fox Sports broadcast with the Meadowlands starting at 8 Eastern on FS2. And you will see Bella Bellini, Jiggy Jog going head-to-head in that 6th on the card in that 1 mile trot. That'll be fun to watch. Jiggy Jog been perfect so far in a couple of starts this year. As good as and as accomplished as Bella Bellini is, she's probably Jiggy Jog, she'd be the one to beat in that race. See if Bella Bellini can return to her incredible form.
Jiggy Jog is kind of a confident name for a harness horse, right? That's a real harness term.
Now this is a look at Jiggy Jog, who started off this year perfect 2 for 2, 12 for 26 lifetime.
So maybe an appropriate name for Jiggy Jog. When I first
been Jiggy Jogging every time out this year, no question.
When I first moved to New York, I spent a lot of time, not just the harness Meadowlands Thoroughbreds, but the harness the Meadowlands. It was the best racing in the country. I had a very sharp friend who used to go meet him out there, who used to help me make money when I was broke.
Finished off last year with a Breeders' Crown win, picked up right where she has left off. So look forward to that coverage again, 8 Eastern tonight, start time on FS2.
All right.
And we're going to be having down the road, too. I got to cover one of those nights.
You looking for a night shift in Saratoga?
I covered it last summer at Saratoga,
Really?
night shift, and it was extremely fun.
I'll send you a drink if you have to do it again this year.
Maybe after the show.
Okay.
But I appreciate the sentiment. So look forward to that coming up later tonight. We still got a lot more good coverage coming up, including the John Nerud ahead. Let's take a look, though, at what is coming up in terms of stakes schedule for the 3-year-olds this year. Haskell, Jim Dandy. May as well throw the Curlin in there as well.
Okay, throw it in, the 21st.
Let's do it.
I think that's for knowers of a sweepstake, but it could be a very interesting race. And for people to say that the Curlin is never effective.
Connect came out of there, didn't he?
Connected, VE Day came out of it to win the Jim Dandy.
So
to win the Travers.
Travers, August 26th. And then the Penn Derby, September 23rd. Well, Pletcher, 2 of his biggies, still expect to be major factors in this division, Maggie, later this year, and then we're back to work.
They are. Forte saw his first work back since that runner-up effort in this year's Belmont Stakes off of the 10-week layoff. And usually that's fairly typical for a horse who has had a big gap in between races. You don't bring them back that quickly. You kind of give them a little bit of time to recover, especially because he had and put in such a big effort. He did go 50-2, returning on the Belmont training track, which is a typical place where Todd Pletcher likes to work his horses. And it was something to build off of going back to the Belmont Stakes. He's never that flashy of a workhorse either, and I think that's reflective in what Andy was talking about too, in that he needs to be hard-ridden in his races. It's almost like He was a really sharp 2-year-old, and now he's just kind of a workman-like 3-year-old. So we'll see how he progresses throughout the year. But boy, we just saw a great performance and a showdown between the two horses back in the Dwyer. They certainly threw their names into the hat. And then you have Tappet Trice, who I think was fairly disappointing going back to the Belmont Stakes, but he's had 2 works, obviously bouncing out of that third jewel of the Triple Crown in Fine Fettle, as his second work back was 48 flat. So a nice work, and I'm wondering if Todd is trying to put a little bit more speed into this guy. He is one that continuously fails to get out of the gate fleet-footed. He does not get himself any forward position, and on top of that, he hates kickback. So he's got to start getting some forward position to avoid that dilemma. He's a great Tappet. There's tons of ability. There's just a lot of quirks and a lot of issues that go on between the ears. I see it with so many of them. It'll be fun to see if he can finally fine-tune Tappet Trice to get him on track to show his full potential. Greg?
We'll wait and see if, that happens later this summer down the road. If anyone could do it, Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher can get him there. We'll find out. It's going to be exciting. All these horses with all this ability to see who takes that next step, because very often this second half of the year, things change a lot.
No question about it. I mean, there have been a lot of years where the eventual champion really isn't a major name or isn't a horse that people are considering for it at this point. The second half of the year is just getting ready to get started. In fact, it starts today, I think, officially.
Does it really?
Well, it's July 1st.
Okay, that's true. Good point.
Timing thing.
Here's the Belmont for Forte and Tappet Trice. Of course, they could not get to Arcangelo, but for Forte, wide trip, hadn't raced in 10 weeks, trying to get a mile and a half. All in all, pretty good effort.
Yeah, I don't think he had a particularly wide trip. We'll have to disagree on that. I mean, I think at Belmont, I think it was a good trip. He saved ground. He angled out. In my opinion, I'm going to be honest, I think this was a very poorly ridden race by a lot of smart riders. And I think Luis Saez and Flavien Prat, for that matter, both moved way too soon in here. And it's interesting watching it because Ira Ortiz was riding Forte along. He just couldn't keep up as the others were moving prematurely. But in my opinion, Forte basically benefited from that because they all tired out from making premature moves. So I think that Tappet Trice actually ran fairly well. I think Hit Show was a little bit more forward than really benefited. I'm surprised the Connections wanted to be close considering they essentially had a rabbit in the race in Tappet's shoes. So I think maybe some of those horses that moved early ran better than it looks. But I can understand. I think if one of them emerges from it as a major horse second half season, I would prefer Forte over Tappet Trice, simply because Forte has done it. He's already won the big races. He's put in the big efforts. And Tappet Trice is just getting to be a point where he's a horse that's just not going to live up to the hype. He just doesn't really get it together, though he's not untalented.
We'll see. He's got time.
Yeah, I'm not trying to condemn him. I think all these horses are in the conversation. Just think like most people that Forte is more likely. I just prefer other horses in general. Who they are remains to be seen.
Big half of this second part of the season coming up. Some big early targets. Everyone trying to get their way to the Travers. We're going to take a timeout. Turf Star returning to Belmont. Technical analysis for Chad Brown. Have that story for you when we come back, as we have some big days still remaining here at Belmont.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Ms. Big Bucks goes wire to win the New York Stallion Stakes.
Ms. Big Bucks, who got the job done today.
Ruse also wire to wire.
Ruse, rough draft, one last try. Ruse holds on.
And Long Shot War Museum delivers at Monmouth.
War Museum is now in front. War Museum at 41-1.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. It's brought to you in part where you can play it all at Nerud Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. As our features still to come. John Nerud later on in the card for a race away. Perfect Sting coming up on Sunday, early on. Stakes action on the Sunday card. Mile on the Turf and technical analysis for Chad Brown. Jose Ortiz will ride, making her 5-year-old return.
And this is her win in the Boston Spa last year, and she kind of went a little off form towards the end of the year. I mean, she gave in Italia about as tough a run as anybody did when Italia went on her streak when she finished second to her in the Diana. She's a horse that's had some nagging little issues, nothing major that have kept her from getting back on track now until the beginning of July. She's 1-3 for Chad Brown. She is the one to beat in this race, though. She's a very, very talented horse. She's just been in this shadow of some hugely talented horses.
Yeah, it's been tough, including right now with an Italian. But we'll see how she comes back in her 5-year-old return, 6 for 12 lifetime for technical analysis. And we'll see how she fares in that Perfect Sting. That's for her. That's going to be the softest competition she's faced in a while.
Yes. And Fluffy Socks, was she beat in that race, the Boston Spa? I mean, she won the stake at Churchill on Derby weekend. She's a good horse.
Chad Brown going to send out forwardly in this race coming up. We have the Perfect Sting tomorrow at Belmont. We have the Perfect Sting tonight at the Meadowlands. The Perfect Sting, standard bred, the only pacing stallion in the past 20 years to win the Breeders' Crown and be voted Dan Patch champ both as a 2- and 3-year-old.
Very impressive. And I think Perfect Sting was the second Breeders' Cup Turf winner after Soaring Softly. I want to say Joe Orsino trained her for Frank Stronach. She was a very, very good horse.
Can't go wrong with either of those two. Incredible resumes they were able to put together. We're going to take a timeout. We will be back 8th at Belmont, mile and a 16th on the turf. 50,000 starter allowance. Still a very short price favorite. Timbuktu 6-5 here for Rick Dutrow, trying to get his second win here on the comeback after being gone away a decade. We'll be back. Chad Brown with major contender as well.
Spun to run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to run, standing at Gainesway.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Nerud Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Nerud Bets.
Introducing Venezuelan Hug, the tenacious, towering son of Constitution, now standing in New York. After breaking his maiden at Gulf Street, he dispatched Cityman and Allowance Company at Saratoga, going on to 6 wins in 10 starts, finishing with 3 straight stakes victories, including the Grade 3 Canadian Turf. Now a versatile sire, complementing any mare with size, looks, and athleticism that's been called the best-kept secret in New York. Venezuelan Hug, standing at Mill Creek Farm. Visit millcreeksaratoga.com to book your mare today.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Back on our FS2 coverage of America's Day of the Races on the Saturday card here in Elmont, New York, coming up, mile and a 16th on the turf. Then it is the feature at Grade 2, John Nerud, $250,000 purse, going 7/8 of a mile. That's Timbuktu, that's the 8-5 favorite. Face Shinsen, who's a major player in this race again, coming up when they met back on May 11th at Belmont.
Yeah, To me, it makes absolutely no sense that Timbuktu is 8-5 or 3-2 and Shinsen 6-1, because this was an extremely slow pace, which played more into the hands of Timbuktu, who's not fast, but is a more forward horse, while Shinsen is very slow, and he had to be taken out of his game to be close in there. There's a lot more pace today, which I think will play the strengths of Shinsen more. So in my opinion, Shinsen at 6-1, a much better bet than Timbuktu at 3-2.
Yeah, seeing this early money, fine. Things happen, no question, and it sorts itself out. This money's staying on Timbuktu.
I'm going to look at the doubles. I mean, obviously, there's a very different pools now. Timbuktu is a pretty strong favorite, around 2-1, but Kingfish Stevens the second choice and Shinsen the third choice. Shinsen's an overlay in relative terms. There's no question about it.
And Kingfish Stevens the 12, who we'll get to, 7-2 right now. Javier Castellano wearing a cheek piece again for trainer Carlos Martin, coming out of a stake against Nazarok. So post-parade coming up as they come to the tunnel. And here's big long shot, Big Venezuela to kick things off.
Yeah, his turf races aren't that bad, but he's probably better a little less distance, and he just doesn't a horse that doesn't get it done. He's in a tough spot. That's why he's a big price.
Jackie Davis, rider change on board Big Venezuela. Timbuktu at 8-5.
I mean, obviously he's a player in the race. He just seems to be a little bit over bet. That's all. I picked him second. I'm not against him, but his races are competitive.
Wildly over bet right now. Morning Cup, 37-1. Katie Davis.
There's no pedigree in the turf if you look at production, but you have a hard spun from the Elusive Quality Dam and Linda Rice, though she doesn't have great numbers, first time in the turf off the claim.
Apollo Rising, John Velasquez aboard turf debut here as well.
Well, there is some turf in the second generation of the Dam on this long shot.
We saw Chad Brown in the paddock. He's got forwardly New Gelding making the 4-year-old debut.
If this horse wasn't trained by Chad Brown, he could be 20-1, 15-1 in here. I don't know what about his races. Did you think he was that competitive here?
Maybe not that high.
I picked him fifth. Maybe not a little bit high. 10-1, 8-1.
That's fair. Shinsen.
I like
I
Shinsen.
agree with you.
I think he was taken out of his game last time. I think the Widener fits him perfectly, and I believe he's going to be a major player here.
Urban Myth for Kerry Brion.
I don't think this horse is supposed to be 40-1 in here. His races aren't that bad. I think he has a chance, and he lost a horse last time. He came back with a huge win.
Lord Gatling's had 2 tries on the turf, has not hit the board.
Can be forward, but he's just not good enough.
Broken Spur. We'll get to in a moment at 8-1 is going to try and lead the way in here as we go to the 10 Mo Rewards. Greg DePrima, New Gelding here.
Yeah, and here's Broken Spur. Oh, that's the 10. I don't like Mo Rewards. When he was in good form, even his turf races were okay. His recent form, not good.
49-1 on the 10. Here's the speedster, Broken Spur with Jose Lezcano.
He won an uncompetitive 5-horse field last time, loose in the lead. There's more pace here. I don't like him at all.
Got sprint speed, though.
He does. But there may be a lot of this pace, could be honest.
Here's More Than Work, Carlos Martin.
He's the other Carlos Martin horse, not impossible. Finished second, the impressive Pioneer Spirit last time. Not out of it.
Yeah, another one is pretty big price. It has a shot.
I agree.
7-2 Kingfish Stevens outside Javier Castellano for Carlos Martin.
The post worries me a bit. Not that I mind having an outside post in these races. I just worry about getting the right positioning given the rails are down. But I think there's a lot to like about him. I think if you weren't worried about post, I think he should be favored. Because he has upside. I thought he ran very well, attending a very quick pace 2 races back. And then last time out, he was just way over his head and didn't really run that badly. In this race, there was a wicked pace duel. He was the first one to come calling and really ran well to be second there. I think he makes a lot of sense. I just worry that the trip from that post on this course might be troublesome.
Castellano has gotten some familiarity with him. He was on board in this race. He was on board in that stake at Pimlico as well against the talented Nazarok. We had a pretty good account of himself that day as well.
He's a very logical horse in here. I think you'll agree the 2 and 12 seem like logical horses. I find this to be a tough race to take that short a price on the 2. 7-2 and 12 is better. I like the 6, and at 5-1, I think he's a fair price. It's not a great price, but it's a fair price.
Let's go to Maggie.
This is one of those tough races where there's just so many options. I mean, I was just checking through them as they're walking in front of me because I feel like I missed something as I went through this field, but I'm going to land on the horse that Andy thinks has no shot. No, of course he thinks he could win. It's Chad Brown after all, but number 5 forwardly, I think it's really important to note that he is a New Gelding because Watching his replays, he seems like a horse that is, as Mig likes to say, running with the emergency brake on. In that, watching the Gulfstream Park effort, he was in a good spot, and then the rider had to get after him midway around the second turn, but he kept responding. So he feels like a horse that isn't always putting forth his best effort or putting his best foot forward. And I find that when you geld a horse, it makes them truer individuals, more willing partners with their rider. And this is by far the best I've ever seen this horse appear prior to a start. He's fit, he's filled out, he's grown, he's stronger. So I'm going to take a shot with him at 9-2. Of course, you're always going to take the worst of it when you're taking a Chad Brown horse. But let's look to his inside with number 4. In regards to the price, I should say. But number 4, Apollo Rising, is trying the turf for the first time. Will Walden ships him up here from Kentucky. Now he's by Caraconte, who I do think is a good influence when switching to the turf. On the bottom side, there's not much talent, but at least they all ran on the turf, and he looks as though he should handle the turf. He looks excellent overall, and he's just a wild card that I think could be used underneath. Number 7, Urban Myth, that's far too big of a price. A horse I thought that looked as though he needed his last start, like a little less ground for him. And number 9, Broken Spur. He is a speed type. He was kept very, very quiet, barely got out of a walk, Greg, in the preliminaries.
All right, Maggie, thank you for that info. Good stuff. As the 6, Shinson moves in.
I just think the 5 is overbet. I'm not going to be shocked if the 5 runs well here at all. I just think he's overbet.
9-2 on his 4-year-old debut, Forwardly the 5 for Chad Brown with Manny Franco. This 11 we talked about. Wouldn't be surprised if he got it done at a big price. More than work. And then Kingfish Stevens, one of the top choices as well. Can he overcome this outside post with Javier Castellano? Let's go to John Imbrial for the call.
There in the gate. And they're off. From the inside, a big Venezuela. Apollo Rising is right there. Now More Than Work gains from the outside. So it's 3 of them across the track. Lord Gatling sits behind and races in 4th. Mo Rewards is next in 5th. The gray Broken Spur in between horses. And down on the inside is Forwardly. Then we come back to Kingfish Stevens, followed by Morning Cup, who's down at the hedge. Shin Sun is alongside. And then Urban Myth, and Timbuktu is the trailer in 12th, the quarter, 24 seconds. Big Venezuela leads by a length and a half, with Apollo Rising in 2nd and More Than Work next in 3rd. Then a break of 4, back to Forwardly, who runs in 4th. Broken Spur is 5th. Kingfish Stevens in the clear on the outside in 6th. Morning Cup advances down at the rail from 7th. Singe Sun is alongside and in 8th. Timbuktu has gained a few spots after a half and 46 and 3. They're all still chasing Big Venezuela, who leads by a length and a half. Apollo Rising. And on the outside, More Than Work. And now those 2 are gaining ground on Big Venezuela. Here comes More Than Work up on the outside now to take the lead. Big Venezuela back in 2nd. Apollo Rising is in 3rd. Then Broken Spur next in 4th. Kingfish Stevens on the far outside. Shin Sun is looking for a way through. And then comes Forwardly. It is a Big Venezuela challenged here now by Broken Spur on the outside. And Timbuktu is coming on late here. Timbuktu surges to the front. Timbuktu, a last to first winner here, and Jose Ortiz gets his 3rd victory today. Shin Sun got 2nd, Broken Spur was 3rd.
That money was right. Timbuktu much the best here in this spot to win for the 3rd time in turf in his career.
I said to you earlier he was going to come from Timbuktu to win it. I have a lot of trouble believing that first quarter, and then they go 22 and 3 as they spread the field out. But Jose Ortiz was confident, and confident for good reason. He moved up, he angled out, and got it done. No excuse for my runner in here. Shinson saved ground. A nice ride from Kenner Carmouche. He was simply 2nd best to a horse that finished at him last time. Thought he could turn the tables today. He couldn't. And basically, the only other horse that ran was the 9, right?
Yeah.
Broken Spur. Broken Spur actually ran okay in here when you consider the pace and the way it played out. And I'll give the 12. You know, I give a little bit of a break to the 12 in that I think he was a tough spot to break an outside post. He was 3-4 wide the whole way. And I think you probably need to save a little ground at some point on this course.
Timbuktu, 3-win day for Jose Ortiz. Took the first 2 on the card. Now wins this one for Rick Dutrow. And Dutrow, who was banned from the sport for 10 years, won with his very first runner back. It was an emotional victory. We had a chance to talk to him after that win. Coming back, it was popular to see, and now he wins again.
I'm rooting for Rick to do well. I believe that in life, people deserve second chances, and while he made some mistakes, and I'm sure he probably regrets some, I thought he got an extraordinarily harsh penalty considering everything, and I think he's considered a very, very good horseman. I don't know him at all, but I've only heard good stories from people that I respect, the kind of person that he is in many ways that are important, and I'm glad to see him back, and I congratulate him to win, and I hope it's the beginning of more wins.
2-6, 9-12 Timbuktu for Dutrow. Jose Ortiz, owned by Karen Murphy. Your winner. We're going to honor an absolute legend when we come back. John Nerud, Hall of Fame trainer, and did more for this sport away from training probably than he did with his horses, but of course, he's tied to one horse in particular. We'll be back.
Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Here's Mage coming strongly down the outside. Angel of Empire is putting in his run, and there's 1 furlong to run. 2 Bills on the inside, trying to hold on Mage. Mage has taken the lead here as they come into the final 16, and it is going to be Mage to win the Kentucky Derby.
The classic sire.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. It's brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Timbuktu coming from the clouds for this victory. 3-win day for Jose Ortiz.
You don't like my Timbuktu came from Timbuktu.
I don't want to steal it. It's yours.
You know, Greg, what's mine is yours, okay? It's just a corny, bad line. That's why I didn't steal it. Own it. He was, they bet him and they were right. Listen, he made a lot of sense on paper, and Jose Ortiz very, very confident with him. A nice ride, he gets it done. Not really much else to say. He was a logical horse. He gets it done.
I mean, the early money was right. He should have been 3-2 with this.
He won this race like he should have been 3-2. Exactly, was a very juicy $42 or $43.
Wow.
Right? I mean,
very
coupled
good.
Horses paid almost $44, $43.80. So
with two
super logical horses that had run together. That had run together,
yeah.
too. They were, as Harvey Pack used to say, coupled horses.
Late pick 5 follow along. So another favorite here. After an odds-on favorite, you get that 5-1 on Parise to shake things up a little bit. And we got our feature next. Grade 2, John Nerud. And then the finale to come in this pick 5. It's our ABR race of the week. 7 furlongs, $250,000 purse. And Candyman Rocket 3-1 right now, coming off that big win on the Run Happy. Wayburn 6-5. Jose Ortiz looking for number 4 today.
Yeah, I mean, he figured to be a short price, and it's the one to beat.
So a lot more on this field coming up. Of course, this race paying tribute to one of the true legends in this sport, a Hall of Fame trainer. John Nerud, though, had arguably a much bigger impact on the sport from the things he did outside of his training, including being one of the early pioneers in helping develop the Breeders' Cup become what it is today. But when you mention all the great horses that Nerud had throughout that Hall of Fame career, there is one horse that he is always tied to and comes first to mind, Dr. Fager.
I only had one horse that could run. That's Dr. Fager. He could run. He was my brother, he was my banker, and he was everything. And I was lucky I owned 25% of him. I never put my name on the program because I wanted Mr. McKnight to take the vows. But Dr. Fager was what we refer to in the thoroughbred industry as a freak. He could do anything. When he was a weanling and a yearling, I kept looking at him and I told the farm managers, this is a good horse. And he was nervous. He said, how the bloody hell can you say this is a good horse? And when I brought him up here and trained him, I knew he was a good horse. I run him the first time and he was 9-1 and he won by about 9 lengths. He went on that year as a 2-year-old. And he was second in the Champagne, and that got him beat for 2-year-old of the year. And I lay him and his 3-year-old career was good. It wasn't brilliant, but it was good. And he could run 3/4 or 1.25 miles. He could run on the dirt. He could run on the slop. He could run on the turf. And he was an easy horse to train. He'd do anything you want. And he was a very gentle horse. He was a big, strapping colt. But he didn't want you to hit him, and he didn't want you to raise your voice at him. He just wanted you to leave him alone. And his 4-year-old career was a phenomenon. He just won everything. I showed off a little when I sent him to Atlantic City to the turf course. He'd never run on the turf course. But if I thought I could win it, he would be Turf Horse of the Year, because that's where all of them got Turf Horse of the Year. And I sent him down there. It rained the night before, and it was a little slippery, and he was having a tough time with it. But the last 1/8 of a mile, the track was good, and he come on and he won it. And he was Horse of the Year, Sprint of the Year, Handicap Horse of the Year, and Turf Horse of the Year. He won all 4 championships, and that never happened before, and it will never happen again, because I owned 1/4 of him, and I could do as I pleased with him. And I run him back from that race to 7/8 of a mile at Aqueduct. He carried 139 pounds, and he won easy. He was a phenomenal horse.
Doesn't seem real hearing it back, hearing that kind of weight, winning 4 championships in one season, the only thoroughbred ever to do that. Just incredible.
He was the horse when I was younger, especially, and people I knew had been around longer than I have. When you said who was the best horse you ever saw, universally it was Dr. Fager. And I talked to John Nerud a few times later, and I'd see him and asked him. One of the questions I asked him was how Fabiano paid $85 in his debut, and it's a story for another time and place. And he was a great horse, but John Nerud had a lot of great horses.
Should have had a Kentucky Derby too.
With
Shoe stood up at the
right
before the wire. Gallant man.
Good call. I didn't bet him.
But he had some good moments in that Hall of Fame career. We got the John Nerud up next. We'll be back.
Eclipse champion Blade, a proven sire with over 15% lifetime stakes horses. And in the sales ring, Blade continues to prove his value.
Now 50, 550, 550,000.
Another period, 85, 85, 485,000. Thank you.
Also an emerging broodmare sire. His stakes-producing daughters include the dam of Eclipse champion Forte.
Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Blade, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action Friday through Sunday. Fridays features a 2 p.m. first post, while weekend action begins at 12:40, kicking off the Win Early Pick 5. Home to full, competitive fields and big paydays, Monmouth Park continues to prove itself as a place to profit. Joining us on site, be sure to lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Global Campaign by 2, and Global Campaign will win the Grade 1 Woodward.
Global Campaign holding on to the lead. Global Campaign won the Peter Pan.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. John Nerud, grade 2 at 7/8 of a mile up next, and that is Little Vic, 8-1 right now, coming out of the grade 1 Carter, owned by Victoria's Ranch. That is, of course, Victoria's Ranch, the man standing by with Paula Duca, who was a 5-time All-Star and spent 18 seasons in the major leagues.
I'm here with one of my favorites, a fellow catcher and a 5-time All-Star. You got me by one, Victor, but but you're a tremendous player. Somebody I looked up to as well, borderline Hall of Famer. And we didn't get to play against each other a lot. And I was been talking to you a little bit about Little Vic, and we were talking a little bit about hitting with the bases loaded or watching your horses run. Which is more stressful, my friend?
I take hitting with the bases loaded 1,000 times. It's just something that I don't know why, but I just can't control myself. I know that when I go with the bases loaded, it was on me. I control everything. In this case, you know, I can't control anything. You know, first of all, the horse has to feel good, you know, work good, and then have a lucky race, you know, and. I still working on my breathing. Every time they got into the gate, I'm like, you know, like I stop breathing, so I breathe. It's hard, man. It's hard, but it's a lot of fun.
What made you get into the game? It's pretty funny because you mentioned you and I had the same kind of mental, you know, capacity where we had to slow the game down, and you can't really slow your thoughts down. But what made you get in, and what gave you the bug?
Well, you know what? My wife and I, you know, we've been together since we were 17 years old. And back in our country, in Venezuela, we had a racetrack pretty close to our house, and you know, our parents used to take us every Sunday, you know, to watch the races. And one time we were in Cleveland, I was playing Cleveland, and my wife and I were talking one day in bed, and you know what, you know, let's own some horses. But I decided to get into the horses when I retire because I want to leave this. I don't want to have any of my horses racing, and I got to be behind the plate or I got to be hitting. You know what I'm saying? So we decided for me to, you know, I retire, and then we got into the horses, and we're having a blast come here, and, you know, every time that we get a chance to go and have a blast.
Okay, let's get to Little Vic. He's been training very, very well. Now, you put blinkers on him. Your trainer, Juan Avila, who I got to meet, tremendous guy. Tell us a little bit why you chose Juan, and how's the horse doing?
Well, first of all, Little Vic came out of my, you know, my son. My teammate used to call him Little Vic because he's Victor. So they used to call him Little Vic, and he was the one who came out with the name, Little Vic. So, and you know, he's been working pretty good. You know, unfortunately, in his last race he bleed. But you know, after that he was you know running pretty good. So we came in today with a big expectation. I mean, he's been working good. He's feeling good. So let's get lucky. So we'll see what happens.
Where do you think you're going to be in the race? I know where you had a handicap races. You think you might go to the front with Carlos aboard?
Well, I think you know, from what Juan Carlos, you know, tell me, if we up front, it's got to be you know, the 23 something, you know, maybe a 45, 46. So for him to be comfortable, but you know, we'll see. If we up front. I think that's, you know, the kind of pace that he's going to be.
Well, I'll let you go. I know you got to go watch Little Vic run. And one last question. How was the Venezuelan party when Mage won the Kentucky Derby?
Man, it was big. We were at the ranch, actually, in Florida, and we were extremely happy for Gustavo Delgado, the trainer, and Javier. I mean, you know, they both been doing a great job, here in the United States. And I think for Javier, that he has tried, I think it was like 15, 16 times. And, you know how it is. I know how you go to the plate, 0 for 15. We start kind of feeling the heat. But, we were happy for both in the connection. It was just, we celebrate like the whole world, us. So it was extremely excited.
Well, we're excited. I'm excited that you're involved in the game. You're a borderline Hall of Famer. And if a lot of people don't realize, this man hit over 286 home runs. He's 11th. Yes, 11th on the RBI list of catchers of all time. Yogi Berra is #1. That's the kind of company this man is in. Victor, I'm being honest with you, and good luck with little Vic.
People need to know, though, that most of the people see you here, talking about horses. This man was a great catcher. It was a great hitter, and a guy that I looked at when I was a young kid. Looking at him, I get to play. It was my first All-Star game. It was your second All-Star game, and for me, being a young guy, looking at him, it was pretty big. And I thank you today, and I always want to thank you because a guy like you made my career a little easier.
That's an honor from a guy that was way better than me. Victor Martinez with little Vic coming up here in a little bit in the Nerud, guys.
A great moment between those comrades as catchers. 295 hit for his career over 18 seasons. He was actually runner-up for the MVP back in the 2014 season.
That's pretty impressive. I think sometimes, though, we forget up here. We've known Paul for so long, and we work with him here. We forget what he accomplished. It's something that's pretty hard to accomplish, what he did. And Paul was a tremendous baseball player, and it's not easy to do. That's to say the least.
Well, there's V-Mart's runner, Little Vic, who has put together a nice little resume himself. 5 wins, 3 seconds, over $300,000 in earnings. We'll see how he fares here, off since the Grade 1 Carter at Aqueduct in early April. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
And he's going to have to come off of an effort, Greg, in which it was listed as him bleeding. So bleeding significantly, that is listed in the program. But I like the fact that his trainer, Juan Avila, gave him ample time off. This is what you need to do. You need to let the horse recover, let their lungs recover, and they have. And I remember going back to 2 starts ago when he won the Grade 3 Tom Full, he just looked superb. He looked best in that field. And then in the Carter, he just looked meh. Like just ho-hum, just really wasn't wearing that shiny coat and that muscle mass that he had. So he comes back looking more like the horse I saw in the Tom Full versus the Carter, which I like. But also, there's the layoff to contend with, and I just wish he looked a bit more fit. So definitely a healthy horse now, but this is tough water and deep water to be 90% fit. Moving on to #1 as they go on the walking ring, Candyman Rocket. Despite running here quite a few times, I've actually don't think I've seen him many times. I don't have many notes on him, but he's an odd horse. He looks a little bit girthy there, walking around the walking ring here. He looks fit, he looks fantastic, but you watch his races and he's always incredibly reluctant to switch leads, to switch to his outside right lead. Sometimes he does it, most of the time he doesn't, and I think he would be better served if he switched leads, because you can tell he's laboring when he's on that inside left lead. And I feel like it's more of a mental thing than a mechanics thing, though I'm going to keep close attention to how he warms up as we'll move on to your current favorite in Weyburn. It's funny, trainers that you become very familiar with, you expect their horses to look a certain way. And so all of Jimmy Jerkin's horses always looked a certain way. All of Todd Pletcher's horses tend to look a certain way. He looks like a completely different horse in what, a month and a half's time or 2 months' time? It's kind of strange, to be honest. He's a lot more of that leaner, sinewy type of runner that you're used to seeing from Todd Pletcher, where Jimmy's horses are big, bulky, dappled head to toe types of runners. And that's not what I'm seeing from him. Could it mean absolutely nothing? Sure. But Greg, it's something that I noted. And let's face it, he did do his best running when under Jimmy Jerkin's care.
Yeah, interesting to see how he's going to fare. Moving to a Hall of Famer, Todd Pletcher, 6-5 favorite on Weyburn.
Yeah, I think if anybody is betting on Weyburn because they assume he's going to move up, Todd Pletcher, I think Todd Pletcher would tell you that's ridiculous. He's a 5-year-old accomplished racehorse for a very good trainer. I think Todd's thinking, I just want to maintain and do as well with him as Jimmy did. I'd be favored if Jimmy was training him. I think it'd be very foolish and to like him because of the trainer change. It's not a knock on Todd Pletcher. He's a 5-year-old. What's Todd going to do? I mean, it doesn't. To me, I think he's just the horse to beat regardless. And I believe 7 furlongs a mile. That's what he wants to do.
That's his best, it seems like, right? 3 wins, 2 seconds, and 5 tries, including that win of the Sir Shackleton at Gulfstream at 7/8. Jose Ortiz was aboard that day, so he has familiarity with him as well. He'll be on board today. But you thought 6-5? Is that getting a little short? I thought he'd be
7 or 8-5. You knew he was going to be a short price. But I just think he's got far and away the best resume. The horse that's an overlay to me, Candyman Rocket's going to beat me. I think there's better horse in here. I think the overlay is Little Vic. Because not as though his other races are bad. I know I can't totally trust that great effort, but he still ran it, Greg.
He did on that muddy sealed track. That's what we're talking about, that grade 3 Tom Fool. Can he reproduce it on a fast track? Here's Candyman Rocket. He has won 5 of his last 6.
Yeah, he's in good form. You like him or you say the Big Fig last time out. I thought he had a perfect trip. I prefer others.
I mean, correct that. 4 of his last 5 he has won, including that Run Happy. 3 Technique for Jason Cook.
Is he going to get enough pace to run at? Can he bring that form from Kentucky here? This horse who broke his maze, a 2-year-old, impressively at Saratoga.
Here's the favorite Weyburn, Jose Ortiz aboard.
I think the biggest concern is this lack of speed if the pace isn't that quick. And do horses like Candyman Rocket and Little Vic, do they have a better tactical position?
Pennsylvania bred, I actually think has a shot. You're not too high on him.
Well, I just thought there were better horses, but you can't knock his recent form. So, look, you talk about Candyman Rocket. He's won 4 of his last 5 with a second to Candyman Rocket.
7-time winner here, but against easier company. Here's the 5 for V-Mart. Little Vic.
I'm gonna, if he stays 7-1, I'm gonna bet him just because I believe he's an overlay at that price. So I'll use him with Weyburn, but I'm gonna try to beat the favorite in the second choice in the inside.
The New York bred Sheriff Bianco for Linda Rice.
I believe that less distance will serve him. He had a good trip in a tough field last time, but 1.16 is too big a stretch. Is he good enough? But he's a big price for a horse. It's not impossible.
And a 20-to-1 shot outside, who 2 starts back. That race would beat this entire field.
Where did it come from, and can he get back to it? But he's a big price if you want to use him. As you say, he's got a recent effort that's very good.
And it was here at Belmont. It was at 7/8. Interesting, way too big a price if you think he can reproduce that kind of effort. 3 minutes away from our feature on this Saturday card. Grade 2, John Nerud. You can play this race, all the action, the rest of the meet, all summer long at Saratoga and beyond by getting signed up with Naira Bets. That's the offer, that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus with that code for new members. Bonus 200, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime at NairaBets.com. Gorgeous Saturday here in Elmont, New York, with our main event coming up. So here's Candyman Rocket and what he did last time out. It was on this racetrack, grade 3 company, beating, among others, the Pennsylvania-bred Twisted Ride.
Yeah, he got a very good trip to do it, and he got in the right spot, and he got it done. I mean, I'm not going to knock him. As you say, he's won 5 straight races. I just feel like this field might be a little tougher than one he's faced, and I think that he's a reasonable bet against at a short price. I'm not going to be shocked if he wins. I just preferred others.
And how do you feel about him being drawn inside as well?
Well, I think it puts him in a position where he has to use his early speed. Now, maybe the pace won't be that fast, but unlike last race where being outside of the other speeds, he could let the race dictate in front of him, here he's kind of got to dictate.
Not as many options, no question, for Junior Alvarado with that post position here. 5-2, second choice on the board. Weyburn has been favored throughout. Let's get back to Victor Martinez's runner here, Little Vic. 7-1 in here. And that standout performance that really catches the eye is that grade 3 Tom Fool win on the muddy seal track.
Well, that's the problem, right? He runs that big race in the mud, and it's far and away the best race. Not mud, just sealed is what I look at that more than the moisture, and he has never run as well. Now, but he ran extremely well in there. It was a fast pace. He was right on top of the pace. The other speed horses collapsed. He couldn't catch him. That was a very, very good effort, and if he runs that race, I think he can win this race very, very fairly, and he's 6-1. So I think at the price, I mean, Isn't he a better bet at 6-1 than 3 Technique at 9-2, or do you think it's close?
That was such a big effort from
Last
3
time.
Technique last time out. He might just be hitting really good right now.
It's fair. But at least with Little Vic, he's forward. And he's the outside of the speeds. So he projects to get a better trip because I don't think we're going to be looking at a super fast pace here. And that could compromise both 3 Technique, and frankly, it could compromise Wayburn as well.
Yeah, I mean, talking about it earlier with Paul, seemingly with the way that he won that race 3 Technique at Churchill, he might really appreciate this kind of racetrack with these wide sweeping turns.
He was born for Belmont
Yeah.
Park, right? With his kind of running style, making a big run outside on a track that's kind of that kind of running style, 100%.
He's 5-1. Looking to go back-to-back, and he has one here in the past. In fact, he's never been off the board in 5 tries at Belmont, talking about the 2-3 Technique. Let's go back to Maggie.
Greg, I have a little bit of a soft spot for 3 Technique. I was one of his biggest fans when he was routinely running here in New York, so I was really pleased to see him back, and wishing Jason Cook the best of luck for one of his few New York runners that he's had here. But again, 3 Technique looks spectacular. As you guys were mentioning, though, I'm not sure he gets the right kind of setup today, but he's definitely the one-turn running type, and he's run well enough here at Belmont, and he certainly has brought his good physical form back to the Big Apple. So I'm going to try here with him. But again, I know the pace doesn't appear to be that hot, which it could land softly into the hands of Candyman Rocket. We'll see what Little Vic does. But I did say he looked a little mechanically strange in the paddock. He's come out of it a bit on the racetrack. Again, I don't really know this horse. I wish I knew him a little bit better. Other than that, he looks fantastic, and I really don't have any problems with him at all. As number 3, Wayburn, your favorite, he elevated a bit in my eyes on the racetrack, moving really well out there. Again, I was completely taken with him last time out, and today I'm not. Could mean absolutely nothing, as I said, and we'll see if he can get back to the winner's circle at his beloved 7-furlong distance here in this Nerud, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. Looking for a 4th win in 6 tries. Wayburn at this 7/8 distance. Jose Ortiz again will be aboard, and he has maintained status as a pretty solid favorite throughout, although Candyman Rocket now
making a run.
Making it very close.
You're making a run at him, making a late close. The opposite sort of their running styles, right? I think the pace will go a long way towards determining how effective both the favorite Wayburn and 3 Techniques can be, because there may not be a strong pace, and that can help the 1, who's now also 8-5, and even help Little Vic. I think Little Vic at 6-1 is an overlay. I have to bet a couple dollars on him at that price.
Here he is, that VM Silks for Victorious Ranch for V-Mart. He's had great success in this game, not being in this game all that long. Of course, King Guillermo, 49-1, Tampa Bay Derby win.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, didn't get to run in the Kentucky Derby that year.
But
just have a 3-year-old in the conversation, now have this talented sprinter.
And this is an interesting race for him, because if he can run a big race, they have to start thinking about taking shots in the big races up in Saratoga. But this is an important race for him. And, of course, this race last year was won by the extraordinarily talented Life is Good.
Yeah, how about that?
He was pretty good.
He was incredible.
Looking forward to it.
Here we go. John Nerud, grade 2, 7 furlongs. Wayburn, the favorite. Let's go to John Imbrial for the call.
Set for the start. And they're off. And Wayburn was off a step slow, is at the back of the pack as Twisted Ride takes the early lead. Little Vic is racing in second. Candyman Rocket down at the rail runs in third. Then it's Sheriff Bianco next in fourth. Synthesis far outside, followed by 3 Technique. And Wayburn is the trailer in seventh. Up front, Little Vic in the yellow blinkers with a head in front of Twisted Ride through a quarter in 23 seconds. Candyman Rocket is now on the move and gaining ground on the outside. Little Vic now has the lead by almost 2 lengths. Twisted Ride, Candyman Rocket, they are heads apart, second and third. Then Sheriff Bianco, 3 Technique, and Synthesis, and it's another 4 lengths back to Wayburn, who continues to trail. Little Vic challenged here by Candyman Rocket. And now the two of them hook up as they come for the head of the stretch. Half mile, 46 seconds. Sheriff Bianco is next in third. 3 Technique is in behind horses. And down at the rail is Twisted Ride. Synthesis far outside. Werburn is at the back. The field is in the stretch. Candyman Rocket now comes away with the lead with 3 Technique. Gaining ground on the outside. Here comes 3 Technique now to take over. And 3 Technique draws away through the stretch here. 3 Technique, impressive in winning the Grade 2 Johnny Nerud Stakes.
3 Technique, back-to-back wins. Churchill now here at Belmont. Grade 2 victory for the 6th win of his career.
And the pace wasn't very fast, and yet he got himself somewhat in the game. And this was an extremely good ride, by the way, to get it done by Javier Castellano. Continues to have such a big meet. And this horse ran very, very well in here. And 7 furlongs at Belmont Park, so great for a horse like this. And look at Javier, saving ground, splitting horses. Candyman Rocket looks like a winner, and he just ran him down. The long shot Synthesis, I believe, got out for second. And Weyburn, the favorite, didn't break. And he trailed the field badly the whole way around the racetrack. He was a complete and total no-show, but not the case for 3 Technique.
5-1 over, it looks like 20-1 in second.
Yeah.
Synthesis, who had that monster race 2 starts back. But this horse, Jason Cook said coming into this how great he was doing, and he continues to thrive.
And you know, to put it, this was some effort by him. He smashed these horses.
6-year-old in the best form of his life.
Well, Greg, you remember when he broke his maiden. It was either the closing Saturday, I think it was closing day at Saratoga for Jeremiah Englehart, and Bill Parcells owned him at the time. And
yeah.
I mean, at that point, we thought this horse could win the Champagne. He could be a massive player in the division. It didn't pan out, but seems to be panning out for the connections now. This horse they claimed, and this was, I mean, the problem is they're all saying, well, Cody's Wish is out there. Well, we'll see. Maybe he runs the Whitney, and they don't have to contend with him in other races. But this kind of effort, I'll tell you one thing. This guy, though, Belmont Park, he'd want to spend his life here at Belmont Park in these 7 furlong races, right?
Perfect fit for it with his kind of running style.
Yep.
122-4 final time. It was Synthesis for second, 2-7-1-6.
He won by about 3.5, 4 lengths.
Easy victory.
Wow. He also got it. It may not have mattered. Javier gave this horse an absolutely perfect ride. You know, Javier, even when winning the Belmont and the Derby, in the wake of the Ortiz brothers and Flavien Prat, the riders, he's never getting the credit anymore, but he's really back in great form riding, and I think it sets him up to do well in Saratoga again.
Outside shot for an Eclipse Award.
It's going to be hard. It's going to be hard to beat Irad Ortiz. But listen, with those kind of wins, listen, I'm just thrilled to see Javier, you know, back.
Yeah.
Because he'd had some issues physically and getting him back, and just reminding people on a daily basis why he won the Eclipse Award 4 times in a row.
5-1 here on 3 Technique. Teams up with Jason Cook, owned by David Miller. 6th career win for this 6-year-old. Impressive here at Belmont.
Level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. Anybody who's witnessed Matoli running sees a level of ability that doesn't come along that often.
Matoli's a monster! Matoli wins the sprint! Oh, what a horse he is! Matoli, he did it again! Wins the mid-mile!
The only thing to be better than one Matoli's a few Matolis.
The mighty Matoli, who won the Fargo by 3.5 lengths, the new stakes record.
We are back on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. Regional networks out of Southern California with us as well. Brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. That man having an incredible year. Javier Castellano, 2/3 of this year's Triple Crown, takes the John Nerud, the feature on today's card, with 3 Technique, who was much the best against this group.
And a good call by Maggie as well on a $13 winner. So good calls all around. A synthesis for second.
Candyman Rocket winds up 3rd. Javier has had a lot to smile about lately, the way he's been riding. Nice job with Jason Cook, too. And coming here, taking this shot, knowing his horse was in top form.
And knowing this was such a perfect spot for him, because there were no overwhelming horses in this race. It's really the race Classic Causeway should have been running in, not over his head over in Europe. But you got to love it. Got the great ride, got in good form, and he's in terrific form now. And a 6-year-old, but going as well as ever. Really in peak form.
And 6th win again of his career. It just shows you these horses, as they age, they progress, stay on the racetrack, they can get better and better. He's in the best form of his life now as a 6-year-old. Let's go to Maggie for more.
I answered.
This is such a cool moment. Jason, his daughter Peyton. Hi, Peyton. Congratulations. It's so great. Special, because for those who don't know, you raised Peyton on your own. She's very emotional. But Jason, what a big win here, bringing 3 Technique to Belmont for this Nerud. Congratulations.
Thank you. I mean, it was great. Everybody in New York's been so great since I got here. It's been wonderful.
Talk a little bit about bringing him in here as opposed to going to Ellis Park. I know you had him cross-entered today, but the one turn is totally his gig.
That's what I told them. I said it's one turn, and that's a turn and a half at Ellis. And I said, I don't know how he's going to do that. And he's always run good here. So you figure, he ran 3rd in this race as a 4-year-old. So I figured, why not bring him here? I just brought him up.
I don't know about you, but I'm watching Javier at the quarter pole. I said, Javi, get clear. Get him in the clear. Were you as nervous as I was? I'm sure you were.
Actually, this time I wasn't nervous. I don't know. I felt like he's got plenty of horse. He's going to get there or not, but I think he's going to get there. And then when I really got nervous, when he started to open up, that's when I get excited. I wasn't worried about it till he's 2 in front, or half length in front, so.
Well, he proved to be ultimately the best. Do you consider taking him to Saratoga? Obviously, you got to see how he is out of this one.
Yeah, I want to see how he does. And, Saratoga's never been his favorite track. And I'm always a guy that looks track because he loves a one-turn mile at Churchill. He's always run good here, So, and I don't run him much in the summer because he really don't like the heat. Yeah.
He's a very dark bay horse. Do you think that has something to do with it?
Maybe. I mean, he does not like the heat, though. And, I mean, in the summer, he don't even train the same. Like when the fall hits, he's back on the muscle. So.
Well, at least you caught a good, cool summer day here at Belmont.
It was beautiful. And like I say, everybody's been so nice to me here. I really appreciate it.
Well, you're a nice guy, and it's commendable what you've done for your daughter, Peyton. Congratulations here with 3 Technique.
Thank you very much.
Jason Cook, to winning conditioner of 3 Technique, a horse that he claimed just last year for, I believe, the $45,000. Now on to a Grade 2 victory, Greg.
A great moment and some well-thought-out decisions to bring this horse here and put him in this spot to be successful.
You got a horse in good condition. You strike while the iron's hot. Congratulations to him in coming here. Terrific job, and terrific job by him getting this horse in this kind of form as a 6-year-old, and also an excellent ride by Javier as well.
Sounds like, too, one of the last opportunities with the things heating up weather-wise. They're going to get to run him for a little while, at his best anyway.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I'm just glad to see him going. It's also a horse that we talked about so much as a 2-year-old. It's nice to see. It took a while, but it's coming to fruition for him finally.
Nightcap to close out this Saturday card. New York Breds, $40,000 maiden claiming race, all looking for that first win. Mile and a 16th on the inner turf. And the way it's configured, that turn comes up immediately. Basically start on a turn. So outside posts can be punished here.
Yeah, with the rails out, I worry about it a little bit less. I'm very surprised, though he's favored in doubles, that the 6-year Mission isn't favored. He should be favored. He's way the worst.
Miracle Mike, your Mission. As expected, taking most of the money. We're going to take a timeout. When we return, that incredible battle in the Dwyer, we'll revisit it next.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Ms. Big Bucks goes wire to win the New York Stallion Stakes.
Ms. Big Bucks, who got the job done today.
Ruse also wire to wire.
Ruse, rough draft, one last try. Ruse holds on.
And Long Shot War Museum delivers at Monmouth.
War Museum is now in front. War Museum at 41-1.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Feature in the books. What a performance from 3 Technique. Nightcap coming up. Mile and a 16th over the inner turf, and we have a 6-5 favorite in Miracle Mike, and another one not too far behind in Your Mission for Jorge Abreu. And there is Your Mission. Yeah. Javier Castellano will ride.
Your Mission beat Miracle Mike last time by 3/4 length, despite Miracle Mike having a very, very good ride, saving ground and waiting in a fast-paced race. It collapsed. And Your Mission had trouble to start, and then Irad made a sort of kamikaze premature wide move and still beat him. I have no idea how it's possible that anybody thinks Miracle Mike is more likely to win this race than Your Mission. I'll probably be wrong, but I'm shocked that Your Mission is not favored over him.
Let's take a look at what you're talking about here. This was back on May 13th at Belmont.
I mean, you can watch the start. He ends up getting shuffled back to last, which frankly wasn't that bad when you consider how quick the pace was. And the winner came from well back. But while Jose Ortiz was just sort of patiently waiting, you see how Your Mission has been already shuffled back to last. I think that Miracle Mike is just sort of patiently waiting at this point. And, you know, Irad makes this wild premature move to get it done. And I just don't. I mean, we've stopped it there. If you made a move to the 3/8 or 7/16 pole, Your Mission is supposed to be the favorite here. This is crazy.
All right, we'll have more coming up on this race in a little bit. One of the most thrilling performances we saw afternoon long was in that Grade 3 Dwyer 3-year-olds and those 2 horses coming down the stretch. Fort Bragg, Saudi Crown, neither of which gave an inch. In the end, it was Bob Baffert and Fort Bragg.
That was just a great horse race between 2 extremely talented and promising 3-year-olds, and I'm looking forward to seeing them. Maybe they hook up again in the Allen Jerkins. It certainly seems like a possibility, along with some other very good sprinters out there as well. But man, this was a real throwdown, wasn't it?
Saudi Crown on the front end here, that gray, who, keep in mind, too, this was just the 3rd start of his career, his first time going a mile. And they went, what, 44 and change for the half, 108 and change for the 3/4.
And while they understandably slowed it down quite a bit, I think their final time was comparable to the final time if you extend the 7 furlongs to a mile for 3 Technique from a figure standpoint. And this is a 6-year-old in peak form. It was the second half faster than Barise. He was capable of running 90 buyers, and he won by 5 lengths or 4 lengths the next start. I'm expecting a triple-digit buyer from these performances, and I'll tell you what, it was a triple-digit buyer race, wasn't it? I mean, just the excitement level, and these are the kind of races that make you love the game.
Ford Bragg, a lot more seasoned, obviously. 8th start of his career. He had just missed in a grade 2 1-mile race at Churchill Downs on Kentucky Derby Day. A lot of upside, even though Saudi Crown didn't get that win, but both these two showing a ton of talent in a tremendous show for the fans. In the Dwyer, John Velasquez for Baffert, SF Racing, Starlight Racing, Madacat Stables. We'll be back. The nightcap still coming up.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Gorgeous Saturday afternoon in Elmont, New York. Our program, America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets, where you can play it all. Go to nairabets.com. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. This just happened moments ago. Handicap division, grade 1, Stephen Foster at Ellis Park, 1 1/8. Smile happy. Coming in great form, Rattle and Roll for Kenny McPeak, stablemate, had won 3 in a row coming in as well.
And Rattle and Roll ran well, a horse that a lot of us thought was going to scratch and come here for the Suburban. You feel like he might have won if he had, given the performance he put in. But Westhill Power just runs back to his good race. He disappointed last the favorite in the Ali Sheba, but he runs back to that impressive performance in the New Orleans Handicap to get it done here. And got to think he's coming to Whitney at Saratoga, and with his kind of speed and his ability to stalk, he's going to be a dangerous horse in there and could be one of the chief rivals to Cody's Wish. Smile Happy, a massive, massive disappointment.
So much hype about him, the way he was starting off his 4-year-old campaign. Yeah, not what many were expecting from him today. Westhill Power, though, gets the 7th win of his career. Flavian Pratt, $94 winner on the turf earlier in an upset over set piece. And now he gets this win here in the Stephen Foster. In this division, of course, wide open as well this year.
Yes. Well, you know, what's interesting is going to be, I hope that Cody's Wish runs in the Whitney. He is arguably the best dirt horse in training right now.
No argument.
Well, you know, I think the question becomes, could a 3-year-old take a step forward? They have to take about 7 steps forward to beat him. But is he the best horse going longer? Yeah. And it's a juicy proposition and an exciting thought, because to me the Whitney is the preeminent race in this country.
Still under consideration, absolutely. Nightcap coming up. Let's go to Maggie.
Horses set and ready for this nightcap, and I completely agree with Andy. And now the board has conceded the fact that number 6, Your Mission, is definitely the horse to beat. He looks it too here in the paddock. It was a weird ride last time. And two, I think, we'll see him a little bit more forward than what we did early on last time out. He's fit, he's stronger behind, and he's just poised, composed, and confident in the paddock. So all things good with your current and rightful favorite. Now the horse that was taking money that did finish behind him last time, Miracle Mike. Now Miracle Mike, to be fair, has done well. One of the best times I've seen him appear prior to a race. It does say steadied late. He kind of went for a hole that ended up not being there, but I think he was always going to finish third, to be quite honest. But again, a horse that I think is rounding into good physical form. And then just a horse that, if you're not thrilled with those ones, or you want somebody as a price underneath, and I can't make him on paper, don't get me wrong, but number 4, Metamorphosis. There is a change going on, though, as he does take the blinkers off, and he's one that has a little bit of trouble kind of getting out of the gate or showing some foot. And sometimes when you take the blinkers off, it will have that effect. They'll be a little bit more alert leaving there. Granted, he's one I've tried before just purely on paddock appearances, because he does make an excellent impression, and he has a decent pedigree. He's by Connect out of Miss Narcissus, who was a pretty talented, albeit dirt sprinter in her day for trainer Linda Rice. But like I said, Greg, it feels like the 2 favorites are the 2 you want.
Yeah, it really does seem like that. And here in the nightcap, and public, as Maggie mentioned, going to the more logical runner there, 7-5 on the 6 for Jorge Abreu, Your Mission. Want to remind everyone, get signed up, started, get ready to roll before we start Saratoga with 6 more strong days of racing here at Belmont. Go to NaraBets.com, use that bonus code, promo code bonus200 for new members. Get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus in your account. Again at NaraBets.com. Coming through the tunnel, and what looks like a 2-horse race, and the rematch between Your Mission and Miracle Mike. If you had to,
the 7.
Okay.
October Bliss. He didn't break that sharply. Junior tried to motivate him, but if he can be a little bit closer, he breaks well. I think he's the only other horse I would consider using here. The others just
good turf debut and just did not back it up.
Yeah.
In that next start for Bruce Brown.
He was really sluggish in there. He just wasn't himself. I think if he can be a little more forward, I'm not blaming Junior. It was not his fault. He tried.
There's Manny Franco, Christophe Clement Aula, 3rd try on the turf.
I just don't see anything to really like other than his trainer and his rider. I mean, his races are just slow.
Here's Pletcher's Miracle Mike with Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, he'll be a little closer in this situation, and he did run his best race recently, first time on the turf, but he just didn't run as well as Your Mission.
Flincher's Rock 0 for 7 on the grass.
He started out like he looked like he might be okay, but his recent form's atrocious.
Blinkers off. Katie Davis rides Metamorphoses, the 4.
Yeah, would have to improve. An outside chance to get a small piece.
Fast Study, 36-1 next door. Tried turf for the first time last start. Did not go well.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of jumped up at the start last time, but after that, just didn't do any running.
The favorite, 6-5 with Javier Castellano.
I hate landing on short price horses, but this horse is an hour the one to beat based on his last race. The problem is, to be fair, he has had a lot of chances, but if he can run his last race and gets a fair trip, he'll win.
Keder Carmouche on October Bliss for Bruce Brown.
I just talked about him. His race 2 back gives him a chance here. He's got to be more forward here, though.
Awesome Force, Gregory DePrima with Ruben Silvera.
Let's get a rider switch to Ruben Silvera, but it's going to have to move him up a lot. He did kind of run off last time, though, so maybe he can sort of keep him in check a little bit here.
Money for Nothing, Mike Maselli trains.
He's the lone big drop down in here, but he's just done absolutely no running, and he can't get out of the gate.
Druid at 63-1.
His form backs up his odds.
It really does.
It's just, you look at this race, and that's why I said the 7's the other horse, and they're the co-third choice right now, because at least he ran a creditable race that makes him contender 2 back, and maybe it just wasn't his day last time. But the 2 and 6, one is supposed to win. I think that the 2 Miracle Mike's a shorter price than he should be because of Todd Pletcher. And to be fair, he only has the 1 turf start, and the 6 has had plenty of starts, but simply based on their race last time, it isn't even close who's the more likely winner because the 6 beat the 2 and had a much, much tougher trip.
Pick 5, same story. They believe that as well. Players here, favorite, $810 coming back to the 6.
But I'm going to lose a drink bet to our friend Eric Donovan. I should have known better than making a morning line bet with an ex-morning line maker. And Eric Donovan, one of the finest morning line makers of my lifetime, trying to get out of that bet by sucking up to him. I bet him that he'd be more than 60 cents to the dollar shorter, the 6 than the 2. Eric said he thought it would be close. Once again, showing that he's smarter than I am.
And we just got a call now. They want to give Eric more.
He's already putting his drink order in our ears here.
What a tough gig that is.
Eric was a fabulous morning line maker. He really was. You know, he had one skill.
It's a tremendous job for our show. I don't know how he keeps everyone in check on the show.
The man has to deal with more annoying personalities, including
yours truly. Alone.
Right, including yours truly. That yes, Eric is the man behind the scenes here. Coming up on 26 years at NYRA.
Wow.
For Eric. It's gonna be my 15th anniversary, by the way.
When is that?
I started 15 years ago at the beginning of the meet, but I wasn't hired as a NYRA employee. I was a freelancer starting.
We'll have to do a night at Hamlet.
I'll be there quite
6
frequently.
to 5 favorite. Your mission here, trying to close out this card, and this is the favorite of the pick 5 as well. You saw those will pays. Let's go back to Maggie.
Eric just said, do you have anything else to talk about other than me? So we're really embarrassing him here today on the show, guys. As I do want to mention the drop down in the field. That's number 9, Money for Nothing. He has acted, well, he didn't act up in his first start out of the gate. To be fair, he was drawn on the inside. And as I always say with a first-time starter, it's tough being on the inside because you have to stand there the longest and you don't really know what's happening. So they sprung the latch and he stood there. And then next time he reared up. Well, he hopefully gets away cleanly, being a little bit more drawn towards the outside of the field, not having to stand in there that long. And 2, he's just a lot more fit than what he was in at least that debut effort the last time I saw him. He's getting a little revved up here. He might just be a bad actor, to be fair, when it comes to the gate. But again, just one that at a big price, there could be some upside with him, Greg.
All right, thank you, Maggie. Maybe it's not just a 2-horse race. Now even money on this one here.
Ooh, I may be beating Eric here. So what is right now $1.80 $1? Ooh, you know what? He got cocky ordering that Manhattan. I'm gonna make mine a triple. Mine's a triple, by the way.
You get more excited about your little side wagers than you do of hitting a pick 6.
Love the side wagers. Well, let's not get carried away. I haven't hit a pick 6. I haven't played a pick 6 in a long time.
Well, look, even money on a horse, deservedly, is way the horse to beat. He's still going to be coming from fairly far out of it. Not anything like last start.
The thing is, there just aren't alternatives.
Yeah.
It's not that he's no great shakes. And believe me, I looked long and hard to pick against him, but he runs his last race. He's likely to win as long as he doesn't get a lousy trip here.
Here we go. Nightcap from Belmont. Last few load in. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
Waiting now for Fast Study, Money for Nothing, and Druid. They're in the gate. And they're off. Ola from that inside post position out for the lead, but quickly challenged here by Flincher's Rock. Flincher's Rock goes on with it, and Flincher's Rock is the leader. Awesome Force has moved into second. Money for Nothing on the outside in third. It's a break of 4 lengths back to Druid, who runs in fourth. Ola is now back in fifth. Metamorphoses down on the inside is in sixth with Fast Study the Gray alongside. And then comes October Bliss At the back of the pack are Your Mission and Miracle Mike. And this is a spread out field going up the back stretch, the quarter, 23 seconds. Flincher's Rock leads here by almost 3 lengths. Awesome Force is second by 4. Money for Nothing is in third. Druid is fourth. Then comes the duo of Fast Study and Metamorphoses. And now quickly gaining on the outside is Your Mission, who is up into 7th, followed by October Bliss, and at the back, Ola and Miracle Mike. Half mile, 47-1. Flincher's Rock, the lead's down to 2. Awesome Force getting closer in second. Money for Nothing is next in third, followed by Druid. Fast Study is the gray. Your Mission will be forced to go widest of all here as they come for the top of the stretch. Then comes October Bliss, who's in behind horses, and Metamorphoses, 3/4 in 112. They're in the stretch. Here's Fast Study now to take over the lead. Then Flincher's Rock and Awesome Force. On the outside is Your Mission, who continues to gain ground. Miracle Mike is putting in a late run. There's just a 16th to the finish. Here comes Miracle Mike, who is kicking in late. Miracle Mike gives Jose Ortiz his 4th win on the Saturday card.
Miracle Mike going best of anyone. Late Jose Ortiz, 4th winner on today's card.
Gave him the same ride he gave him last time. While Your Mission was making a ridiculous middle road wide. He's probably a horse that makes good riders look bad. Jose was just saving ground, waiting in the back of the pack, angled out late, unlike the others that lost ground. And the number 5, who skipped up the rail for Jackie Davis, a good ride for her and a tough beat if you had that one. Miracle Mike gets the money.
At 9-5 to close it
I
out
won
as
the
well.
drink. I won the drink. And my man Freddie Moe has a piece of this horse. I'm happy for him.
Oh, well done. 54 to 1 shot, by the way, running second in here. 2, 5, 6, 7. For a moment, everyone kind of holding their breath. Horse looked like he might not go away early on in the stretch. We're going to take a timeout while the price is for you. When we come back, stay tuned. We'll wrap things up on this Saturday card right after this.
Game Winner first got started and ran a very, very impressive maiden race to Del Mar. Came back in the Del Mar Futurity and again won very impressively at 7 furlongs. And then just continued that unbelievable 2-year-old year. Went on to win the American Pharoah Stakes at Santa Anita and then the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. And then was obviously crowned 2-year-old champion. Got the precocity to do that, plus the stamina and everything that his whole family indicates.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
They're off, and the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. And Cindy's sneaks round on the good side of Green Jack. Forte has come under a ride now, and he's going 3 wide, and he's coming up on the outside of National Treasure, and he's coming up after Cape Rock. The 2 of them coming down to the wire. Forte on the outside, Cape Rock along the rail, and Forte has upset Cape Rock to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Summertime in New York. It's easy. Easy to plan. Easy to please everyone. Easy to get excited. Easy to get away. It's easy to love New York. Plan your summer getaway at iloveny.com.
We're back on America's Day of the Races. Thanks for sticking with us. 4-win day indeed for Jose Ortiz.
He just called his brother Irad and said, stay away. Well, how close is it now? He's closing the gap, right?
He is in Irad, with Friday canceled. Is he out tomorrow as well?
He is out tomorrow as well. It's got to be close, right? What was it, about 6 or something?
Yeah, he's closing in.
Tomorrow he picks up a few. It'll be a big brother battle for the wire.
There he is with that green cap. Back of the pack.
The same ride he gave him last time. Saved ground, waited, and made the last move. But I'm starting to think Your Mission's one of these horses that riders just makes riders look bad. This was obviously a ridiculous trip for him. A very nice ride by Jackie Davis coming up the fence, though.
Yeah.
Fast study. If you bet him, I feel for you.
Dollar exacta there, not bad, over 54 bucks. Or no, it's $77, wasn't it?
154 for 2, yes.
And here's the pick 5, $949 return with an odds-on favorite to begin it in what looked like potentially a 2-horse race.
70, 200, so about a $1,400 to $1,500 parlay for $2. So the parlay, wow, I think paid up 3 times the parlay, close to 3 times, about 2.4 times the parlay, 2.7 times the parlay.
We love this wager. Late pick 5, it's always tremendous. We saw some potential stars today too. Northern Invader, first time on the grass. That was incredible.
That was some performance. Looking forward. I'll post those buyer figures later on Twitter.
We are back later tonight, too. Acacia Clement, Paul Verderosa, and the crew from the Meadowlands with this coverage coming up tonight. Stakes action. Fort Bragg, Saudi Crown in the throwdown, the Dwyer. Baffert, Johnny V with Fort Bragg prevail. And it was 3 Technique. Coming off a win at Churchill Downs. Victorious, former 40,000 claimer with a grade 2 win.